Real shoes, getting love from the dudes, 4 badass chicks from the Moulin Rouge.
Hey, sisters, soul sisters, better get that dough, sisters.
We drink wine with diamonds in the glass by the case, the meaning of expensive taste.
You want an inche,
Come on.
mocha chocolate.
What? Rio Lady
All right, ladies around the world, please turn on your cameras. And also to the 2 gentlemen that are here, turn on your cameras. We're about 10 seconds away.
Welcome, 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 welcome. How you doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Look at all these bright, shiny faces. Great to see you, great to see you. We've got an exciting day. We've had 2 amazing days. On a scale of 1 to 100, what has this event meant to you already? Throw that into the chat. On a scale of 1 to 100, how have all these presenters delivered? I'm seeing a lot of hundreds and a lot of thousands and a lot of zeros. Oh, that's our goal. That's what we're here to do. That's what we want to accomplish. We want you to have a breakthrough. Now, let me just tell you quickly. First of all, if I can say, I'm very proud of you. I'm proud of you for being here, being plugged in, for taking the notes. I'm proud of you for getting involved in the network marketing profession. It's the greatest profession in the world for the average person to express their entrepreneurial passion. And that's what it takes, a certain level of passion. And you're showing that. Being here with smiles on your faces, give yourselves a big round of applause. Come on. Let's see it. Good for you. Look at you. Okay. So let me tell you who you're going to hear from today. You're going to hear from Marina, of course, but you're going to hear also from Sarah Zalecki, Denny Robinson, Lisa Nichols, the one and only, Gwyneth Paltrow, Jesse Gallant, Jesse Lee Ward, Angel Fletcher, and Gloria Mayfield Banks. All today. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable, right? So that's what's coming today. Let's talk about the last 2 days as we start our 3rd day. As you look through your notes, I'm just curious. What was your favorite moment? Who was your favorite presenter? Throw that into the comments, please. Who is your favorite presentation so far? Or maybe pick 3. Who is your 3? Marie Forleo, I'm seeing pop up. Stormy, Jamie Kern Lima, Emily, Elena, Kat, Jesse Lee, Stefania and Emily, yeah. Look at all these. Marina, Stormy and Kat. That was amazing. Dr. Shafali. That was an amazing experience last night, wasn't it? It's all these little breakthroughs. And what I told you at the beginning 2 days ago was one little idea can change your life. One idea that sinks in and is acted upon can change the game, change the whole thing. So I want you to think about what were the biggest things that landed for you, that were impactful for you, and you know because of that thing that your life is going to be different. Think about when you go through your notes, what's one thing that just landed so strong, so hard, that you just decided, you know what? My life just changed. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to act different. I'm going to show up different. I'm going to change my circumstance. I am worthy. I don't do overwhelm. Your gut is more powerful. What else? Stop canceling myself. Authenticity. The rich. I need discipline. That's going fast. Stop seeking approval for others. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to just take a few minutes this morning, 15 minutes, And I find that it's really good to kind of take inventory of all the little nuggets you picked up and share them with others. So we're going to break you into breakout groups right now for 15 minutes, and I want you to share with the group. Somebody just decided to become the moderator inside of the breakout. I want you to share with the group what were your key insights and what are how are you going to use those insights to change your life, change your experience, okay? So that's the assignment. Share what you've received so far and share it with the whole group. Everybody share, okay? 15 minutes. Set the clock. Let's go. Breaking you in right now.
I'm afraid of an ending, I don't know where to start. How do I see when I'm locked in the dark? I'm afraid of a heartbreak, I hold on to my heart. I wanna be strong, but I'm falling apart. We're stuck in a circle where all of our hurt will just break us if we don't break out. We gotta make changes, even if they change us. We gotta turn pages before the pain will strain us. And we go through all that we go through, hoping we will end up in the safe and sound. We gotta make changes, gotta make
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed sharing and hearing what other people are getting. All right. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to pick 4 of you to share some of your big breakthroughs that have happened in your mind or in your life or in your thoughts and your actions since we started. I'm going to pick 4. If you want to be one of those 4, raise your hands. Is it Shasta Lynn? I think that's it. Shasta Lynn Shaw, room 12. That's number 1. Guys in back, I'm gonna bounce around. I'm pick so you can get them set up. Denise McCoy, room 13, number 2. I'm gonna go to, where'd she go? I saw the same one. Hold on. We'll go to Hannah Freed, room 15. And we'll go to Sarah Carrero in room 18. Room 18. Okay. So who do we got first? I already forgot all the names. Can you hear me? Who's first? I see 2 guys. Shasta Lynn. All right. Shasta Lynn, can you hear me? Well, let me see if I can hear you. Can you talk? Oh, she's still muted, guys.
Okay, I am unmuted.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm great this morning. My first and biggest takeaway from this actually came from you, Eric. I give myself permission to be kind to myself. That is something I struggle with every day.
And who's this behind you? Introduce them.
This is my oldest daughter, Lotus.
Hi, Lotus. Everybody say hi, Lotus. What's up? Nice to see you.
My second biggest takeaway was from Marie Forleo, and I have told myself this all morning getting ready. I don't do overwhelm.
I love it. I love it. Give yourself permission, and you don't do overwhelm. And I'm going to give you a gift, just a little Sunday morning gift, just for fun. I don't know what this thing is, but evidently it's a cool thing. So this is, which camera am I on? This one? The Louis Vuitton. Got it?
Oh, that's so pretty.
You must put fancy things in here. Okay?
I have just the makeup collection for it.
Huh? Good.
I have just the makeup for it.
Perfect. We will send this to you. All right, who's next? Denise? Denise McCoy? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, how are you? What was your big insight?
My biggest insight came from Coach Stormy, and she stressed the importance of making sure we remember that it's about people and not about the numbers. So that was a very huge takeaway for me, not just seeing people as a paycheck, but seeing them as people and someone that you can partner with and align with and help each other to get to that level of success that you desire. So that was my takeaway.
That's what great leaders do. I agree. Give her a round of applause, Denise. And stay there, Denise. I'm going to give you a gift. I'm going to give you this. Just some perfume, Sun Song perfume from Louis Vuitton. When you put it on, that's going to be a reminder that it's all about the people. So we'll send that out to you. All right, who's next? Thank you, Denise. We got Hannah. You're looking glamorous, Hannah. In the bunk bed room. I see the bunk beds behind you. That's awesome. So what was your big takeaway, Hannah?
My biggest takeaway is just from overall, from everybody. I have had my boys in private education because I'm a teacher and I've always worked in the school that they've gone to. but I'm moving on and up and out. Just went through a divorce this year, and he's not helping pay for them to continue in their school. So I decided after yesterday that I'm going to find the money and I'm sending them there myself.
Good for you. Take charge. Don't wait for somebody else to do something you can do. Good for you. Really proud of you. And I've got a gift for you too. I don't really know what this is, but it comes in this box. So we'll find out together what it is. I think this is. Oh, it's like Louis Vuitton head AirPods. Louis Vuitton AirPods. So you can see.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll send those out to you.
All right.
All right, congratulations, Hannah. Let's go to our last one. And we got Sarah Carrero. How you doing, Sarah?
I am super excited.
I'm so glad. Give us your big takeaway.
All right, so I kind of had two. My first one was I struggle with dreaming really, really big. And I think it's because then I get this little guilt of if I'm dreaming so big, I feel like I'll not be grateful for what I have. But I know that's not true. So I can still be grateful for where I'm at, the life I've had, and still want more. And that ties into what Elena Cardone said was, I need to stop living beneath my potential because I know that I've only shown myself in the world like a little tiny bit of what I'm capable of doing.
I love that. Stop living beneath your potential. How many are also ready to stop living underneath their potential? Good. So here's what we're going to do to remind you to not stop living underneath your potential. We're going to send you this just for fun. Does that be okay? Would that be all right? All right, we're going to mail that out to you. We got a lot of swag to give away today, courses and everything else. But these four, we're going to send them out. And thank you all for sharing. For everyone else, there's going to be lots more chances to win today. For everybody else, put into the comments one key thing. Share with the world one key thing that you've received already that's going to change your life. Put that into the comments, okay? All right. There was a lot of questions over what we talked about yesterday. So to answer some of those questions, I'm going to bring out my bride, Marina Worry. Welcome her out.
So happy to see your faces. So exciting. I feel like, over the last 2 days, we already became family, It's like I already recognized the faces, and I had just literally 5 minutes yesterday. I was like, let me see what's happening on social. So I jumped on Instagram, and I recognized a lot of your faces again. So this is so much fun. So I know that yesterday, people were, or even today, asking some questions about the program that we launched, the Most Powerful Women Breakthrough Experience. So I wanted to tackle some of those. And one of the first questions was how the program works, right? Because we had a lot of information yesterday, but we didn't really get a chance to let you know all the little details. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, we're gonna kick off today, right at lunch. We're going to start the program, but the official training will start on June 1st. So it's going to be 8 weeks program, 8-week experience that we're going to be working on twice a week. So on Mondays, right now we have the time that it's scheduled 9:30 a.m. Pacific. So 9:30 a.m. Pacific. We're gonna start on June 1st, and it's Tuesday, so don't get confused. I just didn't want to lose another week. And then after that, it's gonna be every Monday and Friday. So for everybody, if you're international, don't worry about it, because first of all, we're gonna record this. And also, we started on purpose earlier. So all of you guys from Australia and Europe and everywhere, unfortunately, I cannot fit every single time zone in just one slot. It just doesn't work. But we're starting here in the United States earlier, so you guys in Europe and Australia have a little bit of a kind of like, window that works for everybody. But like I said, if you cannot make it live, don't worry about it. We will record the program so you can watch it later when you wake up or, before you go to bed. So that's one thing. So every Monday, we're going to have all my amazing presenters and instructors leading the week. So we will be giving you assignments. We will be doing, they will be doing their training. If you have any questions, we will give you the opportunity. You can either, we will be either answering them on Friday, but I'm going to be inside of that Facebook group pretty often. So I'll be answering those questions during that entire week as well on those lives. But also, if for some reason you have to miss that session and you cannot be present live, but you still want your question answered, you just submit the question and we will answer it in that on that Friday and throughout the entire week on Facebook. So don't worry about your questions. We will handle them all. And we will make sure that my goal is not just like, oh, this is not another course. You just go and watch the videos and forget about it. I just want to make sure that you have the breakthrough. That's my goal. My goal with this event was to help you, have those aha moments throughout the weekend, throughout the all 3 days, so you can come out of this more strong, more confident, more powerful, more equipped with, different things that are going to help you to take your business to the next level. So, like I said, the times of the program going to be 9:30 a.m. Pacific on Mondays, and we're going to do 10 a.m. Pacific on Fridays. So these are the times, because I know you ask guys and you will worry about it, and I just wanted to make sure that we cover as many of you as possible. So I know some questions were about Spanish, because we're translating this event into Spanish, and we're going to translate the program if we have enough of people buying the program, because as you know, it costs a lot of money to have the live translators every day, not every day, but twice a week for 8 weeks. And it doesn't end there. We need to make sure that we have translators for the Facebook Lives, and we have translators for the emails, so it adds up. So we just need to make sure that we have enough people submitting and buying the program in Spanish so we can afford to translate it, all right? So some of the questions were also about mindset. Yeah, it's all good. You guys are talking about mindset, whatever, but I really want some tactical skills. And here's the truth. Remember at the beginning of this program, I told you, majority of us, we know what we should be doing, but we're only doing so much. And there is that gap. And there is that gap that we do not know how to close. I put all of these amazing speakers and presenters throughout this weekend to help you close this gap. But we're also going to be working throughout the breakthrough 8-week program to help you to close that gap, because guess what? I understand you're thinking that, you really need the skills. You really need to know how to talk to people. But guess what? With you leading with the numbers, with you leading with, oh, I have this fancy ingredient in my product, or my service does this and that. Remember, people do not join companies, or they do not join products. They join people. You need to be the person that they can like and trust. And one of the biggest questions that goes through people's mind is, can I make money with you? Can you help me improve my life? You do not answer those questions with the numbers and ingredients. Those questions are handled here. So I know you all kind of like excited about it. It's like, yeah, but give me the strategy, give me the tactics. I'm telling you, every successful person understands that in anything you're doing in your life, your personal life, your business life, you want to build an empire, 80% is going to be here in your head, is going to be mindset, and only 20% going to be skills. Only 20% are skills. The rest of the mindset. So my goal is to help you overcome that fear of talking to people. My goal is to help you, have those breakthrough moments when you don't have to be petrified. Oh, should I do live? Can I pick up that phone? How do I follow up? What if they say boo? What if they no? All of those things, like I said, yes, understanding the skills is important. And if you read the GoPro book, you've seen those skills are not that, they're not rocket science. If you were studying it in college, it would have been like 1 or 2 semesters. That would be it. You don't need 10 years to learn those skills. And even to all of that, you've seen what my girls did yesterday. They decided they're going to put the one-day badass mastermind, and they're going to teach you the skills. You're going to be learning the skills from the best of the best in this profession. How exciting is that? On one side, yes, big round of applause for my rock star girls. So all these amazing, powerful ladies will be teaching you exactly how they build a business, exactly the strategies and tactics that you need to build a successful career inside of network marketing. You've seen those amazing women on stage yesterday. They make a lot of money, and they made a lot of mistakes to begin with, and they had some failures, and they had some rejections, and they had obstacles in their life, but they figured out how to make it happen. So they will give you all kind of like specific nuggets how to help you with the strategy and tactics and the skills, take a business to the next level. But also, Elena Cardone will be teaching you an amazing course on Mastermind that her and I will be doing together, is how to build an empire. That's a big deal, and they even throw the social media workshop. Come on, how much more do you need? Just the price of those 3 bonuses that we just came up with yesterday, it's worth the whole price of admission and more. The value that you're going to be getting from all of those instructors is just unbelievable. How many of you, raise your hand, how many of you had a breakthrough or at least one aha moment this entire event? Just one. And keep holding your hand if you had multiple of those. Keep holding your hand if you had multiple breakthroughs and ahas and amazing moments throughout this weekend that was already life-changing. See those hands? So just imagine what we can do if we spend 8 weeks. You're going to be a different person. Your life is going to be totally different. You will be able to tackle, any obstacle that comes in your way. And you know what some of the people were saying is like, oh, but what if I'm just getting started? What if I'm new? You know what? If I had some program or some course or some event or something like that 8 weeks breakthrough experience when I was getting started, man, I would go so much faster. I would be so much farther down the success road than I was. And when I had to figure out it all on my own, when you heard, I think somebody yesterday on a panel said, I think Jessie Lee said, you do not know what you do not know. And for a long time, I did not understand that saying. But once I started having coaches in my life, and once they started bringing different insight into my life that I did not even know exist, that I did not even know I need to prepare or look for, that's when I realized oh, now I understand what that means. You do not know what you do not know. And the people who already ahead of you down that road, they know what you do not know, and they can help you, and they can guide you through that process. So it does not matter if you're just getting started, if you're making $6,000 a month or $60,000 a month. This whole program can help you take things to the next level, and whatever that level is for you. You know, if you're just getting started and you want to make $1,000 a month, that program will help you do that. If you're just making $6,000 and you're thinking like, oh, you know, I want to make 50 or 60 or 100, that program will help you to do that too. And if you think, you know, the worst thing that we human do sometimes to ourselves is we think we know all the answers. You know, the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. And every single time, I'm petrified if I'm the smartest person in the room. I do not necessarily want to be in that room because the law of average, nobody changed. If you do not know the law of average, it doesn't mean that it's not going to work on you. The law of average means that you're the average of 5 people you're spending most of your time with. And if you think about that 5 people, just right now, think in your head real quick, who are the 5 people? Who are the 5 people you're spending most of your time with? What is their average income? And you look at your average income. And here's your answer. And you will understand why you're making as much as you're making. Because you're reading what they're reading, you're watching what they're watching, you're talking like they're talking, you participate or don't participate in things just like they do, so you become that average. So what needs to happen in order for you to grow? Your average needs to change. I always want to be the dumbest person in the room possible. I want to be the bottom of my 5. Why? Because that 5 gonna pull me up. And if I'm at the top, and trust me, it feeds your ego. You feel so good. You know, I'm the baddest. I'm the smartest in the room. But guess what happens? That average pulls you down. So now you stop being the smartest person in the room. They are the ones who are telling you, you need to slow down, you're working so much. Come on, how much enough is enough? You're gonna invest in you? Are you crazy? You're gonna pay money to invest in you? You know, we women, we're so good. We're so good at taking care of everybody. We buy things for everybody. We take care of our families. We take care of our kids. We take care of our households. But who's the last person we're taking care of? Us. Us. This woman is left behind because she's getting the crumbles of what is left over from taking care of everybody else. But guess how much you can give and give and give and give without receiving back, without filling up your cup. How much you can pour into your family, how much you can pour into your kids, how much you can pour into your team if there is nothing there. You can't pour too much. That's why my goal is to fill your cup around throughout those 8 weeks to the brim, that it spills over, that you can pour in everybody around you. Because my goal for you to come out of this such a confident and powerful woman who knows what she wants to do, who has her amazing, vision board created, and not just created and hung on the wall that you don't know what to do with it and how to achieve it. I want you to have that vision board and believe, first of all, you can make it happen. But the most importantly, you deserve this. You deserve to make your dream life come true. You deserve to live a better future. If whatever you've been doing right now, and some of the people were asking like, well, I don't have enough money, it's like, it's so expensive. Listen, I told you yesterday, money is not everything. Time is. Time. How much time you want to waste to start living your ideal life? Tomorrow is not guaranteed to either one of us. We have today, and we don't even know when that today may end. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. If you're waiting that one day, someday, I'm going to start living. One day, someday, I'm going to go on that vacation. One day, someday. Someday is not a business plan. You can always get more money.
but you will never get more time. And this program is designed to help you make more money so you can buy your time back. So you can buy your time back. I want to put you in that time machine. I want to pour into you with all of my amazing friends. I mean, it's like, did you see the lineup? And by the way, one thing that you guys haven't heard, I was talking to Jamie Kern-Lima yesterday behind the stage, and she's like, Marina, I love so much what you're doing. You've built such an amazing community, and I want to contribute as well. So Jamie Kern-Lima going to be coming onto that 8-week program as well and pouring into you. How awesome is that? She doesn't have to do that. She's a billionaire. She's a billionaire, a woman with the B, self-made billionaire. Do you think she can teach you a thing or two? I cannot wait to sit with my notepad and take every single word that she will be saying, because this woman is way ahead down the road for me, and I would pay any amount of money to spend more time with people like Jamie, because she knows how to build a business, she knows how to build a bigger team, she knows how to make a bigger impact. I want to be like her. I want to spend as much time as I possibly can with people like that. You know, you all need to realize that money is just a piece of paper. And I remember I told you, I do not want you to live by the price tag. I do not want you to live by the price tag. You're worth so much more. You're deserving so much more. So if right now you're thinking that $3,000 is a lot, we even give you a payment plan and different options and opportunities how you can kind of like extend your payment. I mean, if that's right now a lot, first of all, that means that whatever you've been doing prior is not working. Because $3,000 is not a lot. It's not. I understand it's a big amount of money for a lot of people. But that means that we need to teach you and help you to understand and learn how you can make more. So 3,000 is no longer a question for you. So your future is not defined by that price tag. You know? And like I said, I really want to have today a big kickoff day, because I'm going to have some of my amazing trainers and coaches popping into that lunch. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to kick off the program. So like Marie said, you know, everything in life is figure-outable. And if that price tag is a little too much for you, figure it out. If you're uncomfortable, good. That means that you're going to treat it seriously. You know, that means that you're ready for the transformation and you're ready to do more. All right, so I love you guys, and I cannot wait to see you at the lunch if you already participated. And if you still have any questions, go on the dashboard. Go into the dashboard right now. Click the button with the questions so my team can answer. And if you're ready to go, make sure you sign up so I can see your faces at lunch and so we can kick off strong. All right, I'll see you in a bit.
All right. So our first trainer of the day is actually a relative of mine. Many people don't know. She's my cousin, and she's been involved in network marketing for quite some time, good portion of her life. But just in the last 3 years, she found a way to break free and totally go to the top. So raise your hands if you've been involved in network marketing more than 5 years. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. All right, a lot of you. And raise your hands if you feel like, when am I going to have my breakthrough? I've been doing this for 5 years. What's going on? I see the hands are a little bit bigger. Yes? Well, Sarah's a great example and role model. And she's earned, this last year, she earned her way into the $1 Million Hall of Fame. Her organization is exploding around the world, and she's going to share some of her secrets to success with you. So please welcome to the stage, Sarah Zalecki.
It is so good to see everybody, all your faces. Oh my gosh. Well, you guys, I am so honored to be here today. And oh my goodness, I love seeing all of you. And you know, what an honor. I mean, the fact that Eric and Marina asked me to share a little bit about my story, it's so humbling. And I'll tell you, it's a little bit emotional because there's some stories I'm going to share today that I've never, ever, ever shared. And you know, I do have to share a funny story. I was actually flying from Minneapolis to here, and for some crazy reason, I decided to actually read my notes in the airport of the bathroom, or the bathroom airport. And I left my notes there. So for the last 3 days, I haven't had notes, and I was panicking. And matter of fact, I even went into the hotel and went to the business center and tried to print notes, and the printer wasn't working, and it was jammed up. And I even went to concierge, and they couldn't pull the attachment, and they couldn't print it. And the evening of the first day here, I was taking a shower, and I was letting the water just run all over me. And God whispered to me, and he said, "They don't want your head. They want your heart." So guess what? I'm going to give you my heart today. You guys ready? Okay. So my story is a really simple story. I grew up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. When I was 2 years old, my biological mom actually passed away. She had a brain aneurysm. And my sister was 2 weeks old. And my dad is my hero. Oh my goodness, my dad had 2 little kids at the age of 27, 2 years old and 2 weeks old. And I love you, Dad, if you're watching. And he married an incredible woman and had a few other children. And I will tell you, though, over the years, I still kind of had this feeling of not good enough. Like, my mom left so early. Like, I don't really understand why did all this happen in my life. And I really struggled with that. And as I grew up and as I was going to school, I started, you know, going like auditioning for different things, right, in school, whether it be for dance teams or sports teams or what have you. And I was a girl that, like, never made it, right? Any of you guys ever experienced that? Like, I never made it. I always got the cut. Like, I never had a chance to participate on different teams. I never had the opportunity to do it. So this whole, like, just debilitating, like, limiting belief of, like, I wasn't good enough was so real in my life. Like, it was so real. I lived it every single day. And matter of fact, like, I mean, I know some of you guys had a chance to experience this, but, like, I never got asked to homecoming. I never got asked to prom. Like, some of you guys, you've experienced prom. I don't even know what that was like. I wasn't the girl that got to do any of that. So my whole life was this just underlying, not good enough, not good enough, not good enough, not good enough. And so for a long time, guess what I did? I quit trying to do things because I was so worried about, like, what if I didn't make it, right? And, you know, right before I got introduced to network marketing, I was working as a nanny. And, you know, working as a nanny, I loved it. But I will tell you what, I was living somebody else's life. I was driving somebody else's car. I was living in somebody else's house, right? And I didn't have my own life. And then all of a sudden, network marketing popped into my life, and I was like, I like this. I like this. Like, for the first time in my life, like, I could actually own it. Like, I actually could create and design my own life. And I'll tell you guys, I mean, like Eric talked about, I definitely went through the school of hard knocks. Oh my gosh. I don't know if it's because I'm so stubborn that I wasn't willing to quit. Anybody else stubborn? I was like, I'm going to figure this out if it kills me, right? And it almost did. And because I wanted this business so badly to work for me. And I remember going to actually my very first event. Oh my gosh, it cost me $800 to go to the event. It cost me $500 plane ticket. It cost me a hotel. It cost me all these different things to go there. I was 21 years old. I knew nobody. I was sitting in a room of 6,000 people. I was at the very, very tippy top. I was taking notes on stuff that I didn't understand any of it. It was like Japanese to me. But I was like, you know what? One day I'm going to figure this out. And I'll tell you, I'll never forget the moment someone said something. I don't even know exactly what the defining moment was at that event, but I just started crying. I started weeping, and I was like, Sarah, what is wrong with you? But guess what I knew? I knew that my life was never, ever going to be the same because of network marketing. Now, fast forward 5 years, I went through a lot of struggle. Some of you guys heard me talk about it yesterday. It took me 5 years to recruit someone in this business. So, if some of you guys are watching and you're like, man, I just want to get one person. How many of you guys know what I'm talking about, right? These people talk about these ginormous teams and all these great things, and you're like, I just want one, right? I just want one. But, and so it took me a while, but this is the reason why, is that I didn't have courage when it came to building my business. And what I mean by that is this: if you guys look up the definition of courage, it means, if you look up core, right, it means heart. And it has to do with I wasn't willing to tell my whole story wholeheartedly. I wasn't willing to create my story wholeheartedly. I wasn't willing to put everything in, right? Because for so long it was Sarah not good enough. That was my middle name. So for a long time, I was like, oh my gosh, the reason that my business wasn't working, it wasn't because I didn't know how to invite. It wasn't because I, didn't know how to do follow-up. It wasn't because I didn't know how to talk to people. It's because I wasn't willing at the time to put my whole entire heart into the business. Right? And some of you guys can relate to that. I had to learn how to have the courage to be imperfect. Some of you guys need to hear that today. You need to have the courage to be imperfect. And it takes courage to do that, right? Because it's so easy for us to see what everybody else is doing and feel like we got to keep up with everybody else. And we're like, man, what's wrong with me? Right? I feel like for a long time, I should have wore a t-shirt at Network Marketing that said, what's wrong with me? Anybody else relate, right? I was like, what is wrong with me? But it was the courage, right, that I was missing, the courage, the wholeheartedness, the fully stepping in and being vulnerable, right, in this business. It was such a big thing. And I learned how to do one thing: fall in love with becoming me. Fall in love with the becoming, right? I learned how to fall in love with the process. I learned how to get rid of chasing the results. I just fell in love with every day, like I shared last night, every day. Are we getting better, right? If the answer is yes, then you know what? Then we're doing a great job. And I just think it's so important. And I will tell you too, guys, how many of us agree that we all kind of have our own mess, right? How many of us agree, right? Right? We all have our own mess. And for some silly reason, I felt that the mess that I had actually was disqualifying me from success. That's what I actually thought. And then guess what? Guess what God actually told me? You know what he told me? He said, Sarah, you know what? It's different. He goes, do you know what I'm doing with your mess? I'm repurposing your mess. I'm repurposing your mess. And you know what it's becoming? It's becoming this great vision that I'm giving you. And guess what? Being here today, guess what? That's part of the vision. That's part of the vision. So understand, for those of you that have this mess, understand it's all getting repurposed for this incredible vision of your life. Isn't that freeing to hear that? Isn't that something that makes you just go, oh my gosh, that feels so good, right? Now, it was awesome for me because I will tell you, I actually met my incredible husband, Tony, who I know is watching, and our kids, hi everybody, at a network marketing event, right? So for those of you that are single, any single ladies in the house, there's hope, oh yeah. Oh. Right? There's how I met him. I wasn't looking for a guy. I was just trying to figure out my mess still and going through it all. And all of a sudden this, tall drink of water walked in. I was like, who are you, right? And what was so cool is that, we've almost been, celebrating almost 17 years of being married. But what's so cool, guys, is that, our whole story of, just evolving in this business has just been so incredible to do together. And, when we first got married, we were excited. We wanted to start having kids. We were 33 years old, and we both were 33. And we were so excited to have kids. And I'll tell you that part, that journey inside of network marketing was really hard. I mean, we tried having children for 8 years. I actually had 5 miscarriages. So any of you guys that have had miscarriages, it's rough, right? It's rough. And my kids are total miracle babies. And, when I first had my son. It was an amazing experience, and had a couple miscarriages after that. And at the time that we found out that we were having our second, which is our daughter Ava, it was about 12 weeks into the pregnancy. And they had given me a call, and they had said, hey, do you want to find out, the sex of your baby? I said, yes. And they said, oh, you know what, you're having a girl. And I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh, this feels amazing. And then in the next breath, they said, you know what, but we need to let you know something. We need to let you know that she's actually missing a chromosome. And so that call, I don't know if you guys have ever experienced a call where you're on a high, and then in the next breath, you're in a low. Like that was what happened for me. And I was like, well, what does that actually mean? And they gave me this list of all these things, and it says basically it means that your daughter has what we call Turner syndrome. And I said, okay, well, that's, let's get through it. What can we do? And they said, well, basically what it means is that she potentially is going to have heart defects. She's going to be infertility. She's going to be short in stature. I said, that's okay. I'm already short, right? They talked about web feet and web neck and like all kinds of these things, right? And I'll never forget, the lady sat down was talking with us and going through all this information. And she said, so what do you want to do? And I said, well, what do you mean, what do I want to do? Like, we're going to have this baby. Like, we're going to get through this, and we're going to work through it, and this is what we're going to do. And I'll never forget those 8 months, because the one thing that Tony and I are huge believers in is we're believers in faith. And we knew that you couldn't have faith and you couldn't have doubt at the same time. You have one or the other. You guys know that? You have faith, and it can't be at the same time. It's one or the other. And we chose to do the faith. And we knew that all that faith, we didn't have to have ginormous faith. We just needed to have a little bit of faith, right? What do they say? Faith of a mustard seed. You guys know how small that is? It's teeny tiny. And so for the next 8 months, I decided, you know what? I'm just going to push through. We're just going to push through, and we're just going to keep on going. We're going to keep living life, and we're not going to breathe any of that stuff into existence. We're just going to do it. And about 37 weeks in, our doctor calls us in, and he is a specialist for Turner syndrome for, over 30 years. And he sits down with us, and he says, guys, I called you in here because there's only been one other time in my entire career with being a doctor that I think your baby it's a false positive. And I was like, well, what does that mean? And he says, well, basically, when your baby is born, we're going to see if she actually has Turner syndrome. And he said, what's so unique about your case is that he goes, I haven't experienced this in 26 years. And so obviously our daughter, Ava, was born. I'll show you guys a picture of her. This is her. And she's amazing. And so she was born, and she doesn't have Turner syndrome, you guys. She's actually a case study at the University of Minnesota. But I will tell you something. We named her Ava. You know why? Because it means life. It means life. Do you know what Ava taught me? Ava taught me about how to live my life and have have reverence for life. Do you guys know what it means to have reverence for life? It means every single day you cherish, every single moment you cherish, right? So people ask me all the time, man, Sarah, you're so passionate. I'm like, yeah, because you know what? I have urgency in my life. Every single one of us, we should have urgency in everything that we do, right? Every day, all day. And I'm just so grateful that, this lesson taught me so many incredible things, right, about the business. It taught me about having resiliency and keep pushing through, right? Even when you get, when things might, go crazy, or you might have this type of, change that happens, right? And it's just that having that fortitude, right? That mental fortitude. And here's what I want you guys to know. Think about this, okay? And I don't want to get too spiritual on you guys, but I want you guys to hear this. Listen, if God changed my baby's DNA, what's not possible? What's not possible, right? Everything is possible. It taught me to whatever happens, right? I love how Marina talks about why not me, right? Why not you, right? The things, the dreams that you have and the things that fill you up in your life, right? Those are the things that God gave you. It doesn't mean they're gonna, be there to just sit. Right? They're dreams that are supposed to come to fruition, right? We just have to let it. So I want to actually end on this, guys. is, I had the opportunity to actually travel to Cancun, Mexico. And I was actually there on a company trip. And it was amazing. We actually did a service trip. And we actually went to an orphanage. And this orphanage, oh my goodness, it was amazing. It was all girls that were there. And all the girls were little. Like, I'm talking like 6 to 9 to 10 years old. And they were either there because they were high risk of being a high risk of sex trafficking or had been sex trafficked. And so we walked into this amazing just community. And I remember walking in there. And there was this little girl, and she was about 6 years old, missing a couple teeth. She was so cute. And she followed me everywhere. She was like stuck to me like Velcro, right? Like my Siamese twin. And she followed me everywhere. We painted the place. We put new mattresses in there. I helped her put new sheets on her bed, right? But here's the thing. We didn't speak the same language, right? We didn't speak any language, but we were so connected. And I remember leaving that trip. And matter of fact, I wanted to adopt her. I tried, and I couldn't do adoption, but I would have snatched her up in a heartbeat. Oh my gosh! But I remember getting home, and there was weeks that went by, and I remember telling my husband, I'm like, I cannot get this girl off my mind. Like, I can't get her off my mind. It's crazy. And I don't know why. And I kept thinking about her and thinking about her and thinking about her. And I love meanings of names. Does anybody else love meanings of names? Right? You meet someone and you're like, what does your name mean? Right? Oh my gosh, what's your name mean? So her name was actually Sadie, right? But in Spanish, they spell it S-E-I-D-Y, right? So I actually Googled and went on the internet, tried to find out the meaning of her name, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And so then I thought, well, gosh, what if I look up the American version of Sadie? And so I looked it up. And I don't know if you guys have ever had those moments that gets really fuzzy around you, gets really surreal, right? Some of you guys are nodding your head, and it's like that you're just kind of like, what is happening right now? And I remember looking down at my phone, and I remember looking down at my phone, and I remember looking down at my phone, and you know what it said? The meaning of Sadie is the nickname for Sarah. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And you know what that showed me? Every single one of us, we are connected. We are connected, right? We're connected. Isn't that an awesome picture of us, guys? This is like it is so like, oh, heart touching to me. But it just reminds me that guess what? We all get discouraged. We all go through the bumps of this business. We all have people that tell us no or ridicule us, or people that actually join our team and don't go to work, or people that join our team and they do great things and then they quit the business. Like, we all go through that, right? And that's called life. And just know, like, every single speaker that you've heard of the last 3 days, right? We're just like you. We're just like you. So just understand, like, this, I think for me, just really understanding that we're all connected in a much bigger way. This event that has been put on, that's been so incredible, that Marina has designed and created, right? Oh my gosh, thank you, Marina. But it's designed for a bigger purpose, guys. It's not about, hey, let's go out and recruit a bunch of people. You guys know that, right? I mean, it's about, like, being part of something that's way bigger than every single one of us on here today. And I want to leave you with this, okay? Because some of you guys heard me share a GoPro when Eric had asked. He said, why did you do this business? And you know what? My answer was really simple. My answer was, I wanted to be somebody. I wanted to be somebody. So as Eric likes to do, he likes to give assignments, right? How many of you likes to give assignments, right? So I want to give you guys an assignment today, okay? Your assignment is be somebody that everybody, oh my gosh, I just forgot my line. I can't even believe it. Be somebody that makes everybody feel like a somebody. I love you guys.
Keep waiting for an
you know, this is the women's event, right? And only women are speaking on stage, so I even had to kind of like kick Eric out into more of an MC role. And I love when he does a little bit of a training. I know he misses that, and he's trying to pour into you as much as he can with the little bit of a time that I gave him. But there is another man that I want to actually make exception for today and bring on this stage. Some of you have seen him last night. He brought Kate Hawk with me. Wasn't her session amazing last night? It was so powerful. It was so transformational. I've seen tears and tears and tears all over the screens. So Pete played a huge role in the last year or so to help me get comfortable on stage, because that's what he does, you know. He kind of like, he knows how to get into my head, to put me into my space so I can contribute, so I can speak from my heart. And Lisa Nichols did the same thing. She told me, you know, that's how you become memorable. Yes, you can have your notes. Yes, you can have your slides. But when you speak from your heart, that's when people can relate. That's when people can actually hear you. So Pete did a great job. Lisa did a great job. Tony Robbins did a great job helping me to frame my head in the right space. But throughout the last year, Pete became a great friend and you know, a mentor and coach of mine as well. So, and I know he has a very powerful story that he wants to share with you guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my friend, your friend, Pete Vargas.
Hey, give it up for Marina Worry. Give it up for Marina Worry. Give it up for Marina. Nothing can break me down. How's everybody doing? You guys doing well? You doing well? Hey, I am so, I've been blown away. My wife is actually in the house with me, and she's just talked about all of these amazing people who've been on stage and this amazing lineup that Marina and Eric put together, and I'm just blown away by what they've created. So in the chat, will you do me a favor? I don't know if you realize this, but they spent millions of dollars to put this on for you, to fight for you. And would you give them some love in the chat? I want them to see that backstage right now. Will you give them love in the chat and give them some appreciation? Give them some appreciation in the chat. Let them see it, like make it meaningful. Yeah. So this is what I want to do. I was with Marina, and I shared with about 15 of the speakers this story. And as I shared the story, not only were the speakers moved by it, but Marina was moved by it. And she said, Pete, you have to share that on stage. And I'm like, yeah, that means like Eric is like the MC. That will make me the only male on the stage. And she's like, that's fine, because that story really moved me. And so today, for the next 20 minutes, the title of this talk, and it's something that I have never done, it's called, Will You Fight for Your Baby? Will you fight for your baby? You see, there is 175,000 people from across the world that are registered for this. And there are many of you here today still on day 3 because you're fighting for something. You're fighting for something that means something to you. You're here because you want to become a powerful woman in network marketing. Or you're a really smart guy who wants to become a powerful man in network marketing. And here's what I want you to know today. And it's really, really important. Before you came here to fight for yourself, Marina Worry was fighting for you on Christmas Eve. She was fighting for you on Christmas Eve before you even knew it. You see, last year I had the opportunity to go spend some time with the Warriors. I asked my wife for permission. I said, man, we just pulled off the most amazing event with GoPro. I got to be a partner with them in them, help them with it, design it. And we said, we got to get together because we've got to plan 2021 so we can have an impact on this profession. And these two are making an impact on this profession greater than anybody. And so I asked my wife for permission to fly out on Christmas Eve morning. I told her I'd be home shortly after lunch. She gave me my blessing. She said, 100% I want you to. And I sat there. And let me tell you the decision that was made that morning. Eric and Marina and I are sitting around the table, and I want you to picture this because I want you to picture you on Marina's heart. And us three are sitting there, and we're having the conversation, and we're talking about GoPro in December. Who's been to GoPro before? If you have, say yes. If you haven't, say no. Yes or no? Yes or no in the chat. No. Wow. Lots of no's to start. Okay. No. Well, listen, we were talking about how history was made with GoPro in December 2020. And Eric was beginning to dream. He is a visionary with you on his heart too. And he said, we're going to have hundreds of thousands of people who are going to pay to be a part of GoPro in 2021. It's going to be the most transformational event that takes place ever in the history of our profession. And we're sitting there at the table, and we start talking about most powerful women. And like, how are we going to do that? And how is it going to fit into the equation? Like, how do we make that happen? And we went back and forth. The three of us went back and forth, and we're like, maybe we do it in May, maybe we don't. And I need you to get inside the minds of Marina and Eric. I need you to see backstage what you can't see front stage. The conversation began to be had to say, like, we don't want to promote two events. Like, we don't want to be in promotion mode. We want to be in impact mode. So, like, we might not be able to do two events, and we can't do this. Like, it's not possible. And Eric and I are looking at each other thinking, this isn't possible. We can't do this and GoPro. It's the two guys at the table that were thinking small. And I look at Marina, Aaron, DeShanta, Donna, Dr. Natalie. I look at Marina, and you were on her heart, Nyla, Geraldine. Marina is weeping, and she's crying on the other side of the table. And Eric and I kind of look at each other, and we don't necessarily know what to do, and we don't know what to say. And so we simply ask a question. What's bringing up that emotion? And she said, I created this event to transform women's lives in the same way my life was transformed. I created this 7 years ago because I wanted to make a difference in the lives of women. And it's like we're taking my baby away. What I need you to see today is you were on her heart. You. Yeah. And so we stood there and we had conversations, and she began to fight to say, no, I want to do this now. How can we make it happen? Like, what do we need to do to make it happen? And we began to have conversations. And the crazy idea came up to say, cool, then this is what I'm willing to do. I'm willing this year to make this event free because of what's going on in our world. I want to make sure that we don't get rid of it. Yeah, give her some love for that. This is her fighting. She's like, what if we did it free? And Eric and I, like, okay, what does that look like? How can we make that happen? You have two guys over there, like, we were thinking maybe a little small, and you have Marina over here thinking really big. She has you on her heart, and we're thinking, okay, yeah, we can do that. Like, this is unprecedented times. We have never, we can't do 2 promotions. Okay, cool. We'll make this one free. And today, what I want you to know is if Marina Worry had not fought for her baby at that table on Christmas Eve, 170,000 women would not have had the experience they've had the last 2 days and today. I think she deserves so much freaking love in the chat. Give her some love. Give her some love. Give it up for Marina Worry. Yeah. So there's something in this today. I'm going to help you understand 3 things. I reflected on this the last week when Marina said, will you please, Eric, we wanted me to share this story because it was moving out on Christmas Eve. It was really moving. But I reflected and I asked myself the question, what was it? What was it that had Marina fight for your win? Write that down. She fought for your win. Not her win. You realize a free event isn't her win, that's your win. Write that in the comments. Marina fought for my win. Marina fought for my win. That's what she did. She fought for my win, Sonia, Jacqueline, Becky, Mary, Markia, Lisa. She fought for your win. And now all of those names I just named are all part of the Most Powerful Women 8-week transformational experience. But if you can understand from my perspective what WIN stands for, then and only then will you be able to fight for your own wins. Because she stood in the gap and she said, I'm going to fight for you even when you might not be willing to fight for yourself. I'm going to fight for your win. And as I reflected, there were 3 things that I want to talk about in the next 10 minutes. 3 things that she did so powerfully for you, and you didn't even know it. The W in WIN stands for what is your why? Why does your why matter? Ask yourself the question right now. Your network marketing business. That's the baby we're talking about today. That's what would have you stay here for 3 days in a row. And my question to you is, why does your why matter to you? Why does your why matter to you? For Marina, I didn't have this conversation with her. Her why mattered to her. You were her why. And she knew where she was a decade ago. And her and Eric and I talked about where she is today. And the Marina that was a decade ago and the Marina that it is today is what she wants to give back as a gift to women with this event in the profession. That was her why. That why mattered to her. You have to have an understanding not just of your why. Know your why. Yeah, I kind of believe that, but it's incomplete. Sorry, Simon, it's incomplete. Knowing your why isn't enough. Understanding why your why matters to you And as my good friend Dean Graziosi has taught me, don't just ask myself the question one time, why does this matter to me? Go deep 7 times on your why. And if you will go deep 7 times, keep asking the question, why does this matter to me? Because I want to make money. Why does making money matter to me? Because I want to change my life. Why does changing my life matter to me? Because I want to change the legacy of my family. Why does changing the legacy of my family matter to me? Because I want to be able to put my family in a position that nobody has ever been put on in any legacy or any generation before. You gotta break through the surface today. Don't just ask yourself the why. Ask yourself why your why matters to you. Marina sat at that table and she knew why that why mattered to her. She knew why you mattered to her. Because it was her former self of who she was. And she knew that what she could do in these 3 events is help you take the steps needed to become who you want to be. The I is invest. Invest. Do you realize Marina, all of you, do you realize Marina made a decision to invest into you without expecting any investment in return? Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars she chose to invest into this room, into running this studio. I mean, when she found out, Kate Hudson and Gwyneth Paltrow were available, and she knew what Gwyneth and Kate could do, and today, here in a little bit, you're going to be hearing from Gwyneth. When she found out that investment, she didn't bat an eye. I know because I had the conversation with her. She said, sign the contract. My women need to hear them. When firing up this studio, she didn't bat an eye. She said, no, let's go. When we had to go online and do marketing to reach people who have never been in our world, who is this? Is it your first experience with Marina and Eric? If it's your first, put first in the chat. First in the chat. Galena, I see you. First in the chat. This is your first experience with us. Give it up for all of them. Wow. Wow. Yolanda, do you get that? Do you get that she made the investment? Do you think Facebook and YouTube and all those platforms let us talk about an event for free? No, they charge us. The studio, the speakers, the talent, the marketing, the staff, the time. You want to know how you can fight for your win? Don't just know your why, but invest in yourself. And more importantly, invest in others. Marina invested in you before you ever had to make any type of investment into not her, but into a program that could be transformational for your life. Tammy, Sarah, Little, Manisha, all in room 4, Wendy, Qualjian, Promise, Stacy. You've made a decision, and we don't need to bring them up, but you made a decision to invest into a program. And what I want you to know, she made the investment into you first by giving you this experience. The wealthiest people with the wealthiest mindsets understand the importance of investing in others. And Marina Worre has been a demonstration of that. And the third thing, this is my favorite one. This is my favorite one. She did not accept no as an answer. No did not get in her way. When Eric and I, we didn't necessarily, I don't want to paint us two as the villains, because we're not the villains. But we're kind of like, no, we'll just focus on GoPro. And Marina did not let no get in the way. She didn't let no get in the way. If she would have taken a no easily, you wouldn't be here today. And I got to tell you, Eric and I we might have pushed back and we asked questions because the heart of it all was making sure that the greatest impact could be had on y'all at that Christmas Eve time. Marina Worry does not take no for an answer. You can't build a studio in 70 days. Watch me. You can't do this event. We're not going to do this event. Watch me. You can't build a program that has instructors that are world class like that. Watch me. Too many of you immediately have a no go off in your head or no go off from somebody else, and you freaking just accept it. You just accept it. You want to know what makes Marina very special? One of many things that makes her special is no doesn't get in the way from the destiny that she's been called to, from the impact that she's been called to. So let me share this with you today. As I wind down here in the next couple of minutes and bring the win back up, because I want people to understand how they can win in their life. How do you win in your life? How is Marina Worry winning in her life? If we can bring that up, team in the back, it starts with the W. Why does your why matter to you? Why does your why matter to you? Why? The invest. Are you investing in yourself? And are you investing in others? And the N. No has got to stop getting in the way. Some of you yesterday said, no, I'm not going to do that program. I can't do that program right now. No is getting in the way. Some of you heard no from somebody in your life yesterday. No is getting in the way. You want to know how to consistently win like Marina wins? This is the acronym of the download that I believe I got from God that showed me who Marina Worry is and why she wins so often. This is why. And so today, as I close this out, Eric and I looked at her, said, okay, we're going to move forward. And you can take that slide down, team. We're going to move forward. You got us. You're right. We need to do this. We're rolling. Let's get after it. And we proceeded to start the planning process. What was a no 1 minute, the next minute was the planning process. And I said, Marina, what was it that had you go from where you were to where you're at today? What were the things that took you from where you were at to where you are today? That was the first question. You can ask Marina and Eric that. And Marina just began to tell her story, and it goes a little something like this. I had to get real with myself and realize that my life was a broken record because I wasn't getting real with myself and I wasn't identifying the things that really were real. I was being blinded and naive to what was real. And then I had to start getting, after I got real, there were all of these things. Why do you think we use the word dream stealer? Because Marina, as she proceeded to tell me, there were all these things stealing my dreams. And I allowed overwhelm to get in the way. I always felt guilty because of this and that and being a mom and running a business and I always allowed overwhelm to get in the way. And I didn't have a relationship with myself. My relationship with myself, and you're going to get to hear about that here in a couple of minutes. And my relationship with other people was not where I wanted it to be. And my mindset on money was not what I wanted it to be. I didn't want my worth in money. I wanted my worth in myself. I wanted to be the asset. I wanted to be the biggest investment that I made in myself. And my mindset around money was not powerful. And I didn't have the confidence that I needed. And when I started to understand how to have the confidence, oh, you guys are in for a treat with Lisa Nichols here in a little bit. Oh, when I had the confidence and I began to find my voice, is then when I got to be able to design my ideal life, the life of my dreams, as she called it on Christmas Eve. Eric, my family, my kids, they have so much fun and so many experiences. It's unbelievable. She got to begin to design the ideal dreams. She showed me her badass vision board 2 nights ago. The same process that she's created, you all are going to create. And all of those things are what created her to becoming, as she coins it, the badass that I believe she is today. So what was once a no became the design of an event that was going to happen, and the design of a program that's going to change your lives. This is what I want to say as I close today. Too many of you are like for me, the way that she fought for you before you ever fought for yourself, like it is time for you to fight for yourself. And next year, this is my belief, this is the founding class, the first ever class. You will always have that title. You will always have that title. And next year, I said, Marina, are you cool once they design their vision boards and their dream life and we're clear on that? Are you cool if 10 or 20 of them share where they were at on May 16th? But next year, 10 or 20 or as many of them share next year on this stage the life that they've been able to create because of this program. She said 100%. And so many of you will be on this stage next year sharing, just like you saw the badass women share last night. It will be people from this founding class that will be sharing next year. And so Claudia, I see you clapping, but I need to see you in the program. Like that is, Claudia's like, yeah, I'm in, don't you worry. And so this is what I want to say as I end today. On December 24th, 2020, in one of the most difficult years in the history of our world, Marina Worry fought for your win. And now, today, my request, whether you're a part of the program or not, my request is that you fight for your win, because she fought for you before you even knew it. And now today, the biggest gift that you can give to her is fighting for your win. And I want you to give today, as she shares her story before we go to this first break, I want you to get on your feet. I want you to go crazy and give it up for the person who fought for your win, Marina Worry. Give it up for Marina.
Go your own way. Go your own way. You can call it another lonely day. You can go your own way. Go your own way.
Oh, you know, these guys know how to make me cry. But, you know, what Pete said is absolutely true, because, you know, that Christmas Eve day morning, we were sitting at that table, and, you know, I felt like I'm losing my baby, because over the last 7 years, you guys became my family. And all of you who are, I've seen so many ones, which is so exciting, who just joined the family, who had no idea who we are. I hope you're loving the experience. I hope you're seeing our hearts. I hope you're seeing our soul and feeling it. I do want women to win, you know, because that's my passion. That's my, you know, that's my everything that I wanna do in life. Once I found my voice, once I found my strength, and I'll just put it over there for now. So everything that I had to fight once I found my voice is you guys, women, because when I was a little girl, my mom told me that I'm smart, I'm powerful, I'm strong, I can achieve everything I want in life. And I was naive enough and I believed that. You know, I was a little girl, kind of like running, bumping up, jumping up, bunny, you know, living the dream and thinking that, you know, world is my entire playground and I am the main character and main hero in that movie. So, you know, if you imagine your life like you're the main character of the movie, you know that life gonna have some ups and downs, and when you're watching the movie, you know that the character gonna make mistakes, the character gonna fall, and eventually the character gonna become a hero. So that's what I thought, you know, that was my kind of like vision of myself when I was a little girl. And life started happening to me. I opened my first business when I was 18 years old. I joined network marketing profession when I was 21 years old, you know, and life was great. You know, I was making pretty significant amount of money in my own business, and I already felt like, you know, I'm a cool rock star. You know, I got this. You know, this life thing is pretty cool, especially when you have the money. And when I found network marketing, it was also very interesting experience for me because I've seen all these amazing leaders. I've seen all these powerful presenters and trainers and leaders teaching me how to think bigger. You know, because even already at that age, I thought I'm such a big fish. No, you know, you don't want to be a big fish in a small pond. You know, if you're thinking you're a big deal, that means that you are playing in a very small pond. And I was playing in a very small pond. So my network marketing trainers and mentors at the time, they helped me see a bigger picture. They helped me see a bigger vision of myself. And it was interesting because the company that I was working at the time with, I was living in Ukraine, and the company was doing events. It was an Austrian company, so they were doing events in Austria and Bulgaria and sometimes in Russia. So, and their seminars were once a month. So for 2-3 days, once a month, I would go to a different country. And even though I was, you know, fairly comfortable with the money at the time, if you go to like every single month for 2-3 days somewhere outside of your place, it's expensive. You know, it gets very expensive very fast. So I realized like, oh, I cannot take the airplane every single time. You know, I cannot stay in the fanciest hotel every single time because, you know, it just gets really out of the pocket right away. So I had to realize like, okay, I need to train. And sometimes, especially if you go to Russia from Ukraine, it takes 2-3 days to get there in the train. And trust me, those trains are not necessarily the trains that you want to spend 3 days in. But I understood the sacrifice. You know, I understood from the early age that if I want to do bigger things, if I want to grow me, if I want to get better, I need to invest in me. And that was investment in me because I felt so comfortable around those people, because some of the people coming from my business side of things, they were, you know, either way more successful and unreachable and really hard to ask advice from. But my network marketing mentors, they were pouring into me without, you know, expecting anything in return. So that was a great experience, you know, but like to everybody, life started happening to me, you know, and I became a single mom in my mid-30s, and that was a really tough time for me because the relationship that I was in was not necessarily a great relationship. Even though it was not physically abusive, it was verbally abusive, which for me
felt even worse. You know, my heart goes to everybody who ever had experienced physical abuse. It just should never ever happen to anybody, not a child, not a woman, not a man, anybody. It's just a horrible thing. And I'm learning there are more and more people going through this. But the verbal abuse, it's almost like it's a whole different level, especially for me. You know, I felt like, you know, my bruise is going to heal. But how do you heal my heart? How you heal the broken soul? You know, how do you come out of that? You know, when you told so many times that you're a piece of shit, that you are nothing, that you are nobody, that you are the worst mother, that you are the worst wife, how do you come out of that? You know, and for me, when I heard that so many times, I believed that. Even though I was told that I can be everything and I can live the life of my dreams, but I bought into that nonsense. I bought into that story. And through that entire relationship, like I told you at the beginning, you know, I stayed in my marriage at the beginning for mom's guilt because, you know, and this is not the story I tell often, but my parents got divorced when I was 3 years old. I separated with the father of my first child when she was 3 years old. And my son was approaching 3-year-old age when I was thinking about divorcing my husband. Do you see the pattern? So for me, it was, I don't know, this is some vicious cycle. I don't know what's going on there, but, you know, all of our families are broken when kids are getting to the 3-year-old age. And I like, you know, if it happens to be, it's up to me to make it happen. And I'm going to be the one to sacrifice my life to break that vicious cycle. And no matter what happens, I'm going to stay in that miserable relationship for the kids and for the future of my kids so they never get divorced and separate as parents when their child gets to the 3-year-old age. And I stayed in that relationship. And also, on one side, you know, because I started my own business, I had finances, I had my assets, so I was feeling pretty good financially, right? But I bought another story. My husband at the time told me that, you know, you just stay home. You just be a mom. You know, you just take care of the kids, and I'll take care of the business. I was like, well, I guess it's, you know, sounds good. You know, a lot of people do that. So I'm just going to stay home. And I'm not necessarily a home state type. You can, guys probably see, it's like, I'm that Energizer bunny. You know, it's like the battery does not run on me, or at least very rarely. So I was like, okay, I'm going to stay home with kids. And as much as I love my kids, I wanted to do more. I wanted to be more. I wanted to impact more lives. And while I was playing a home state mom thing, my husband at the time, he was running all of our assets and my business and everything. And, you know, he didn't invest it properly. And, you know, I'm not blaming everything on him. There is a lot of my fault in this whole situation as well, because I should have been paying attention. You know, I should have been watching what is happening with my finances. I shouldn't be relying on somebody else to take care of my future and give the future of my kids and the security that I already built at that point of my kids to somebody else. So when I realized that, you know, I cannot live like this anymore. I do not want to wake up with this man one more night, one more morning. I'm so done. I'm just so done. And every time I would wake up in a state like that, I would realize, but how am I going to feed my kids? I don't have the money. I don't have the money. He lost all of my assets. That's when the 2008 crash happened. So on top of having all this mom guilt already in me, you know, and staying in that relationship, and on top of that, realizing that I don't have the ability to feed my kids. So being broke financially was one thing. But the biggest challenge for me was being broke emotionally, because I lost me. I lost this girl. I lost that bubbly bunny who I was. I lost that invincible, you know, the main character of the movie. I lost that hero. I lost that powerhouse. And even worse than that,
I was disgusted by the person I've become. You know, I was looking myself in the mirror and I'm just like, who do you think you are? You're a badass? I was like, have you seen yourself in the mirror? It's like, you are so broken and you are so broke. You are farthest thing from being strong and powerful and independent woman. So for me, losing me was the worst thing. And that was the time when I met my future husband, who became my husband, Eric. And we were working in the same company, and we met in Moscow at the company convention. They asked me to help with the translation backstage, and no, I'm not a translator, but they asked because I spoke the language, so my sister was translating on stage, I was translating backstage, and Eric and I, we built a relationship. And even then, I was still pretty much lying into his face and to everybody I met. I was like, yeah, my marriage is so awesome, my husband is my best friend, and all this nonsense. I was still protecting. I was still putting a good face, I was still pretending that I'm so, happy and loved and everything is great in my life. And this is one of the things that we women do to ourselves. This is one of those things that we were taught, don't take the garbage out, right? Don't show everybody what's the mess you have in your house. And we try to shove it under the carpet and we try to hide it. And it's just not necessary, realizing that truth, accepting the truth, getting real with who you are, with what's going on in your life, because that's the only way you can change it. If you're going to live in that, fairy tale or the story, because it's not a fairy tale, it's a horror story, that you keep telling yourself, it's going to get better. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. If it didn't get better up till this point, it's not going to get better, okay? It's not going to get better. And all of you women who are living right now in abusive relationship, either physically or emotionally, please hear me. It's not going to get better. And it's not your job. It's not your job to protect your man and kind of like give him praise and find excuses why he's calling you a piece of shit. It's not your job to excuse him, and it's not your job to cover up and pretend to the world that you're living your dream life when you're crying yourself to bed every single night. It's not your job. Don't do that. You are destroying you, and you are leading your kids in the wrong direction. I thought I'm doing good by my kids. I thought I'm protecting them. I thought that I'm fighting for them, and I was leading them down in the wrong road all this time. Because when I met Eric, and when he finally, was able to see through my charade, through my mask of, hey, I'm so happy, I'm so good, when he finally got through that nonsense, he said, you know what? Because I told him, I was like, because of my kids, I feel like I need to stay in this relationship. And he asked me a question that changed my life forever. He said, what do you think is going to serve your kids better? What do you think is going to benefit their future? Seeing yourself crying to bed, crying to sleep every single night, and living so beneath of your potential, being so unhappy, not even smiling once in a while. What do you think is going to serve them better? Seeing that version of their mama, who they love so dearly, and worry about it so much? Or help them see you be happy, help them see your heart sing and be loved and be powerful and strong, the woman that you are meant to be. What do you think is going to benefit your kids more? And that's when it dawned on me. I was like, I am an example for my kids. Not what school says, not what the friends say, not what the society say, and not even what I say. It's not even what I say. It's what I do. It's what I do. We all watch your kids, your teams, your downline, all of us and all of them are watching your feet, not your lips. They're watching what you do and not what you say, because guess what?
One day my kids would come to me and say, oh, I have a problem. Or, somebody called me lazy. Or somebody told me I cannot achieve dreams. Or somebody said whatever, And they would come to me and they would say, what, that's the story. And I was like, no, baby, you go get him. You're so powerful, you're so strong, you can achieve everything you want in life. And you are so amazing. And what would they tell me? They would ask me, well, if that's the case, why you didn't do it? Why you didn't do it? If it's all possible, if it's possible for me, why it was not possible for you? And I would not have an answer. And because of that, I realized I have to change. Something has to change. I have to find that girl. I have to find that Marina. I don't know where she lost in the process, but I have to find her. I have to start loving on her. I have to start nurturing and healing her wounds and healing her heart and healing her soul so she can finally start believing in herself again. So she can finally realize that she's meant for so much more. For so much more. And because of Eric and his influence and the average of 5 that he had, those people were pouring into me. I opened up my heart and I decided, I'm ready for this transformation. I'm ready. I'm finally got real with the mess that I was in, and I finally decided, I'm not gonna live like this anymore. I'm done. So, and the growth process started. And guess what? It didn't happen like this. It didn't happen overnight. I did not find that girl. I'm still in the process of making that girl even stronger, even more powerful, even more influential. I'm still working on that girl every single day. But once I found my voice, once I found my, confidence, I made a promise to myself that I'm gonna fight for every single girl, for every single woman I can reach, and help them if they had that gift that I had since I was a little girl. And I lost that confidence and I lost that comfort because I was told that I can achieve everything I want in life. And if you lost it in the process, I'm gonna help you find that. I'm gonna help you find that. Yes. But for millions and millions and millions of other little girls and women who were told since they were little girls that you are nothing, that you are nobody, that you cannot dream big or be big or do anything because you're just a girl. I mean, it's like, what are you thinking? You're just a woman. What are you thinking? Women don't do this. Women do not run companies. Women do not run countries. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We do run countries, we do run families, we do run companies. We raise generations. So that's why, on that Christmas Eve, I was fighting so hard for all of you because I know what it feels like to lose your strength. I know what it feels like to lose you. And I also know what it feels like to find that girl again and build her even stronger and much more powerful than she even her ever dreamed of. So, and in the process, I also want to tell you a story. So when Eric and I got together, it didn't get all kind of glitz and glamour all of a sudden. We had some financial trouble because even though Eric was a very successful network marketer at the time, top of his company, making a lot of money, but he had previously Armageddon that happened to him. And when I met him, there was a very, very significant hole that we had to dig ourselves out. So when I was talking to Elena yesterday, being a gold digger, oh yeah, we dug ourselves from a big hole, okay? We dug ourselves from a big hole and we were able to build an empire. And I also want to teach you how to do that because I know how to get it done. But when Eric and I got together, money was pretty tight in order to run the business, because sometimes you think you're making so much money in network marketing business, and at the same time, by the time you pay your taxes, by the time you add all the travel you need to do to the company events or to support your team, and you just kind of like have your basic monthly expenses, there is not much left. So, and that was the time when I was still going between Ukraine and the United States, because my little boy at that time was still in Ukraine, and I was trying to bring him in. It took me 3 years. It took me 3 longest and the hardest years of my life to bring my boy back, to bring him to the United States. Because on one side, I was fighting with his dad to give me permission to bring him into this country. And then there was kind of like the documents and legal paperwork and the time that it takes. So for 3 years, I was going back and forth between Ukraine and the United States. And those of you who does not understand the distance and who has no idea what the Ukraine is, it's a country in the south of the European continent, and it's 24 hours door-to-door journey. 24 hours. So I had to take a couple flights, and I had to drive myself to one city and another city, or whatever city depends on the connection. And like I said, at the time, we couldn't afford, I could barely even afford economy class ticket. I was always finding through some cheap websites, super weird connections to make sure it's the cheapest ticket I could find, because I was doing it every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, 24-hour door-to-door journey. I was a couple weeks in Ukraine. I was a couple weeks in the United States, spending between and breaking my heart between the 2 most important men in my life, my son and my husband. And you know, money was not an issue. I mean, it was an issue, but money was not the biggest challenge for me. It was an issue, but it was not the biggest challenge. Door-to-door, 24-hour journey, and the jet lag and beating up my body was not a challenge for me. You know what was the challenge? Being miserable for those entire 3 years. Because no matter where I was missing another person. If I was with my husband, I would miss my son. If I was with my son, I was also missing my husband. So those 3 miserable years of my life taught me a very important lesson. First of all, I had enormous amount of conversations with my son and explaining to him, baby, I know it's not fair. I know it's not your fault. And I do not know the other way, how to make it better for all of us. But I want you to hear me, and I want you to understand. And maybe you don't understand right now because you're little, but I'm doing it for us. The sacrifice that you and I are making right now is going to help us to live a better life. I know I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to fight for me. I'm going to fight for our future. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make it happen. I'll never leave you behind. You know, just because I have to go back and forth, it doesn't mean that I don't love you. It doesn't mean that you're not important or somebody else is more important than you. It doesn't mean any of that. It just, this is right now the way it should happen, because the sacrifices that I'm making right now and you making with me gonna help us to live a better life. And you know what? He bought this and he's like, I get it, Mama. I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you. I understand. I love you very, very much. And we're gonna make it happen together. So as mamas, we know how to make those sacrifices, and we know how to fight for our children. But sometimes we forget how to fight for ourselves. Sometimes we forget how to fight for ourselves. Your kids cannot be happy if you're not happy. Your kids cannot live a fulfilling, prosperous, amazing, and fulfilling life if you're not leading by example. They're watching you. They're watching your steps, not your lips. They're watching what you're doing, not what you're saying. So stop saying that one day you're gonna live the life. Stop saying that one day we're gonna be happy. Stop saying that one day we're gonna be able to afford it. Stop saying that. Stop. Stop watching on the price tag. You deserve so much more. Your kids deserve so much more. Your families deserve so much more. The millions and millions of lives that you will be able to touch and change deserve so much more. And you're the one who can make it happen. You're the one who can make it happen. I was fighting for you on this Christmas morning, like I was fighting for my baby, exactly like I was fighting for my son. Exactly like I'm fighting for my daughter right now. Exactly like I'm fighting for my entire family every single day. I am a mama bear. I am a mama bear for my kids. I am a mama bear for my business. And I am a mama bear for you. I am a mama bear for my community. I am a mama bear for all these women out there who still do not believe in themselves. And who knows, there is that powerful woman inside, but they still were not able to find her. I'm here to help you to find her. I'm here to help you to get the dust out of you and find that beautiful, amazing diamond that you are, that amazing lioness that you are. So you can fight for your babies. So you can fight for what is important to you. So you can make the change in the world, because I do believe with all of my heart, we women are meant for so much more. I love you guys and I appreciate you for being here. And I know you spending the time with all of us is awesome, but women, we are the people who are gonna make that change. Women gonna make the change. Women gonna lead the world. Women who gonna turn that chaos into order. Women are the one who gonna fill this place with so much love, with so much happiness, with so much gratitude, with so much joy and fulfillment and caring for one another. We are the ones who can make that change. Yes, we need our strong men. Yes, we need them to be our strong shoulder and support us on our mission. I have the most amazing man in my life. He's fighting for me every single day. He's fighting for all of you every single day. So, I love you guys very, very much. And I just want you to realize, I know all of you in a lot of different stages in your life. I know some of you probably going through the winter. I know some of you probably going through a very, very tough time. And for some of you, when you look at the program, you say, it's like, oh my gosh, I really want to join, but $3,000 is still a lot of money, and I can't. And I understand. But I want you to remember one thing. You know, after every winter, spring is coming. After every horrible season, there is a better season. Some of those seasons are preparing you for the better future. You know, if I look back at my life and think what I would change, you know what? I would not change anything. I would not change anything. Even those events that were breaking my heart, and even right now remembering them breaks my heart. They made me who I am. They took me on all that journey and they made this. They made this woman. I am who I am today because of the challenges and obstacles and the naysayers, when I could not afford to have the money to get that airplane ticket to see my boy, when I could not afford to invest in me, when I could not afford to invest in my business, when I could not afford to say yes to what is important to me and my family, all those challenging times made and created this strong woman today. And I'm still growing. I'm still stepping into my power. I know that I'm meant for even much more than I'm doing today. But I want you to all realize that you are meant for so much more. The world is not served by you playing small. The world is not served by you playing small. You should not be dimming your light in order to make somebody else feel better. You should not be dimming your power and strength to make somebody else feel more comfortable in your presence. Be bold, be outrageous, be so powerful, and help as many women as you possibly can on this journey. I love you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to spend some time with you again. Love you guys.
Wow. Did I marry up or what? How lucky am I? Unbelievable. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Everybody can compose themselves, shake it all out. 15-minute break. During that break, if you do decide, go get your questions answered. Go talk to one of the program experts. Figure out a way for you to be able to unlock this and really go to the next level, okay? And when you do that, a button will pop up in your back office. Once you do that, that will set you up for the welcome celebration lunch that's going to happen after the next session, okay? But we have amazing, amazing stuff coming in this next section. So be back in 15 minutes, and we'll see you then.
Blinded by the lights, wrapped up like a douche, another runner in the night. Blinded by the lights, wrapped up like a tell you something I could do. I could be running around chasing you, but I won't. Cause I got better things to do. Rather spend my precious time chasing somebody who loves me too. If I got $1 for every time you slam the door, I would be the richest girl alive, live. If you hadn't run away every time I asked you stay, you would sleep right next to me tonight. No, you didn't want me, all you wanted was a game to play, and you couldn't handle that I had my ways. Around your mind tricks and your side chicks, I'm a winner, babe. No, you didn't win this, it's a part of the game. In the beginning I just didn't know that you're an enemy I held too close. Now I know, cause you did everything to prove me wrong. You were not the guy I thought. Now I'm beating you at your own. Yeah. If I got $1 for every time you slam the door, I would be the richest girl alive, live. No, you didn't want me, all you wanted was a game to play, and you couldn't handle that I had my ways. Around your mind tricks and your side chicks, I'm a winner, babe. No, you didn't win this, it's a part of the game. Yeah, I beat you at your game, and if you were me, you would do the same. Man, I really love to play, and now that I won, then it's safe to say no, you didn't want me, all you wanted was a game to play, and you couldn't handle that I had my ways. Around your mind tricks and your side chicks, I'm a winner, babe. No, you didn't win this, it's a part of the game. No, you didn't want me, all you wanted was a game to play, and you couldn't handle that I had my ways. Around your mind tricks and your side chicks, I'm a winner, babe. No, you didn't win this, it's a part of the game.
On a run from my given disaster, speed away from the holy mind, pride. I swear I never thought it would matter if I'm gone by now. All my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving till it bends, still it feels like I pretend. Keep on driving in
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in 1 minute. Make sure to turn your cameras on. Visibility is accountability. We will see you in 45 seconds.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hello, 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 hello. Wow. So, we have, prior to lunch here, we have just a spectacular couple of speakers. One, you're going to hear from a network marketing legend. And second, you're going to hear from Miss Lisa Nichols. So if you're excited about that, if you're not excited about that, I think you're crazy. She's amazing. She's unbelievable. And I will tell you one more thing. So many people are blowing us up in customer service and saying, please, is there a way to do maybe a lower amount payment plan for the breakthrough experience? How many people were wishing maybe for a lower amount payment plan? That's what we're getting. So we are working on that right now. We don't have a button for you to push in order to be able to do it, but we are working and hoping to have a button for you to have a 6-pay option for the breakthrough experience, a 6-pay option to be able to help you out. But give us. I'll give you the thumbs up when that's ready to go, but it's not ready right this moment. So just know you'll be able to take advantage of that before the end of the day. All right? So our first presenter is a literal legend in the network marketing profession. She's been a 7-figure earner for I don't know how long, and she's going to give you some of her best wisdom. Please welcome to the stage Miss Denny Robinson.
Welcome, everybody. Wow. Wow. It is such an honor to be here with all of you today. The last few days for me have certainly been magical, and I'm sure they have been for you. I am so honored to be part of something so special that Marina has put together. To be surrounded by amazing women who have decided that enough is enough, that they're going to make a different direction in their life. I have learned that these women, as I've spent time with them, they have learned to bend and not break. And even though some of them have broken at certain times, and it's the last few days as I love these women, and I know many of you in the stories of you that are on these screens, I was thinking of, I'm a mom of 4 children. Have any of you ever had broken crayons at your house? Raise your hand. And isn't it amazing, even if you have a broken crayon, they all still color absolutely beautiful. And last night, as I was with some of my friends, we were blonde hair, brown hair, strawberry hair, black hair, all different colors, all different color eyes. But there was something in each of us that had said, I want something more. And I want to also remind each of you, the last few days, you have heard so many amazing stories. And sometimes we often compare our chapter 1, if you're a chapter 1, your chapter 5, even your chapter 10, to the chapter 20s and 30s that you have seen on this stage. And I will tell you that I believe that comparison is the thief of joy. It will make you bitter, resentful, and unproductive. And so, one of my messages for you today is to stop it. I want you to stop right now because each of us are on our own journeys. And so, today, as I stand before you, in decades of my career, I want to tell you a little bit about my chapter 1, where I got started, where I have been terrified, broken, and alone. A little about me: I grew up in Montana. I was number 6 of 7 children. And when I was young, my father got very ill. And so things were very tight. We were raised to work. By age 12, I had to buy all of my own clothing. By age 14, I had to buy, age 12, my own toiletries. Age 14, all of my own clothing. At age 15, my little sister was killed in a horrific car accident. At age 16, my boyfriend was in a car accident and became a quadriplegic. I never thought I would be changing a leg bag and transferring my boyfriend, who had been, a star of the basketball team. I actually took 2 years of high school in one because things were very hard at home. At 17, I was dropped off at college completely on my own. I have had a daughter with cancer. I have been in a car accident so bad they literally covered me up because they thought I was dead. I know hard, I know scared, but what do you do about these things in your life? You do it anyway. And so today, I want to show you where I got started on my network marketing journey in a very, very small town.
I went to a little town called Thane, Thayne, population 366. Look around. Look over here. Fields over here. Pretty desolate. 366 people in this town. I don't know how many people lived here, 25, 30 years ago, but there was a young lady in this town back then that somehow got a dream to do more and to be bigger and to have more than this town could probably ever provide. So she joined the network marketing company, and from this town earned her first bonus car. Her first bonus car. Had any idea how many dirt roads she must have driven, how many presentations she must have done up and down these country roads and these farmhouses. And that young lady today, has grown up in this industry and has well over 100,000 people in her organization.
Wow, you guys, so at 19 and a half, I was married. At 20 years of age is when I got into my first company. You know, we were living on a lot of love, but not a lot of money, and I just wanted the free stuff. I found out that managers could drive company cars, and in 2 months, I actually had my car in that very first small town. Sometimes I'm not even sure what I was thinking. But I always had a big, bold, bright vision for my children to have a better life than I had. And by doing those things, through the years, I was actually able to put my husband through college and graduate school and actually come out of school with money in the bank and actually no debt. You know, sometimes through the years, it was so difficult to leave those 4 little children of mine who were literally latched onto my leg, crying and begging me not to leave. Sometimes I really question, is what I'm doing right? Am I making the right decision? I can tell you now, as I look back at that young woman who got started in that very small town, who had a great, big, bright, bold vision, thank you. Thank you so much for not giving up on me. You know, as I mentioned, some of those things that had happened to me when I was young, those are certainly not the cards that I wish I had been dealt, just like many of you have had those cards as well. But what do you do about those cards? I often tell people I believe that fate is the card you are dealt, but destiny is what you choose to do with those circumstances. And it's amazing. People often ask me, Denny, how did you do it? And you know what I tell them? I do it, Ruth, just like you would. Paul, I do it just like you would. Ava, I do it just like you would. I made a whatever it takes decision, and then I moved forward. So eventually, what does this mean? You know, sometimes People say, well, Denny, I want to do what you have, and you can. But you can't microwave what I have done literally over decades. But you being here at events like this, you can do it faster. And here's what I want to tell you. It's coming to events like this, programs like this, mentors like Marina and Eric and Pete. Events like this with you in the center, becoming more, expanding your mind, stepping into your power and your purpose with allies, the team of people that you grow and you help grow to their purpose, you can eventually, over time, get to where you want to be. And that's so important that you have to realize that you can do it. Everyone can do it. You know, the thing I love about network marketing is it doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, your level of education. This business, this amazing profession is the great equalizer, really. That's what it's just amazing. It doesn't matter if you've come from Yale or jail. It doesn't matter the color of your skin, but if you have a dream, an unspoken dream that has not been fulfilled in your life, you can make it happen here. You know, because of through the years, who I've become, what I've been able to afford my family in ways that I never would have dreamed of. This last year, I was able to actually go with a group of networking marketing women, and we were able to go to Africa. And gosh, as I look at their beautiful faces right here, we were able to come together as a coalition of women and go to Africa and help set up microloans for these women. And do you know that $50 over 18 months can help these women start a business? And to see these women who we had to have translators from Maasai to Swahili, then into English. And as they would tell us, these little women who were selling beads, and they would stand up straight and tall and say, I am a businesswoman. And they would tell us what they were doing for their families. And to see chiefs of these cultures talk about how proud they were of these women. And most of these people live on about $1.25 a day. And to see the juxtaposition of their lives with no running water, no electricity in their huts, and to see the discontent that we all feel here, it was a lesson, and I will never forget it. You know, one night I was getting ready for dinner, and I was in a hot, steamy shower. And I literally wept uncontrollably, thinking, why do I get to live this life? Why do I get to live the life that I live and these people live the way that they live? And I can tell you I made a promise at that time, even bigger than the vision that I've had now, to make a difference for people in the world and to be a force for good in the world. Because I know that when a woman steps into her purpose, as we saw here, they know that when you empower a woman, you literally have the opportunity to change generations, to change lives unborn. And now that I see what's happened even in my own life, you know, sometimes time has a way of giving you an incredibly clarifying vision. That's really sometimes all you need. Right there, that's the family of my 4 grown children, my 10 grandchildren. We had our newest one within the last month. And to see where I started with just the first baby in my family. And now, at this point in my career, you guys, I'm leaving legacy. I have been able to teach my children about entrepreneurship and to be able to teach my grandchildren as well that you can be, do, and have anything that you are willing to set your mind to. You know, even though things were tough for me at home, my daddy, as I always called him, my daddy always said, Denny, you can be, do, and have anything you want if you're willing to work for it. And I can tell you guys, sometimes it's going to be so difficult. You know, I remember even when I got involved in the company that I've been in for 10 years. In the beginning, I would come home and tell Tom, you know, I could be working at 7-Eleven right now, making more money than I'm making. But I believed in what I was doing, But there's also a couple different segments to your network marketing, the career. There's the career when you're first telling people about the product, and then you start getting paid with your fast starts and your team commissions and maybe your retail bonuses. And then you start to see that one person come over your downline that you've never even spoke with. And then you start to see more people come in as well. And that's the magic place where most people quit too soon. So many people just stop too soon before that vision has come to fruition. Again, I'm so grateful that I didn't stop then. And I see people every single day doing that as well. You know, back to that eventually, where else but network marketing do you see people really living the life of their dreams? You probably know more successful network marketers here than you know in any other career that you know. Where else do you see those people designing their life, living their life the way you would like to live it? Is it going to be hard? Yes. But eventually, over time, you can live that kind of life. You guys, again, you can't microwave it. Some of these things you're going to have to put in a crock pot. You guys, the food always tastes better that way as well. And then get with a mentor. Get with someone who inspires you to be bigger, dream bigger than you have ever in your life. You know, when I remember getting in the company that I'm in right now, and I used to actually have the compensation plan right by my bed. And I would read it at night, and I didn't understand how to be all those top levels in the company. But here's what I did. I picked one of the starting levels in the company, and I said, you know, if I can just get there, and if I can turn around and help everybody get where I just was, I can get everywhere I want to be. Because I'm going to tell all of you right now, the only time network marketing is all about you was the day that someone told you about it. Because the rest of your career will be about being in the service of other people. I tell people, I want you to have big, audacious goals, write them on your mirror, but when you leave your house, when you get on a Zoom, when you get on a call, you need to check those things at the door like you would a coat. And it's got to be about whom can I help and whom can I serve, and I promise you, people will serendipitously start coming into your life. And often when I meet people, that's exactly what I say to them. You were exactly who I was supposed to meet today. You know, I want to tell you about believing and thinking about it. Years ago, I was out on a run, and I could so vividly, so precisely imagine going across stage as a brand new diamond. Have you guys done that? Can you see that? I could imagine myself getting that hug from the founder of our company and from people I loved and respected. I could see the people that I was able to change their lives because of what I was able to offer them. And I was so overcome with emotion that I literally was bent over crying because I could imagine it so clearly. But here's the deal. I had to lift myself back up, straighten my shoulders, because in reality, I was at one of the very starting points in the company. I have learned that your mind must reach your destination before your body does. Because if you can't imagine being where you want to be, as you've heard, you're going to have to dream a little bit bigger. You're going to have to step into that before it ever happens. A few years ago, my daughter, my little cancer survivor, came to me and said, who never wanted anything to do with network marketing, said, Mom, do you think I could do what you do? Do you think that I could change lives that you do? Because I know that eventually I'm going to want to have children, and I would love to be able to stay home with them. But she said, Mom, more than that, I love the person you've become as I've watched you. And it truly has been one of the greatest joys of my life, being able to work with her every single day, even though we've lived across the country from each other at times. So let me hear what she has to say.
Thank you for showing me what a powerful woman looks like, acts like, and sounds like, oh no, you're crying, stop that. Thank you for the sacrifices that you've made along the way. I actually complained about a lot of those sacrifices. But now I recognize those sacrifices as you paving a path for me to follow. Thank you for doing more than you thought you could. For being more, I can't look at you anymore. For being more than what was expected of you. And for becoming the absolutely magnificent woman you've become.
I see all of you out there. Yolanda and Anna and Ashley and Laura. Your children are watching. Your efforts matter. Again, I have seen in my own family what happens when you make a decision. Sometimes I shudder to think what my life is, because I'm now able to live a life far beyond what my circumstances would have imagined that I could do. Remember, very small town, graduating class of 28 people, you guys. Where else but network marketing can this happen? Someone like me with only a PhD, a public high school diploma, eventually get her MBA, a massive bank account. Only in network marketing can that happen, you guys. And all at the service of other people, helping them become more. Here in network marketing, we have a home for everyone with products that change people's lives. A compensation plan that pays you well for your efforts and lets you play to your skill sets, all while becoming more. All while becoming more. Where else can that happen? And if you will take that responsibility, that you want to change your life and change others and be diligent about it, I promise the rest of your life can be something that you only ever dreamed about. You know, in closing, I want to remind each of you, Tara and Tara and Kirsten and Cindy and Nicole and Gloria, that the pen is in your hand and the ending is still unplanned. And I believe that you have everything you need to be, do, and have all that you were born to be. But it comes down to you making a decision that you've had enough of enough. And that today is the day that you're going to draw that line in the sand and say, I want more for my life. I want more for my family. I want more for my children. And I believe that the goal of network marketing is to plant a seed that can grow into a tree that can literally lave shade for generations. And I see that happen because I have people from all over the world now. A little girl in a town that started in 350 people in over 35,000 cities around the world. So you guys, today make that decision. I want you to straighten that crown of yours. Can I see it, all of you guys? Straighten that crown. But here's what I want to tell you. That crown will not be made of jewels. It is going to be made of grit, determination, and strength. Doing the things when nobody else is watching. Because the world does not hand out milestones. You have to earn them. Go out and recognize your people, because recognition is free to give, but the results are priceless in your business. Because remember, girls, she who leaves glitter in her path will never, ever be forgotten. So go out, you guys. Go out, my friends. Go out, you powerful women, and live an unforgettable life and create a legacy that will rock the world. I love you.
You know, I'm like every time I'm standing backstage, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of all these amazing women walking across this stage, and one after another, just pouring their heart, telling you inspirational stories, giving you the ideas, and hopefully contributing to the massive, massive transformation that you're going to have this weekend. And my next presenter, it's like she has a huge bio and a long list of all the amazing attributes that I can tell you for forever, but I want to tell you a story. This woman came into my life without even knowing that she came into my life. She was a star of the movie Secret. How many of you watched the movie Secret? Can I see some hands? Can I see some hands? Yes, yes. So I was just starting my journey at the time in my business and was trying to get my head kind of like around everything. And I watched that movie, and it made a huge impact on me. I felt like I started looking to the world through the different lenses. And that was my first introduction to this amazing woman. But then the other introduction happened that I did not even know it happened. So, and I'll get back to it. So last December, she was part of the GoPro Recruiting Master event. If you guys seen her on stage, Lisa Nichols, she was presenting on stage. She did a powerful, powerful presentation. I know people were telling me, it's like, oh my gosh, she made me cry so many times, and she helped me so much. So, but Lisa and I never met in person. So she came into my studio for the first time, and her and I immediately connected. First of all, she was supposed to be kind of like going into my house, but somehow the message didn't get delivered, and she came into the studio because on top of just speaking at our event, she was launching a worldwide premiere of the movie that she created. Very, very important movie, and I hope she talks about that as well. But she created that amazing, beautiful piece of art about cultural differences. So, and the launch of that movie was happening at the same day. So first of all, that woman could have said, you know what, sorry, I can't come to your event because I'm launching my baby to the world, and it's more important to me than you. But that's not who Lisa is. She said, you know what, I'm gonna make it happen both. So she came into the studio and she launched her premiere of her movie out of this studio. And we still did not have the whole thing fully set up. It was just kind of like a rinky-dinky little piece of office there. Now it's beautiful, but at the time she was just, doing her thing from that little space, which deserves a huge, huge arenas. So then she came on stage and she delivered an amazing presentation. But while we were chatting backstage, her and I connected on a very special level. And I felt like I found my soul sister. I found a friend that I was searching my entire life. And here she came, this beautiful and a powerful and amazing woman. So that day, I was like, okay, Lisa, I really want to spend a little bit more time with you. How can I do that? And she was supposed to go to another event, flying that night to San Diego, and some of other people were flying to that same event. And I was like, you know what, guys, I really want you to stay. I really want you to come to my house so we can have dinner, but your flight is at 10 p.m., how we can make it happen. So I was like, you know what, I'll fly you to San Diego on my plane, but you should come to dinner so we have a beautiful evening together. And she said, sure. So Lisa and I spent that evening. But you should see what happened when she came into my home. There is another beautiful woman in my life, my mom, who had the connection with Lisa I did not know about. And my mom was really bummed that she couldn't be in the studio that day when Lisa was speaking, and she was like so sad that, oh, I'm not gonna see her again. And she had no idea that Lisa gonna come to dinner, and I had no idea that that will be even possible. So Lisa comes to dinner, and I see my mom lit up like this big, and she's like, and she starts talking, and she kind of like, she speaks not as fluent English as she would like, but she starts telling Lisa a story, and Lisa doesn't understand what's going on, and I'm trying to understand what's happening over here, and I'm trying to catch up and translate that whole thing. And here's what happened. About 10 years ago, my mom attended Lisa's seminar in Ukraine, in Kiev. And out of the whole crowd, what are the chances, right? Talking about divine intervention. Out of the whole crowd, Lisa picked my mom and had an intervention, had a chat with her. And my mom told her that, you know, at the time, our relationship was not exactly where it wanted to be. And she wanted to call me, but she was afraid. And Lisa said, you absolutely have to call her. And Lisa coached her through the process. So 10 years ago, I got a call from my mom in the middle of the night telling me how much she loves me. And immediately, as a daughter, I was like, okay, who's dying? What's happening? You know? And she's like, nobody's dying. Everybody's fine. I just wanted to tell you I love you. This is actually, there is a lesson in this whole thing, because you guys need to understand, when you react why somebody's dying, why you're telling me that I love you, it's a sign that you are not telling I love you enough. You know, we need to tell that I love you way more often so it stops being out of the box experience. So here's my mom. She called me, and it was 10 years ago. I forgot about it. And Lisa talks to my mom, and they're kind of like trying, and I'm trying to understand. So that call that happened 10 years ago was because Lisa and my mom had that beautiful moment together in the event. And my mom called me because Lisa told her. But Lisa had no idea that that girl that she said my mom to call to is me. So that evening, all of those things coming together, and I'm just like, what? I mean, come on. So this is another proof of that woman had to be in my life. She was already in my life even without me knowing it. So, and since then, we became a very good friends. She's definitely my soul sister. I love her to death. Anything she needs. I'm grateful and blessed that she's staying in my house this weekend. I'm so excited and so honored. And you guys cannot believe what a privilege it is for me to introduce this amazing and powerful woman on stage. So I need all of your support. I would like you to get up on your feet. Get up on your feet. Help me give the most powerful women welcome to my friend and your friend, Lisa Nichols.
Hey, 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 hey. Hello. You look so beautiful. Hello, hello, hello. All around the world. You look so beautiful. All the beautiful women all around the world, hello. And to our courageous men who have joined us, hello. Marina said something that's so true. When you find someone and they stir your soul, when you experience someone and they stir your soul, you don't want to let them go. And I'm in a season of, I want to do what I want to do, when I want to do it, and with who I want to do it with. Anybody else there? I'm just in that season. I'm in that season. I've sacrificed, I've paid the price, I've muffled my voice, and when I met Marina, it was one of those things. I said I found one of the answers to my prayers. And so I'm so honored. I didn't know 10 years ago when I was telling her, Mom, you gotta call your daughter. Promise me you'll do it in the next 72 hours. I didn't know 10 years later that the daughter she was gonna call would be the woman that would pour into me as a sister friend. I'm here to have a conversation with you that I hope ignites a fire in you, similar to the other moments of inspiration that you've received, but very different. Yesterday, I developed my May girl crush, and it was on Jamie. Anybody saw Jamie yesterday and just like developed an instant girl crush? I see your hands up. Like I had a girl crush. So Jamie, if you're listening, crushing on you. Just amazing. It was the ability to play big, ginormous, while embracing your humility. And the navigation of allowing the world to see your journey, because you don't just talk, you allow your soul to speak. I'm grateful. I'm grateful at my life. I'm grateful when I look at the business that I've created, at the global brand that I've created, at the lifestyle that I've created, transforming my son's life and my father's life and my mother's life and my brother's life. I'm grateful for all of that. But what I'm most grateful for is that I've learned to let my soul speak. So the me you would see and have dinner with is the me that you would see right here. And yesterday, when I saw that in Jamie and so many other speakers, Stormy, I just had chills with, and so many other great speakers, I was excited. I was excited about this sisterhood. Anybody else? Hands up. Type your name in chat. Type excited in chat. I was excited. Look at us all around the world, allowing our souls to touch each other, crossing cultural lines and gender lines and geographical lines and religious lines and building bridges. Last year, things were polarized. There was no social injustice that started last year. Last year, it was polarized. And we saw in a moment how important our voices are. And so it's only fitting that today we have thousands and thousands and thousands of Mother Earths, mamas and sisters and aunties and cousins and brothers and fathers all coming together saying, what's my part? Now, before you can rescue the world, before you can transform the world, you must first rescue yourself. Transform yourself. So hello, you are the first in line. I said it when I was on Steve Harvey. I am my rescue. No one has to come for me. That's my job. But I sure would like a tribe and a community to come along the journey with me. Anybody else about that? Like, I know how to do Long Ranger. I know how to do solopreneur. I know how to do all by myself. I know how to do don't worry about me. I know how to do no, I'll be fine. I know how to do I don't need any help. Anybody else know what I'm talking about? I know how to do all that. And in this season, I'd love to master. I can do it by myself, but it feels so much better doing it with y'all. So that's why Marina and Stormy and all the other sisters that I haven't met yet that I'm looking forward to meeting mean so much to me. I stopped by today to stir your soul. Can I stir? Can I just stir your soul? I stopped by today to stir your soul. I stopped by today to agitate, activate any form of mediocrity that might be in you. That when it comes to allowing not just your mouth to speak, but your soul to speak. I'm often asked by people, what's the difference, Lisa? Like I'm a good speaker, but you're like freaking unforgettable. And I graciously and gratefully receive that. And for years, I didn't understand what was it. Like, I don't know. And over the years, as my friends required me to find the answers, as the Les Browns and the Jack Canfields and the JJ Virgins and all the great people out there just said, listen, what is that thing you do, girl? I began to look and I said, well, I think it's when I talk to you, I let my soul speak to you. I don't speak to you from my intellect, though my intellect plays a part. But I give you my soul, so my soul touches your soul, and whatever the topic is, just feels a lot better. So I just wanted to know that are you ready to let your soul speak? Now, you might be speaking, you might be leading, and no matter what you're doing, you need to speak. Everything starts with your words. Everything, love and parenting and leadership, everything starts with your words. But so often, we're still speaking guarded because we're not sure how people are going to take it or what they're going to do. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Anybody know what I'm talking about? So many of you are in network marketing, and so many of you are not, and so many of you are here just to find out what's that next level of me I can touch. And I think that's what kept having me chase the next version of myself. I just wanted to find what's the next level of Lisa. I don't want to let Lisa off the hook. I know people are impressed with my bio. Oh my God, you have a multi-million-dollar business. Oh my God, you touch 80 million people a year. That's great. But I want to always know my next level of me. I want to touch the next best version of me. And I came for that sister and that brother who wants to do the same. In whatever your world is, whatever you're doing, I came for that. And what I know is that in order for you to touch that next best level of yourself, you're going to have to allow yourself to go to a deeper level within you. And then you have to hone the ability to bring it out of you. Then you have to hone the ability to lay it in front of someone in such a way that inspires them to do something that they never thought they would do until they heard you speak. And so I stopped by to touch each one of you. I stopped by to pour into your soul. I stopped by so it can go into overflow, and I stopped by to invite you to serve it up to the world. There's some techniques that's required with that. But it's important to understand that speaking is not about impressing. You speak to inspire, not impress. You speak to turn someone's soul inside out. You speak to open up new possibility in your children, in your spouse, in your employees, in your downline, in your network, in your community. You even speak when it's scary to speak. I say speak when you feel powerful, and speak even if your voice shakes. Still speak. Because someone needs to hear only your voice. Last year, when the social unrest happened last year, I found myself pacing, and I was pacing as two different things. I was pacing as a transformational leader saying change needs to occur, and I was pacing as a black woman saying change must occur. I was pacing as a mother of an African-American male child saying, I'm so afraid for my son. And then I got still, and I said, how can I use my voice? Marina talked about the Let's Grow movie, and I hope all of you see it. It's a 15-minute movie, fully directed at letsgrowmovie.com. And all of a sudden, I began to speak. And in that particular piece, I spoke in spoken word, but I let my heart out as a woman, as a black woman, as a change agent, as a transformational leader. And I sat across from a white man. And he spoke his truth, and I spoke my truth, and he spoke his truth. And we found a way to dance together to start the conversation. And I used my voice at the scariest moment for me because I wanted to inspire my white friends to get in the conversation, but to know that it could be safe to get into. Not always easy, but necessary. So let's talk for the next few minutes. Let's talk about, Lisa, if you want me to speak, if you know I need to speak and I know I need to speak, then what do I need to do to make my voice more powerful? How many of you raise your hand if you know I should speak up more? I know I should use my voice more. I know I should use my voice to help inspire and I just want to feel more confident when I do it. Come on, put your hands up. Put your name in chat. Put your name in chat. Just let me know. I just want to feel more confident. Give me some instruction. Give me some know-how. Give me some anchor. Give me something. I want to use my voice. Come on, let me know. I see it. I want more from my life. I see it. I see the chats. I see you guys going crazy. Yes. Yeah. And here's what I know. And you may have heard this before, and I'm not trying to make it new. This is just a reminder that there is, and I heard it yesterday, there's a calling on your life. And that phone number that dials you can't call anyone else. And there's something that you're going to do. And it might look like what I do, or look like what Stormy does, or look like what Marina does, or look like what someone else does. But no one can do it like you. You are an unrepeatable miracle. No one has your tone. No one has your style. No one has your energy. No one has your come from place. And in order for you to touch the people that are supposed to be touched by you, it's going to require your voice. So I'm going to give you just a smidget. 6 years ago, I was called to the carpet. My friends told me, I know you train in self-development. I know you train in personal development, but we need you to train people to have confidence around speaking. More confidence. And at the time, how many of you have a gift, but because you can't quite articulate the details of the gift, you dismiss the gift? It's just me. Anybody do that? It's just me. You know, it's just me. I see your hands up. And so I kept doing that. I'm grateful that my speaking has taken me all around the world, but it's just me. I just speak. And someone said, please stop being lazy, Lisa. Excuse me? Lazy? Stop being lazy. Can you share with us what you do? And so I locked myself in my office for 7 days.
And I began to unpack everything that I did unconsciously for the last 25 years that grew this incredible enterprise. But more importantly, it's inspired and transformed the lives of millions. So today, can I give you just a few of those? May I give you just a few of those? Now, these are skill sets. Now, I'm giving you these skill sets because I want to increase your confidence. I want to help you increase your confidence because I want the world to hear your voice. Whatever you do, they need to hear your voice. So if I can give you some skill sets to anchor down into, then you can step up until you're calling in a bigger way, because you just want a little more safety. I needed safety. I needed bumper rails. I needed to know, listen, hold on, I don't want to make a fool of myself, though I'm willing to make a fool of myself. Can we minimize the amount of fool I make sometimes? And so I want to support you in that area. So I want to take you to this place that first you have to know that everyone is a speaker. It doesn't matter what you do, sales, business owner, entrepreneur. It doesn't matter, team leader, trainer, executive. It doesn't matter, parent, mother. You're a speaker, and you're not just a speaker. You need to be an inspirational speaker. And on some days, you need to be a transformational speaker. You need to know how to pour into someone's life in such a way that they want to take radical action. Not just action, but radical action. And so understanding that most leaders that are responsible for leading, they experience limited success. Limited success. Now, I want you to think about executives. I want you to even think about parenting. I want you to think about organizations and network marketing. I want you to think about entrepreneurship. And you can have success. You can make a lot of money. You can be very popular. But normally, it's limited to some degree. It doesn't touch as far as it can go. Because normally, they provide a lot of information, but less inspiration. Even if you think the inspiration is huge, I'll show you how you can do more. They stimulate the mind, but not the heart. My mind is ignited, but my heart opened up a little bit. They create team, but they don't create community. They have respect, but they don't have connection. They establish commitment, but not loyalty. Now, again, you can make millions, you can touch millions doing information, mind, team, respect, and commitment. But if you want to create a legacy that's unstoppable, go inspiration, heart, community, connection, and loyalty. And so I want to show you just a few techniques where you don't have to even focus on this. Focus on the technique I'm going to teach you. Matter of fact, God willing, I'm going to give you 3 techniques today. I'm going to try to squeeze in 4. But I'm going to give you and I'll show you all the techniques that I teach, but I'll pull out some that you can use immediately, like use it at dinner tonight and watch the difference. And I want to give you things that you can implement now, like Lisa is a now kind of girl. So first, to understand that you are a speaker. Type in chat, I am a speaker. I am a speaker. This type, I am a speaker. All roads that lead to you come through your mouth, your messaging. You are the front door to anything that anyone's going to ever do with you. I'll say that again. You are the front door. So when you hone that craft, when you hone the craft of oration, when you hone the craft of delivering a powerful and impactful message, it doesn't matter what you touch, what you're talking about, it's going to rise. All tides rise. Matter of fact, you'll have to use your powers for good, because you can touch things and promote things and talk about things, and all of a sudden you just get an influx. It's a quality problem, but a problem nonetheless. The first type of speaker, and I want you to identify what type of speaker you are right now. Now, you can move from different categories. Most speakers that I work with don't even know these 4 categories. I studied it for years, and I said, oh, you know what? There's 4 different categories. So I want you to identify which category you're in right now. And then I'm going to ask you which one you want to be in, which is just a matter of new skill sets being learned. So the first speaker is an informational speaker. And an informational speaker is responsible for delivering information. So their job is to get you the information that you need. They're college instructors, they're the traffic school teacher, they're the people who literally said, did you get the information? Then my job is done. They're not responsible for your motivation or your inspiration. They're responsible for giving you information. So in a moment, I'm going to have you identify which one you are. The second type of speaker is a motivational speaker. They're like, yes, on fire, let's do this. Their job, this is what I like to call, they're like a jumper cable. They come in, and your battery is kind of going, and they put that jumper cable called their energy on you, and man, you just go over the top, right? Jack is more in the transformational. So he started in motivational, but he's moved more to transformational. So you get a Tony Robbins and you leave and you're on fire. You get a Les Brown, you leave and you're on fire. That's their job. You need to be mindful that in 90 days, your people need another jump start. So I always say, if you're a motivational speaker, touch them in 70 days so that they don't fizzle down. So if you know you're topical, if you know you like that rah, rah, go, go, get it, get it, get it. This is also what people know in the industry. Everyone's called a motivational speaker, but it's important for you to know which kind you are, no matter where you are. I have scientists in my programs. I have attorneys. I have politicians. I have doctors, because they all know that they use their voice. So I'm not talking about stage speaking like this. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about anything you touch, what type of speaker you're going to be. The next is an inspirational speaker. And as an inspirational speaker, they inspire you from the inside out. Motivation is from the outside in, topical. So it's important that the room is on fire. It's important that there's energy. Inspiration comes inside out. Now, this is where you see Marion Williamson, you see the late, great Wayne Dyer, you see all the other people that you see on this, and many others. You see Eric, you see Marina, that's inspirational speaking, inside out. Now, they may use some motivational techniques to keep you going, but they want to have transformation from inside out. Now, let me tell you about this. A lot of inspirational speakers, and you might be this, you compare yourself to a motivational speaker, and you feel like you lose every time. That's what I did. When I started, I would be on stage and I'd do my thing, because I started as an inspirational speaker. And I'd do my thing and I'm teaching, and I'm expecting a Les Brown response or a Tony Robbins response. But instead, people are going, or they're crying. I'm like, I suck at this motivational speaking thing. Everybody's crying. Well, I didn't realize that I was comparing myself. And first of all, Benjamin Franklin says, comparison is and will always be the thief of all your joy. I was comparing myself to a whole different category. I'm an inside-out kind of girl. I use motivation here and there, but my landing place is inspiration. So you need to know your lane. How many of you raise your hand if you know you've been comparing yourself to the wrong category and then saying you're not good enough, and you didn't even know you were in a different category to right now? Right? Right. So the last category, and then I'm going to have you type in chat what category you're in, so I want to see the chat box in a moment. The last is transformation. So I started in inspiration, and then when I developed more techniques, I went to transformation. So transformation is the road less traveled, because transformation is not instant. Transformation starts with irritation, just for the record. Transformation requires a long-term commitment, for the record. Transformation requires the program. The program that Marina's inviting you to take a part in, that's a transformational program. So if you want instant, and you want to instantly have results, then you have to really understand that you're going to need to do motivation and inspiration, then get to transformation, right? And so when I realized I was a transformational speaker, I realized I need to do programs. I need to teach, because transformation is not instant. It don't happen in the microwave. It doesn't happen on Google Download. You don't Google Download transformation, just the word. So all of a sudden you begin to see where you are. So now I want you to identify, are you information? Are you motivation? Are you inspiration? Are you transformation? What are you? So that you at least give yourself the right view. You're looking through the right lenses, so you're not comparing yourself with a different category, and then you feel like you lose every time. So type in chat, and if I can see chat, type in chat where you are, where you are currently. And then I want you to, after that, I want you to tell me, where do you want to be? Now, if you want to stay in the same category, Lisa, I'm motivation, and I want to be a stronger motivational speaker. I'm inspiration, I want to be a stronger inspirational speaker. You can stay in the exact same category. You just want to go deeper in that category. You want to go higher in that category. Okay, I see. Wonderful, wonderful. Can I see the notes? Can I see the chat box again? I want to see what you guys are. Andrea, what are you? And Adrian, what are you? Okay, great. All right, Linda, okay, great, wonderful. And so let me give you, and I could have brought just a fiery inspirational message to you today. And we're going to have that. But I want you to have some clarity on some paths and some skill sets on how you can trust your voice more. How many of you would appreciate that? Show me how to trust my voice more. I want to see your hands up. I'm going to look all around. I'm not going to look right into the camera now because I want to see you. Show me how I can go deeper in my soul. I see you. Show me how I can go deeper in my soul and how I can let it out and how I can trust it. Right. Good. Good. Jerry, I'm going to give you all I can. Elizabeth, I'm going to give you all I can. Laura, all I can. Yolanda, all I can right now. So I'm going to go fast. I knew for a long time that I had a message in my belly. I was just scared. I was scared to let it out because I didn't know if I was doing it right. I didn't know if someone would listen. As you hear this, just raise your hand. Just let me know if I'm not alone. I was wondering if I'd be judged if I told them too much. I was wondering if I'd lose my credibility if they knew that I was still trying to figure life out while I'm helping others. I remember the night before I went on Oprah in 2007 for The Secret. I'm pacing. I'm like, oh my God, tomorrow I go on Oprah. Tomorrow I go on Oprah. Oh my God, tomorrow. And tomorrow I have a decision. I can sit on that stage and act like I got everything figured out. Or I can let my soul speak. I can share my brilliance and I can share my journey. And I can trust that the audience will choose me or unchoose me and that I'll be okay. And it wasn't about trusting the audience. It was trusting that whatever the audience chose, I'll be okay. It was trusting me. The next day I sat on Oprah between Jack Canfield and Reverend Michael Beckwith and Oprah. And I'm like, man, I'm such a peon on this stage. But I did something. And I love my brothers from another mother. But I did something that my brothers didn't do as much. I let my soul speak. And within 72 hours, I received 9,782 emails saying we want more. And that was the beginning. Here are the techniques that I've unconsciously used for the last 25 years that built my brand. Here are the techniques that if you break down the art of speaking, there's an art and a science of speaking. If you break down the science of speaking, there are techniques that you can learn one by one. Type in chat, one by one. You don't learn them all at one time. Type in chat, one by one. One by one, you learn them. One by one, you're gentle with yourself. One by one, you try them out. One by one, you try it on, like one shoe and then the other shoe, and then you walk in those shoes. And if they feel good, you speed up a little bit. And these are the techniques that I found that when I anchor down and learn these techniques, you don't learn them all overnight. Be gentle with yourself. Type in chat, I will be patient with myself. Type in chat, sister, brother, I will be patient with myself. When you learn them, all of a sudden, when you touch people, you touch them at a different level. So let me share some of this with you. One technique is show me. Show me versus tell me. People are looking for an opportunity to experience you. Yesterday, Jamie did this magnificent job of showing you the journey. She spent 75% of her message explaining and unpacking the no's, right? So that we all can get comfortable with the no. So when you use show me versus tell me, this technique is about demonstrating at a higher level the emotional impact when speaking, but it causes you to take bigger risks. So are you willing to take bigger risks to touch people bigger? Are you willing to do that? You share the story in such a way that the audience can see your story versus hear your story. Most of you are telling a story. And I want to invite you to show the story. When you show the story, here's how you do it. You take your content and you give it a 3D experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sound as if I'm talking fast because I am, because I'm in a timeline. But no worries, because for those of you who are going to work with us a little further, I'm actually going to go a little further with this. Describe what you're seeing. What colors, what heights, what visuals, what were you feeling? What's the conversation that was going on in your head? The beauty of when you take someone in your head, that way you can be confident now, but when you're telling the story about when you were 21, you can be the 21-year-old insecure, confused person still without losing any of who you are today. So often you're not sharing with people that full journey because you're afraid of losing credibility. There's a way that you can unpack and show them the oral movie, unpack the experience, and never lose credibility. As a matter of fact, you gain credibility. So when you're looking at, I want to take you back. Let me give you some examples of show me. And then I want you to practice. Will y'all practice with me? Can we practice together? All right. So I'm a hands-on girl. I need to learn and then practice. I'm functionally dyslexic, and I don't say that as a victim of it. It's my superpower. It makes me learn thoroughly because I know that I need to touch it, feel it, speak it, and try it on. And then I have it. So show me says, it was June, and Jelani and I were having a difficult summer. And difficult because I kept running out of money before I ran out of month. And this particular day, I was frustrated. I was tired. I remember walking into the bedroom saying, my God, I just need some rest. I remember the heat in the room being turned up pretty high. And I would look at the heat and I look at the air conditioning and I wonder, is it up too high? Is it going to cost me too much? Because I always ran out of money before I ran out of month. I went to the drawer to get Jelani some Pampers out. I looked in the drawer and there were no Pampers. Oh my God. I don't know if I have money to buy Pampers. I grabbed the ATM card. I put Jelani in the little sack that I carried him in, and I went down to the ATM. And as I typed my card in the ATM, if you've ever been here, just raise your hand. All the time when I'm typing my code, I'm praying, please have enough money, please have enough money, please have enough money, please have enough money. I was too embarrassed to go back to my parents. I didn't want my parents to know that I needed help. Then I saw the infamous words as I asked for $20 out. Insufficient funds. Damn. I'm tired of being here. Two people in line behind me. I don't want them to know. So I just kind of stand there and cover the thing as if I'm pulling out money where I'm pulling out the receipt that says no money's there. I go back home and I wrap Jelani in a towel. And I remember my brain screaming, how did I get here? You're the one, Lisa, that they kept saying, she has so much potential. She has so much potential. What's potential? I need my potential to show up. That's a show me story. A story that takes you into the journey, a story that requires you to feel again. If you can see the tears that keep coming up. And so many times you want to hold back something that might come out of you because you don't want to lose that grace. You don't want to lose that charisma or that respect or that credibility. Every time you get in front of someone, it's not about you anymore. It's about what you can do and what you can inspire them to do in themselves. Do you hear me? And so, can you say yes to your soul? Can you say, I trust you? I trust that I can handle to let my truth out. I trust my truth, and I trust my truth to cross my tongue. Can you show? Alicia says, I trust my truth. Trust my truth. And so that's a show me technique. And then the next technique would be the valley technique. And the reason why I showed you the show me technique, I explained the show me technique before the valley technique, is because you tell a better valley technique, a better story in the valley when you can show it, right? So the valley is designed to create immediate connection with your audience. Now, these are two different techniques, but they live really close. They're interdependent. Right? So the first technique I want you to say is the show me technique. The second technique is the valley technique. Now, the valley is designed to show an immediate connection between you and your audience, and it shows why you are committed to your audience and your commitment. You heard Pete talk about it, and Marina, and so many speakers yesterday say, know your why. Jamie talked about she kept focusing on her why. So in your valley, and you've seen Marina do it, Pete did it, Jamie did it, Stormy did it, everyone did this valley technique on you, and I'll show you, and you'll go, they've been doing it. It's so much inside of our unconscious competence. But when you can take your unconscious competence and make it your conscious competence, and then use it as a superpower, oh my God, you become unstoppable and unforgettable. So the valley technique is first show the audience the strength of who you are. Now this is gonna be a strain for some of you because you have a hard time sharing your diamonds and showing your flowers and sharing your brilliance and showing your genius. You have a hard time owning your greatness. Hello, put your hands in the air, type your name in chat if that's you. You have a hard time just saying hello. Yeah, I can sit on that stage with those other sisters because some would say I am a badass, right? You have a hard time celebrating yourself, right? I see all the names, Apara, Alicia, Joanne, Naja. And so the first part you got to know is the big you. You got to be willing to do the big you because the only way the valley works is if you do the big you correct. So you have to do this technique in all forms. Then you go down, so you do your big achievements. Then you share an all-time low. You share an all-time low. I see you guys taking pictures of the screen, very smart. You share an all-time low. You deliver that with authenticity, transparency. You talk about your fears. You talk about your weakness. You talk about your trepidation. You talk about your sours. It's super important that you share this part so that the audience can see you did not start on the mountaintop. Anywhere you go. When I was on Oprah, I did it. It's what attracted 9,782 emails in 72 hours, you guys. I was the only person that shared my valley. This is the secret sauce. Type in chat, secret sauce. This is the secret sauce. It's why anytime I'm on a national television show, there's at least 20,000 new people in my database within 72 hours. It always happens. It's the valley. I promise you, it's the valley. And I didn't know it was the valley technique. Matter of fact, it wasn't even named the valley. I didn't even know it was, I just threw that name on it because it makes sense. It's up, down, up, right? And I knew it was the valley after a while because I would be on with other people. And they wouldn't have the same response. And I go, what was the difference? I did the valley and they didn't. So if you walk away with nothing else, walk away with this. It's a journey through the moment. Now it's important that in this moment, you show me versus tell me, which is why I showed you that, I introduced that technique to you first. I can teach you a lot more on that technique, but I just wanted to introduce it to you right now. So when you go to the valley, you go through the valley and you talk about an all-time low moment, not the entire life story, but a moment. In 1994, in June, I ran out of money and had to get my son and wrap him in a towel. On the second day, I sat and I put my hand on his stomach, crying, and I made a promise to my son, Jelani, who's now 26 years old. I said, Jelani, mommy will never be this broke or broken again. I knew Jelani couldn't understand me, but I needed to hear myself make that promise. That's the valley. That's the all-time low. And then you come out of the valley and you then share your commitment, your why. If you remember the speakers, they showed you their big you, the big them, and then they told you about an all-time low moment, and then they came out with their why. This right here, this is the formula of all times, which is if you get no other formula from me, use this formula. Now, what will stop you from using this formula? The fear of losing respect. The fear of losing connection. Come on, you guys. If that's you, type your name in chat. Raise your hand. Show me your hand up. You know, it stops you. I see your hands up. And that's where your confidence comes in. Give yourself permission to share your truth. I see all the names. Yes, I see all your names. And so this is where you want to do that personal development that's in the programs. Because personal development is going to give you the strength and the confidence to turn around and go, hold on, this is who I am unapologetically, and this is my journey. Good stuff? The valley? Okay, I got so much I want to show you. You are who you are because of your valley. You're not who you are in spite of your valley. I am who I am because of my valley. The fact that I have 7 bestsellers, that's exciting because I got to fail in English. And my English teacher said, Miss Nichols, I recommend you never speak in public. And you are the weakest writer that I've ever met in my entire life. I am who I am because of my valley. I'm on fire for giving you voice because I was afraid to use mine. I am who I am because of my valley. This is one of my favorites. This is the third. I did 1, 2, and 3. So the first one was to show you the show me story. The second one was to teach you about the valley, and I'm doing them all really fast. And the third is this delicious thing I call cadence and iteration flow. And it is the combination of using rhyme, using iteration or alliteration, and cadence as a way to create a rhythmic experience for your audience. What we know is that music is universal. I was in Taipei speaking, and no one spoke any English. All of a sudden, they turned on Beyonce, and the whole audience of 4,000 people started saying, should have put a ring on it. They sang the whole song, should have put a ring on it, and they standing up, and they waving. And then when the song went off, no one spoke English again, but they sang that song in complete English because music is a unifier. Rhythm is a unifier. So when you're talking and when you're speaking and when you're opening up and when you're sharing, you want to use this as your secret weapon as well. You want to use iteration, repetition, and constantly doing the same thing. So if you do iteration, it's I want to speak with passion. I want to speak with purpose. I want to be on point. I want to have power. And I want to live with perseverance. That's that iteration, right? I have that rhythm. I use P's. I want to speak up. I want to show up. I want to rise up. I want to step up. I want to stay prayed up. That's that iteration. You feel that flow, you feel the rhythm. And then alliteration is that occurrence where you have the same sound. And rhyme, rhyme. So let me share with you what I did when I was 21 years old, I think I was about 21, 22. I had to do a 1-minute introduction, and I wanted to make sure it was a minute, so I wrote alliteration, and it went like this. Education, preparation, motivation, with a dedication to my community. Public speaking is my occupation. School of Hard Knocks is my certification. People of color are my orientation. Yes, folks, you can speak to me later for clarification. I speak bold. I speak strong. I am 3 wrapped in 1. Malcolm X's desire for cultural cultivation. Martin Luther King's yearning for total liberation. And I do it all with a smile, with God's motivation. There's a great mother figure wrapped around my tongue. She helps clarify the 3 in 1. She leads me. She guides me. She lets me know which way to go. Besides all of my 3 in 1 sits Dr. Maya Angelou. I'm Lisa Nichols, and I am on my way. Listen closely, you will hear me one day, for I represent the strong women that are here to stay. Just a rhythm, a rhythm, right? And the beautiful thing is that you don't have to be a poet to be able to do that. What did I do? I took the SHUN, T-I-O-N, education, preparation, motivation, with a commitment to whatever else I said, right? So I took all the T-I-O-Ns, and then I just created a conversation that allowed me to use the T-I-O-Ns, right? So how can I do that, Lisa? Oh, go to rhymezone.com, right? Rhymezone.com, and it helps you find words. And then craft the words in such a place where it has a rhythm. And when you do that, audiences will lean in more. An audience of 1 or an audience of many will lean in more to you because people love the rhythm. So that's another technique that really can help you. So I'll go back and I want to sit on this slide while I take you through this next piece. I just want you to hold on to that. I was scared for a long time to use my voice because I kept underqualifying myself. I kept thinking, I'm too dark. I'm too thick. I come from South Central LA. I'm functionally dyslexic. There were so many reasons why I chose to not use my voice. Anybody know what I'm talking about? And the reasons made sense to me. They're not ready for me. I don't want to outgrow anybody in my community. I'm not sure that the world will accept me. Come on, you guys, we know our reasons, right? We know our reasons. I brought my tissue out. I want to make sure that I did it correctly. And so I had 1,001 reasons to play small. But all I needed was one reason to choose to play big. And that was, I don't want to get to the end of my life and look back and wonder who I could have been. Who I could have been if I'd gathered up and mustered up the courage, confronted the limiting belief, who I could have been. What good could I have done? I didn't want to wonder. I said, I'd rather run to fly and fall than sit and wonder if my wings would have ever worked. I wanted to protect the memories of myself. I wanted to protect my future memories of myself. I wanted to say, Lisa, when you get to the end of your life, I want to be tired. I want to be exhausted. I want to be empty. I don't want to take anything with me. I just believe wherever I'm going, I'll get a whole nother stock on the other side. I don't want to be let off the hook of the people that I'm supposed to touch with my voice. I don't want to be let off the hook of the people I'm supposed to inspire with my voice. I don't want to be let off the hook with the souls that are supposed to touch my soul, but they'll only touch my soul when I open my mouth, open my heart, and open my soul. I don't want to be let off the hook. I don't want to be let off the hook with the woman that I'm supposed to be. I don't want to be let off the hook. I don't care that I'm scared. I don't care that I'm nervous. That somebody scrubbed the bathroom and somebody cleaned the toilet and somebody got beat and somebody lost their life and somebody couldn't speak up so that I could. Y'all don't know. Somebody was willing to take a lash. Some mother was willing to be quiet, but she prayed into her daughter. She prayed into her daughter that please don't be quiet the way I'm quiet. Some woman who didn't have the ability to fly first class, didn't have the ability to sit on yachts. She cleaned the yachts. She watched the airplane and she said, I hope that my life helps her use her life to touch someone's soul. And I want to make good on every sacrifice made on my behalf. And I'm just saying that I believe you're the same. I believe that you say, Lisa, I want to touch my next best. Type in chat, Lisa, I want to touch my next best. Lisa, I don't want to be let off the hook. Lisa, I'm ready to be used. Lisa, show me, because if you show me yours, I'll show you mine. And oh, by the way, sis, brother, it don't have to be perfect, because I'm still figuring out how to do this. But on my way to learning, I think I've inspired a few on my way to mastering it. I'd rather fall because I ran to the edge and I took the leap. So I'm going to invite you and I'm going to extend an invitation to you, because you are an adult, fully capable of making powerful choices. That's why you're here. So I'm going to invite you to stand up. I'm going to invite you to stand up, to find your center. Stand up wherever you are and find your center. I see your beautiful faces. Stand up. And I'm going to invite you to repeat after me. And I'm going to invite you to hear your voice saying. I'm going to give you the words so that you're coached through, so that I'm your bumper rails. I'm your binky right now, and that's all right. I'm holding on to you. I'm your sister in this journey. But I want you to hear yourself. It's not important for anyone else to hear you right now as it is important for you to hear yourself. Stand up, take a deep breath. Repeat after me. I have climbed through a lot. Just say that. I have crawled through a lot. I have run through a lot. I have a lot to give. I have a lot to offer. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I've been ready. I'm ready. Tell my cells I'm ready. I'm ready. I am enough. I'm smart enough. I'm brilliant enough. I'm humble enough. There is an assignment that only I can feel. There is an assignment that only I can feel. And I will stand in it. I will choose it. I will work for it. I will fight for it. I will pray for it. I will be coachable for it. I will be action in it. I will leap in it. I don't know a lot. I don't know a lot. But I know, say it, come on y'all. I know what I know. What I know, say it. What I know, say it with more conviction. What I know. And I know that now is my time. I know that now is my time. I'm not going to question me. I'm not going to question me. I'll make mistakes and then I'll get up. I'll make mistakes and then I'll get up. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. And now I want you to speak to the world that's on its way to receive you. I want you to give the world notice, because sometimes you have to give the world notice. Take a deep breath. Repeat after me. Get ready for me, because I'm getting ready for you. Get ready for me, because I'm getting ready for you. You're going to meet me, and I'm going to serve you. You're going to meet me, and I'm going to inspire you. I'm not going to be perfect. Come on, y'all, say it. I'm not going to be perfect, but I will be a perfect match for you. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. I'm designed for greatness. Say it. I'm designed for greatness. Abundance is my birthright. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Show me. Ready? Come on, y'all. Ready, set, ready, set, and grow. And grow. Repeat after me. I don't want to do it alone. I don't want to do it alone. I don't want to do it alone. I need my tribe. I deserve my tribe. I'm ready for my tribe. I'm ready for my tribe. Stretch me. Come on, you guys. Stretch me. Tell us, stretch me. Open up, stretch me. Show me. Teach me. Stretch me. Don't let me leave here without touching my best. Don't let me off the hook. Come on, y'all, say it. Don't let me off the hook. Come on, breathe that in. Breathe it in. Breathe it in. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Let your sails fill it. Let your sails fill it. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Let your sails fill it. Who feels that tingle? You feel that tingle? You feel that tingle? That's your cells saying, oh, I just got noticed. I just got noticed. Yeah, I just got noticed. Declare it. Take a deep breath. Thank you so much for allowing me to make you mildly to moderately to significantly uncomfortable in any form of mediocrity. Thank you for allowing me to help speak what's true inside of you. You can have a seat now. I'm excited. I want to share with you how I'm going to play. So many of you have already jumped in and said, teach me. Let me tell you, the smartest thing I did was I hooked my caboose to somebody else's train. I put on my seatbelt. I ate my Wheaties, took my B12, and I held on for the ride. And many of you are getting an invitation. You've gotten an invitation for the last 3 days to hook your caboose to a freight train, to put on your seatbelt, take your B12, get your rest, eat your Wheaties, and get ready for the ride. I am not the woman that I am by myself because of something I did by myself. I'm the woman that I am, and I'm still growing. I'm still growing. But I'm the woman that I am because people were willing to do what Marina did on Christmas Eve and say, hold on, I've learned something. Let me cut off your learning curve. Let me save you some time, stress, and money. Y'all hear me? You hear me? The smartest thing you can do is hook your caboose to someone else's train. Now, for many of you, it's the third day and you've thought about, can I jump in? And I'm not paid to say this. I'm a woman who's experienced the other side of making a radical and sometimes a scared yes to myself. For some of you, it's an easy yes. But for others, you're still wondering, what should I do next? Here's what I want to tell you. You don't want to leave here not knowing what action you're going to be in and with who. You cannot. You cannot. I went to the same training. Somebody type in chat how many times I went to the same training. Some of my students are here. I love my students on my campus. They already know it's going to sound crazy, but I was too afraid to leave anywhere not being in action. I went 42 times. Y'all see that? Yes, 42 times, y'all. Don't judge me. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't have programs like this. And so I told Marina, for those who jump in, I'm gonna throw this in for you guys. I just want to pour into you. I'm going to teach a training that opens up more of what we talked about today, that helps to remove the blocks that are caused when you shrink, make you want to shrink, to really talk about some of that chatter, to help eliminate the chatter. I do transformational training. And all I wanted to do is help you end up using your voice more. I want to help to eliminate that blind spot for you, to help you release a part of yourself that you want to see and you know the world wants to see, to access a part you've never even seen before. Because if I can get you to do something you've never done before, say something you've never said before, then you will meet the man, the woman you've always known yourself to be. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to entertain you, though I can be quite entertaining. I'm not here for that. I'm here to transform you. I come for your transformation. That's it. So for those of you who said yes, then I'm excited to meet you in the huddle because I'm coming for you. And for those of you who are on the fence and you say, should I? I'm going to tell you, no matter what the cost is, let me tell you, the cost of not being in action will always be far greater. Always be far greater. So sister, move the mountain. I'm just going to say, and this is coming from a sister who had to move a lot of mountains to make things happen. Move your mountain, climb your mountain, go through your mountain, or knock your mountain down. But get in radical, radical action. Radical action. So, in closing, I want to share this with you. Today, there's a lot going on in my life that I'm grateful for right now. And a lot going on in my life that I wish I didn't have to experience. Yesterday, I celebrated my grandmother's first birthday without her being here. And what gave me solace was what she calls me to do in my life. And so I want to leave you with this. Just a short story, and I'm going to read it. And you can listen with your eyes closed, or you can follow me, but I'm going to read it. Thank you. It says, almost, and then I'll tell you who it's written by. Almost immediately after the protest started, we had begun to receive threatening phone calls and letters. They increased as time went on. By the middle of January, they had risen to about 30 or 40 threatening phone calls a day. From the beginning of the protest, both my mother, my parents, Coretta's parents, always had an unconscious and often conscious fear that something fatal might happen to us. They never had any doubt about the rightness of our actions. And I want you guys to hear that you can do it scared, y'all. I just want you to hear doing it scared. My parents were concerned about what might happen to us. My father made a beaten path between Atlanta and Montgomery throughout the days of the protest. Every time I saw him, I went through a deep feeling of anxiety. Take a breath, you guys, with me. Because I knew that my every move was driving my father deeper and deeper into a state of worry. I want you just to think about when you get scared. During those days, he would hardly mention many of the harassments that Coretta, the baby, and I were being subject to without crying. As the weeks passed, I began to see that many of the threats were in earnest. Soon I felt myself faltering. I felt my fear growing. One day, a white friend told me he had heard from a reliable source that plans were being made to take my life. For the first time, I realized that something could actually happen to me. One night at mass meeting, I found myself saying, if one day you find me sprawled out dead, I do not want you to retaliate with a single act of violence. I urge you to continue protesting with the same dignity and discipline you have shown so far. A strange silence came over the audience. You guys might already know that I'm talking. This letter is from Dr. Martin Luther King, but this is not Dr. Martin Luther King speaking. This is Martin. One night toward the end of January, I settled into bed. After a hard day, Coretta had already fallen asleep, and just as I was about to doze off, the telephone rang. An angry voice on the other side said, listen, nigger, we've taken all we want from you. And he said, and then hung up. I couldn't sleep after that. It seemed as if all my fears had come down on me at once, and they had reached a saturation point. Come on, y'all. Somebody raise their hand if you know about reaching a saturation point. We never hear about this Dr. Martin Luther King. We never hear about this Dr. Martin Luther King. But I wanted you to meet this man. He said, I got out of bed and I began to walk the floor. I had heard these things before, but for some reason that night it got to me. I turned over and tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't sleep. I was frustrated. I was bewildered. And then I got up. Finally, I went to the kitchen and I heated a pot of coffee. Y'all listen to these next words. I was ready to give up. With my cup of coffee sitting untouched before me, I tried to think, y'all listen to this. I tried to think of a way to move out of the picture without appearing as a coward. We don't know this part of him. I sat there and I thought about the beautiful little daughter I had who had just been born. I'd come in the night after night to see that little gentle smile. I started thinking about the dedicated, loyal wife who was over there sleeping, and she could be hurt in the process, or I could be taken from her. And I got to the point that I couldn't take it any longer. Y'all listen to what Dr. King said. I was weak. Something said to me, you can't call on daddy now. You can't even call on mama. You got to call on that something that your daddy used to tell you about, that power that can make a way out of no way. Y'all listen, because no one ever published this about Dr. King. He said, with my head in my hands, I bowed over the kitchen table and I prayed out loud. The words I spoke to God that midnight are still vivid in my memory. Lord, I'm down here trying to do the right thing. Anybody know about that prayer? I think I'm right. I'm here taking a stand for what I believe is right, but Lord, I must confess that I'm weak now. I'm faltering. I'm losing my courage. Now I'm afraid. And I can't let the people see me like this, because if they see me weak and losing my courage, they will begin to get weak too. The people are looking to me for leadership. And if I stand before them without strength and courage, they too will fall and falter. I'm at the end of my powers, God. I have nothing left. I've come to a point where I can't face it alone. Anybody know about that? See, we haven't heard about this, Martin. It seemed as though I could hear a quiet assurance and an inner voice saying, Martin Luther, stand up for righteousness. Stand up for justice. Stand up for truth. And know that I will be with you, even until the end. Martin goes on to write, I tell you, I've seen things. I heard the thunder roar. I felt a dashing in my soul. But I heard the voice of God saying, still fight on. He promised never to leave me nor forsake me. At that moment when I began to say those words, I experienced a presence of the divine as I had never experienced before. Almost at once, my fears began to go. My uncertainty began to disappear, and I was ready to face anything. Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. So, sister, if you are afraid, and if you get lonely, and if your faith falters and alters at times, and if you feel uncertain, just let that letter be evidence that you're in real good company. I love you, sis. I love you, brother.
Lisa Nichols, everybody, give her a round of applause. Isn't she a special soul? Wow. Let me see some hands if you got something out of that. Let me see some hands. Come on. There we go. All right. A couple quick things before we go to our lunch break. First of all, I want to tell you that Gwyneth Paltrow is the first one up after the lunch break. And also, we're going to be giving away $500,000 worth of prizes first thing when we come back from the lunch break, so don't miss it. Make sure that you're here. And if they could throw up the slide again on what we did, the 6-pay option is now ready to go. So if you go into your dashboard and you click on the button to go talk to somebody, the 6-pay option. So show Lisa's bonus that she added for all people who get the MPW Breakthrough Experience, the Speak From Your Soul workshop. She offered that out of the goodness of her heart. This is on top of what she's going to do inside of the entire program. And so show the second slide, please. Plus the Badass Mastermind from the Badass panel. The 1 day, 1 hour with each one of these superstar leaders sharing their insights. That's going to be added to the program, and that leads to this. the weekly accountability and coaching, daily online community, 8 weeks of badass curriculum, the graduation celebration, the vision board exercise, the MPW virtual VIP ticket for next year, which is going to be $1,000 value, Build Your Empire Mastermind, Social Media Excellence Execution Workshop, which happens this next week. You get recordings of all of this. The Badass Mastermind, the Speak From Your Soul workshop in English and in Spanish, the entire thing. You can get all of that for a little less than $3,000, or there's a payment plan now up to 6 payments. Okay, so we're gonna take a break for lunch, and in about 20 minutes from right now, so I would say, well, we'll call it 20 minutes from right now, 1:30, 1:25, 1:25, right? We're going to be in this main hall for the welcome luncheon for all the people that got the breakthrough experience. So you got 20 minutes to be able to get that, and you'll get something in your dashboard that'll log you right in if you want to be a part of that, and I know you do. And then we'll be back starting at 2:10 p.m. Pacific time. So exactly 63 minutes from right now, okay? So be back for the prizes, be back for the giveaways. We're going to be giving away some more Louis Vuitton, and be back for the icon, Gwyneth Paltrow and Marina Worre. It's going to be great. See you at 2:10.
Some kind of love is taking all my time. I can't shake it off, and it weighs on my mind. And now it's heavy on me. Now I see your face and everybody else, and even if I replace you, I'll never feel as high. Never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get, never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get. No second chances, it's my only law. Whatever happens, I'll try to make sure that I won't let it go wrong. Now I see your face and everybody else, and even if I replace you, I'll never feel as high. Never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get, never gonna forget you. Never gonna get, never
is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. And everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. And everybody's watching her, but she's looking at
Let's go. Make no excuses now. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. Let's go. Your time is running out. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. It's not about what you've done, it's about what you do. It's all about where you going, no matter where you've been. Let's go.
ready to see Gwyneth Paltrow and Marina Worre? Gonna be amazing. All right. Listen, we've got an unbelievable afternoon. There's, you're going to hear from a real icon, not only in Hollywood and entertainment, but in business. And it's going to be a fascinating conversation. Can't wait for you to hear it. We're going to talk about relationships. We've got some of the most incredible network marketing leaders to close out the day. It's just going to deliver even more. Even if your cup is full, we're going to give you more. Keep taking notes, keep writing it down. You use it to be able to create a better game plan. Before we do that, I want to give away $500,000 worth of courses. So we have picked at random 50 people. These are the 50 people who will win a 2-day radical duplication workshop. Take a screenshot of this photo in case you know one of these people. I can't read all the names. Take a screenshot of this. We'll track them down also, but take a screenshot. Hopefully you're on the list, one of the 50 people to earn this prize. All right, so congratulations. That's $250,000 worth of value that is being given to these people. The second group are going to get a free $5,000 ticket to the Beyond Leadership workshop that happens this fall. These are the 50 people earning the Beyond Leadership ticket. So take a screenshot of that, take a photo of that. Somebody on your team is in there, or if you're in there, I hope. Wave your hand if you've won one of those. Beth Morse won. Did you get one, Beth? Congratulations, well done. Whoever else, Laura get one? Fantastic. All right, so that's it for that. We'll be giving away, I have a ton of Louis Vuitton to give away at the end of the day, plus another batch of those tickets, and we're going to give away 200 GoPro tickets at the end of the day as well. So with that, we have a big treat in store for you. And to set that up, before I bring out these two iconic powerhouse women, we have a short video for you to check out. Check it out.
Hello. Goop was started in my kitchen in London in 2008. I harbored some very secret aspirations of starting a lifestyle company. What we bring to our reader and our consumer is kind of a brand new formula. I mean, when you think about it, we're being pretty disruptive in the space. We're here to talk about Goop.
Oh, Goop.
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 Goop. The message is that people really want to understand why, and we're trying to provide the why it's important to us and hopefully why it's important to them.
Please give a big welcome to Marina Worre and Miss Gwyneth Paltrow.
Welcome, welcome. I'm so excited to have you here. You know, for me, it's like a dream come true. You know, like every little girl watches the movies and doesn't even realize if it's ever possible to meet one of those amazing people. And now you're sitting in my city. It's such a surreal moment for me. So thank you so much for finding the time in your busy schedule and being here. So, Gwyneth, it's like when a lot of people, especially girls, it's like I said, we're watching those amazing movies, and being an actress is probably like a dream come true for every little girl. But it's not easy, right? And when you're being an actress, you're pretty much like an employee. You're working for somebody else. You're listening to directives like, oh, do this, don't do that, don't touch this. You know, it's like it's almost back into the parenting world. And sometimes it's not necessary, you know, the movie that you like or whatever. I'm kind of like thinking, what are the objections going to be, right? If you are an actress, and at the same time, you decided to. Being in such a powerful and amazing celebrity and actress, you still decided to open your own business. And you decided to be your own CEO, to move from the employee into the CEO world. So first of all, what do you like best? And what is the difference from your perspective from like being an accomplished actress and running your own show?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's amazing to see all of these women. Forgive me for my mask. I'm just being extra careful. I have to see somebody immunocompromised.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, my life so far has been so interesting and wild, just wild. You know, when I think about the path that I took as an actress and how it unfolded for me, and then if I think about where I am today, I sometimes look back and I think like, what was I thinking? How did I end up here? And I think the truth is that I think artists, and I think for anybody in your audience who's an artist who makes something, that is such an entrepreneurial spirit, you know, you have to, there's so many parallels between being an artist and an entrepreneur. You have to believe in yourself more than anybody else. You have to cultivate that kind of creativity and openness and channel that. And you have to be more rigorous with yourself than anybody else is going to be. So in a way, it was kind of a natural path to go from being an artist to an entrepreneur. And you know, the truth is I just had so much passion around the lifestyle space and wellness and cooking and togetherness and great life hacks. And I always wanted to found a business like that. I just had no idea, you know, in my 20s or even in my 30s, like, how would I do it? What would it look like? Where would I start? There were so many questions and I had so many insecurities about how I would even, so it took me, you know, 7 years of thinking about it, I think, before I pressed send on my first newsletter.
So now being an entrepreneur and now being your own boss, like what would be the difference, of course, like taking it from the dream and making it a reality, it's already a big deal. It's a big challenge. But do you feel kind of like which one of those you like better, being an actress or being a CEO and run a huge corporation?
Honestly, I much prefer being a CEO. There are wonderful things about being an actress, but just as you were saying, you know, you don't have a lot of agency and autonomy. You're waiting for somebody to give you a job and telling you what to wear, and it's very different. You know, I think you can't feel in control of where you're going and what you're doing to the same degree. So I loved being an actress when I did it back in the day, and then I started to like it not as much, and now I'm so fulfilled by my job now. I mean, I've learned so much. I can't believe how much I've learned. I can't believe how much there still is to learn every day. I'm just amazed by, you know, what else I need to learn, and it's been fascinating.
You know, it's, you know, all of us girls, we have that idea of glitz and glamour, right, of being an actress. And first of all, not that many people make it. You know, so many girls, so many guys trying to get to the top, and at the same time, it's a tough job, right? But also, you know, a lot of things are outside of your control. Being a CEO is not simple either. You know, running a big business is very complicated, and the success is not guaranteed either, right? You have to constantly learn, you have to constantly grow. And, you know, inside of our profession, 74% of all the participants are women. I don't know how much you know about our profession, but we have $180 billion revenue generated by this amazing business, and over 100 million people participating in this profession, and the majority of them are women. So this is why this entire conference, for me, it's so dear and near to my heart, because I want to inspire women. I want to help them to see a bigger future for themselves. And I know inside of your company, you have a lot of women who work for you. So what would you kind of like, first of all, being a woman, leading women, what advice would you give to all these women who have huge organizations dominated by women?
Well, being a woman in business, I think, is the most efficient way and powerful way to execute on anything. I always say, I always look to surround myself with women, an amazing team of women. And I think, I mean, I say this a lot, but I always try to hire working mothers because they are the most badass, get shit done. They want to come in, be brilliant, be home in time for dinner and homework, So working mothers that's been one of my secret weapons, I think, is hiring women who have kids who are brilliant and intelligent and really want to move the needle and are trying to do both of those things at the same time well.
You just said, you just spoke to my soul, because Get Shit Done is my non-official title in our company. Officially I'm a CEO, unofficially I'm Get Shit Done girl. So I think that because we women, we have that ability, because the guys a lot of times they have, and no disrespect whatsoever, because I have the most powerful men in my life, but they have an amazing vision. They have I want to do this, but I have no idea how. And then you need somebody who can actually put that vision, put that idea into fruition and make it happen. And I feel like women, we're so good at this. We're so good at kind of picking up all those little details and kind of little pieces of the puzzle and making that beautiful picture.
I agree. Amazing executors.
Yes, we're amazing executors. Yes, girls, give yourself a round of applause. And you know what? Because of course, I cannot even imagine your workday. Would you mind to describing us your workday? What is the day in Gwyneth Paltrow life looks like?
Sure. If it's not boring, I mean, I wake up and I meditate with my husband every morning, which is something that we really committed to during quarantine, which has been life-changing. I always was a bad meditator and checking my watch, and it was really hard for me to sit still. And so that's been a really important progression in kind of my mindfulness and wellness. And then we usually have an hour or so of catching up on work, having coffee, and then the kids get up and getting them all ready for school and everything. We have 4 teenagers between us. And then I try to exercise for an hour, and then my goop day begins. And so really, I spend, every day is a little bit different, but especially over quarantine, I've had an executive team meeting every single day because it's so hard to be distributed like this. And so we do that. We have an all hands meeting with the whole team once a week. Doing a lot of recruiting, so spending a lot of time interviewing right now, and a lot of product development, a lot of design, and trying to get more buttoned up around operations, trying to implement right now kind of OKRs or whatever you want to call them, so that everybody, we know, especially because, we're still going to not be in the office, it looks like, for a few months here. So just tools to make sure everybody's really aligned and working towards the same goals, because I feel like that has kind of started to disintegrate a little bit here in the tail end of COVID.
Right. So you said a couple of very important things, because you said that you exercise and you meditate in the morning. And I feel like, we women, we just run so many different things. We're so busy taking care of everybody else that we forget to take care of ourselves. And what else do you do on top of meditation and workout? What else do you do to fill your cup?
I take a bath at the end of every day. And I know that sounds sort of, not a big deal, but for me, that's 20 minutes of time by myself, and I can, lower the lights and just really chill out. And sometimes I'll have a glass of wine in the bath, or I'll listen to a podcast. And it's very simple, but those 20 minutes are non-negotiable for me. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to see anybody. And you know, funnily enough, like cooking really grounds me. I know for some of my friends, it's such a pain and a chore for them, but I really love at the end of the day when I've had, you know, been trying to solve problems just to like chop onions, you know, like take my shoes off and be barefoot and chop shit.
I love it. You know, it's interesting because, you know, for me, grocery shopping does that. You know, I love to cook, and I don't need to go grocery shopping. But sometimes, especially when I'm running and gunning and working so much, I'm just like, I just need to have my Zen place, and I'm kind of like rolling in a Whole Foods or whatever, it's like with my grocery cart, and I'm like out there in my space, you know, and just having my Zen moment. So it's like, you know, one of my things. But meditation, I don't know, I applaud you for figuring that one out. I'm still kind of like, I feel like I have 4th of July fireworks in my head every single day. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, and that's why it's even more important that you do it.
I know.
I was the same. I still am, you know, even yesterday I had a meditation where I was like, you know, I couldn't stop thinking about things, and it seemed like, oh my God, I'm never going to get through this. But for the most part now, you know, I just go back to my breathing and I go back to the practice, and I have really found that I can see it show up in other places of my life, you know, like more clarity, more grounded. It's pretty good.
You know, because like I was talking to my doctor, and I was explaining to her like what's happening in my head, because like every time I talk to my husband, and I don't mean it's like, it's not necessarily bothering me, right? It's just like so many thoughts, so many ideas, and just like boom, 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 boom. And when I talked to my husband, I was like jumping from topic into topic into topic, and he's like, babe, just take a breath. You know, just slow down. I cannot keep up with you. But, you know, and she told me, it's like, Marina, you know, there is that amazing place, whatever, I forgot where it is, and you go there for like a week, and you kind of like, you become like a meditating ninja coming out of that, and like all of your 4th of July gonna be gone. And, you know, and I felt sad for a minute. I was like, I don't know if I want to get rid of that, you know, because like, I like that creativity. I like that, you know, I'm being able to handle so many different things at the same time. But you're saying I should do it, huh?
Well, it's not going to take away any of your creativity or any of your ambition or motivation. It's just going to give your mind and your nervous system just a break for 20 minutes. Because, you know, when we're thinking about all that stuff all day, it's like our adrenals start going, and, you know, we go into like our nervous system overdrive. So it's just giving ourselves like 20 minutes to drop into your parasympathetic, and just to be like a mammal, a person, you know, and get out of the brain and drop into the body a little bit. I think it's pretty good.
All right.
I'll send you a good app.
All right, I'll try it. I'll say Gwyneth sent me, so I'm going for it. So I know, I mean, it's like, because I know the entrepreneurial spirit, right? And I feel that in you as well. And we entrepreneurs, we want to change the world. We want to do so many things. And the amazing job that you're doing with your company, Goop. And so, but what do you see in the next 5 years? What are the different projects that you want to tackle, or what is already in the works? If you can share some of that with us.
Sure. So, you know, I think we're very, obviously we're, one of our main pillars at Goop is around wellness and about real, like, you know, being completely yourself, and also finding the tools to optimize yourself at the same time to the extent to which you want to do that. And so we actually, I'm very curious about the intersection of beauty and wellness and nutrition. And we recently in Los Angeles, we launched a pilot of a cloud kitchen concept. It's called Goop Kitchen. And it's just a little 500 square foot kitchen, and we're just delivering, so you can't eat in there. And it's all organic and Goop certified clean dressings and everything, and amazing quality. And it's been a huge success in Santa Monica, where it is. And so I'm really excited about expanding that. And the idea that you could really connect people to feeling vibrant and amazing through food. And if we could make that easier for mothers or working people or people who are just, you know, interested in eating well, because obviously there's so much data behind good nutrition and how we feel and how we operate in the world. So I'm really excited to try to really flesh out this food business. I think it's very exciting. And, you know, food is my passion. So it's an exciting area to work on.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely fun because it's important for us to remember that what you put in, that's what you're gonna get.
Yeah, of
You know,
course.
taking care of this body is really important. And even though I wish I could say that I'm like so good and I'm eating so clean, no, I enjoy a good glass of wine and a little cheese plate and maybe a bigger cheese plate. You know, it's like I enjoy good food. And but again, you just need to understand, you know, the consequences of a lot of things that are happening. So I really appreciate you taking the lead and taking charge in, you know, educating people how important it is. And you know, we also, I'm sure that, you know, people watching you and they think it's like, oh my gosh, she got it so well and it's so easy and it gets to her probably so kind of like seamlessly, and I know it's not. So can you talk to us about, because especially a lot of women, they do not believe that they're capable. I do feel like one of the reasons that we women do not reach for the stars, we're not trying to get to the higher heights, is because we do not believe in ourselves. We don't give ourselves enough credit that we're capable of doing certain things. And then once we reach it, we do not necessarily feel we deserve it. So do you find that some similarities with that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to say, you know, we've been, as women, we've been fed a really dangerous story that's really bad for us, which is that we need to compete with other women in order to succeed. And it's not true. In fact, I have observed in my life that the more I have held hands with other women and lifted up other women and shared the floor with other women and, you know, amplified their businesses on Goop, even if they have a competitive product, the more successful that I am. And so I think a lot of it comes from this consciousness of, you know, well, I don't believe in myself and I'm not going to be supported by my friends because there's, you know, jealousy amongst women. So I think we all as women have to hold hands and help each other succeed and build each other up and tell each other the story that, like, we can do it. We can, but we need each other. You know, we really do. And we're always going to struggle with having self-belief. You know, every human being struggles with that. But if you can have a network of people who love you, women who love you, who can reiterate to you, you know, like, you've got this and I've got your back while you do this, like, take the risk, you know, it's life-changing.
Right. You know, no one empire was built by one person, by one woman, or by one man. So I do believe when we women come together and support each other, we're capable of so much, because, you know, with our, you know, nurturing motherly feelings and desire to take care of people and bring that love, bring that joy, once we all realize that in order for one of us to win, another one does not have to lose.
That's right.
And for all of us coming together, we can actually win, all of us, on such a bigger scale.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I want to ask you a question that I don't know if you were thinking that I'm going to ask you, but I have a teenager too, and you have 4 teenagers. How's that working out for a busy mom?
Oh my God, I love teenagers. They're so fun. I swear, I thought it was going to be a nightmare. Like, I thought people were going to, I don't know, I thought there was going to be all kinds of, like, I was going to be getting cursed at and getting, I mean, they do roll their eyes at me, or my daughter rolls her eyes at me once in a while, but I'm really loving this time of, you know, raising and sitting at the dinner table with and observing these emerging human beings who are just brilliant and so different from each other and very passionate about what they're passionate about, and I love it. It's so funny with raising kids. Like, at every stage, I've thought, this is the best. It's never going to get better than, you know, when they're 3 and 5. But now they're 15 and 17, and now this is my favorite time.
I love it. So are you a strict mom, or you kind of like the mom that's like, okay, you messed it up, we'll clean it up later, but like, what's your parenting way?
I think that I have tried to parent more consciously. I think my parents' generation, they kind of parented more out of instinct, and which can be good, but also, like, I'm not sure that they were very strategic about, like, I thought they were busy, they were working, and that's just our generation of parents. And so what I'm trying to do is really raise them in an atmosphere where they feel accepted and where there's no shame. There's no shame used to keep them on track or judgment. I really, because I think that's so hard to recover from. And I think you can keep a kid on track by being philosophical as opposed to, implying or overtly saying like, what kind of person would do that? And the message in that is you're a bad person. And as parents, we don't mean to do that. We don't mean to, but we can be very sharp with our words. And so I try also to think about, my daughter will be 18 next year, which I cannot believe, and she'll go out into the world. And so I think about, who do I want to put into the world? I want her to be ready. I want her to be polite. I want her to be herself. I want her to feel fully herself and be fully self-accepting. I want her to have empathy. I want her to speak more than one language. It's like whatever you as a mother decide, those things are important. And so I try to do it from more of a point of view of support as opposed to being strict.
Right, because, for me, I was blessed because, like, my mom instilled the belief in me that I'm smart, I'm strong, I'm powerful. And I think that that played a huge role in my life. But I'm also trying to kind of like, I did not realize that being a gift at that time, at that age, but then I realized what a big of a deal it is. And it played in my role now as an adult. And I try to do the same thing with my kids and constantly encourage them and constantly empower them. But like you said, sometimes we kind of like, out of not necessarily out of the bad will, we just can be a little harsh with our words. And especially because right now I feel like the teenagers live in a completely different life in the way that we've been raised. Especially with all of this technology. My son is a gamer and he's really, really good. It's like he's one of the top in the world. And I'm just like, man, you're spending so much time in front of your computer. This is too much. This is not okay. This is this is that. Because I'm trying to fit him into the box the way I was raised. And the box of what, in my opinion, is normal and how he should be growing up. But at the same time, I'm realizing the way I was raised may not be the right or wrong. Now is a different time. Now is a totally different time. And the way they're growing up and learning from my son that he has because I always thought, it's like, you don't have any friends. He's like, Mom, you do not understand. I do have a lot of friends. They're just all on social. They're just all on my video games. And it's been, it's been very interesting to see. And I want to hear how your kids adapted to the whole pandemic, because I've noticed, because my son goes to private school and they still continued education in person, so they were not necessarily eliminating the in-person studying, but they still kind of like did a lot of online as well. But of course, all the social activities, all of that stuff was kind of like canceled. And I was so worried about like him being totally immersed and lost in his computer. And when like the rules here, especially in Las Vegas, got very strict, and we stayed at home without leaving our homes. And it's like we're sitting at the dinner table, and my son comes to me and says like, "Okay, bye, I gotta go. I'm gonna hang out with my friends." I was like, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" And he's just like, "Oh, we're gonna watch the movie. We have a movie night." I was like, "Where do you have the movie night?" He's like, "Online."
you know, there is website this, there is this app, there is that. He named me all different pieces of technology that he went and watched the movies with his friends. So they found a different way to socialize. Another night, he's like, okay, I gotta go, we're gonna play Monopoly. I was like, how are you doing this? And he's like, oh, there is another app, there is this. So they created their own ecosystem where they live, where they hang, where they have fun, and when they grow. What about your kids? Did you notice some different things during these tough times?
The main takeaway for me with my kids during quarantine is just how adaptable they are and we are as a species. And I think they, like you were saying about your son, he was able to cultivate a social life and make connections. And, you know, I think they're fortunate in a way that they will have had, you know, they're the first fully digitally native generation. And yet they will have had this year where they were at home. And they were, you know, oftentimes online. My son likes to play video games too and has his connections with his friends. But also, you know, and I don't know how it was for everybody, but, you know, in our house, we had no screens for a long time in the day, or all meals, we had no screens. We kind of got all phones away from the table, and we had this incredible human connection that came back in a different way. And so I think they will look back, and I'll be really curious to see, you know, in 5-10 years, what our teenagers will say about the year that they spent at home and how it impacted them.
I think we have to, we can learn from them so much. I learned so much from my son, especially during this pandemic, the way they socialize, the way they support each other, the way they uplift each other up. I was like, honestly, really blown away. And of course, spending more time with my son, I really enjoy, you know, it's like, you know, doing a breakfast, because normally I don't have time for that, you know, having our meal, and he kind of like, now he wants to learn how to cook, so, which is exciting. So I'm as a mama, I'm loving it. So I know that a lot of women also thinking that and asking in their head is like, you have teenager kids, you have the business, you have so much stuff going on, and how do you manage it all? Don't you get overwhelmed, or how do you structure your day in a way that, you know, you can be a mom, you can be a boss, you can be everything you need to be in your universe?
I try to just do one thing at a time. I find that when I'm, you know, trying to be on a Zoom and cook breakfast, and, you know, I really start to short circuit and get super overwhelmed. And so some days that just means that I get less done, and I have, you know, this time cut out for this and that. I do think that women are incredible at multitasking, and we can do a lot, but we need to be careful to not overburden ourselves with so many commitments that, you know, we end up doing a lot of things less well. So so I just try to really, you know, take it slow and do things one thing at a time. And, you know, obviously in quarantine, there was a long period of time where it was all blending together. But, you know, I think going forward, you know, meaning it's easier when you're at the office, you know, and you don't have someone asking you to make them a quesadilla when you're like on a Zoom with your bank trying to get a loan or whatever the case may be. But so I try to just, you know, make sure I have time in the morning for myself, you know, whether it's meditation or workout, and then time for the kids, take one to school. My daughter drives now, so. And then, you know, work time. And then at the end of the day, it's like I try to be done by 5 o'clock, and then it's family time. And then I can get back online if I need to later.
Yeah, so you basically you running your day. You're not allowing the day to run you. And I think that's where the overwhelm happens. I think because especially as women, we try to put like so much on our shoulders, and it's like, yeah, let me carry this, let me help you, let me do this for you, let me do that for you. And at the end of the day, we just like so overloaded and so overwhelmed by doing everything for everybody. And it's really important because in the preparation with this event, and launching this studio, I found myself in that exact same place. But I realized that, first of all, I did it to myself. Yeah. I created that crazy schedule that was not necessary, and I committed to this, and I committed and overcommitted myself here and there, and that created that stress that I realized, okay, if I did that overwhelm to myself, I can do not that overwhelm anymore, and I can, make and structure my day to the point that I can have the quality time with my family, with my kids, and be a productive and attentive executive to my team so they can have full time with me.
And I think that was the great thing about quarantine in a way that, we were able to understand, oh gosh, I don't really need to be doing all this extra stuff and this obligation of I have to go there and I have to go here and I have to get on this plane. It really, for me anyway, really recalibrated the way that I think about the responsibilities that I take on and what I say yes to. I'm going to be saying no a lot more going forward.
Yes, and especially, with the travel and events, I feel like, the world changed forever in a way how we look at work, and the same thing with the events. And I think with the work, a lot of, as an employer, as a boss, we all were questioning, will people work from home? Will people work remotely? And that was one of the biggest fear, will they perform, right? Will they perform to the highest ability if they're not sitting in the actual office space? Our company went virtual 2 years before COVID hit, and we've been doing a lot of stuff online. So for us, that was part of the norm. On the other side, so I think with COVID, a lot of entrepreneurs realize that I don't need to have this office. I don't need to pay all this money to have like 10,000 people sitting in it when they can all perform exactly the same way from home. And for employees, I feel the same thing happened now because they're just like, oh, if I don't have to go to office, great. It's almost like it's a new, perk. It's a new, benefit for people if I don't have to go to work.
I mean,
Do you
I think
notice
it
that?
depends because a lot of our younger team, I think they've never been through a global event like this. Like in my generation, we've been through many things, right? 9/11 and many financial crises, et cetera. And I think some of the younger generation are feeling destabilized, or they were in the kind of height of the isolation. And I heard a lot of feedback, like I would love to get back into the office and see my colleagues and bump into somebody at the coffee machine, and that sense of community, I think has been hard. And then for some of our people in the New York office, part of being a New Yorker is getting up and, getting your coffee and walking to work. And so I think it really depends. I think that what net for us, we are going to have to be flexible as employers, right? We're all going to have flexibility with our employees in terms of, are people coming in? Is it hybrid? Are they home? As I think going forward, people are going to expect that kind of flexibility.
Right. So how do you build a team? Because a lot of people inside of network marketing space, that's what they do. They build a team of people representing specific product or service. So what would be your kind of like a tip or advice for them? How do you build that team? How do you lead that team?
It's really hard, and I think that there are tactics to hiring that I'm starting to read more about it now, because for a long time, I was like, oh, this person's so nice and, how great, let's hire them. And then maybe they weren't qualified for the role back in the day. And so I think for me, I'm really trying to find people with whom my values really align, but like the clearer the job description is, the better the result's going to be, right? Because you know exactly what you're looking for, what you actually need as part of the structure to make the function. Like, you have to have the structure before you have functionality, and people are such an important part of that structure. And so I've found that if I say, okay, I'm mapping to this, like strategically, this is what we're trying to get to. What is the org that we need to do that, to execute on that? Okay, and then go down, like, this position needs to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And so the more specific we are in the job description, then the person coming in knows if they feel like they're a right fit or not. And then, it's always a little bit of a risk and a leap of faith, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and there's no shame if it doesn't work. But, that's kind of the overall way that I try to do it at this point.
And what's interesting, inside of network marketing, it's a volunteered army. It's not like even you're hiring them. They all independent business owners, so they all CEOs and bosses of their own, part of that large corporation, but they're all running their own little thing, their own business, and they have the ability to grow it big or small, depends on how they want. So understanding and leading that team, that volunteered army, sometimes gets a little tricky, because you need to grow you as a leader so you can help them and get the best out of the people and help them believe in themselves and have them believe in the mission and the vision of what we're about to do. So it's always like that human element is very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, especially as you say, you've been virtual, and I imagine, in the network marketing, a lot of people you work with, you may never meet in person. That's what I'm sort of going through right now at Goop. We've hired so many people that I've never met yet. It's a whole other wrinkle in HR.
A majority of these people, they have organizations, 5,000, 10,000, some of them have 50,000 people who do not work for them, but who are locking arms with them with the same mission, with the same idea and goal, which is, it's like, sometimes, most of the times you don't meet them. And how do you build that rapport? How do you build that relationship? How do you inspire the people that you haven't had that, personal touch with yet? So it's an interesting thing. So and I'm sure you probably have been asked this question a million times, what are your 3 secrets to success?
Gosh, I've actually never been asked that question before. Yeah. That's a good one. Well, I would say clarity of vision is super important. I think if you don't know where you're going, you can't get there and you can't lead people there. I think showing up in a very authentic way, in success or failure, I think creates a bond with you and your team that can really lead to that aligned vision and the outcome of success. And I think communicating really honestly and vulnerably, and not being afraid to come from that very human place, and because then the people that you work with feel brought in, to your experience. And I think the more that happens, then the more camaraderie is made, and then the better things go.
Yeah, because absolutely. Clarity in communication is so important, because you might have the vision, but and having a big vision is one thing, but now communicating that vision to your team is such an important role, and that's where a lot of people get lost. I feel like every leader, the basic premise that the leader is trying to tell their people and their teams is there is a promised land and we can get there together. So helping them to see that vision, helping and ignite them with that vision, and clearly express how we're gonna get there. Because they're looking at you as a leader, and it's always easier to get close to somebody who knows where they're going than somebody who's lost and has no idea how to make it happen. So, and I guess to wrap this all up, I wanted to ask you, because all these 150, 170,000 plus women that we have, they looking at you and there's like, oh my gosh, she's such a badass. She's so awesome. She got it all figured out. But I'm not like her. I don't know how to make it happen. I'm not this. I'm not as pretty. I'm not as smart. I'm not as strong. I'm not as whatever. All the limiting beliefs that we put on ourselves. What would be your advice to all these amazing women who are still questioning their worth, who are still questioning, capable of achieving big dreams, what would be your encouragement to them?
Well, I think it's really important. I'll just speak for myself, because I had, believe it or not, probably more limiting beliefs than anybody throughout my life. And it really wasn't until I learned how to forgive myself for the judgments that I was holding against myself, the things that I had done wrong in my life, the people that I had hurt, the wrongs that had been done to me. Until I really was able to forgive, I wasn't able to get in touch with my real center of power. And when a woman says, or feels like she's not enough, or in any way, she's just holding a judgment against herself that's the opposite energy of what, as women, we channel light and nurturing, and we can do that for ourselves. But we have to shake off those misconceptions that we have about ourselves and those judgments, because when you completely forgive yourself, then you realize that you accept yourself, and you're not perfect, and you know the things you've done wrong. But if you can let go of it and start to go forward from a place of, I love myself, I forgive myself, I accept myself, I'm doing the best I can, then things start to unlock. That's what I've noticed.
Yes, give a big round of applause, because this one deserves a big, big one. Forgiveness is huge, because I've been putting myself down because I was not forgiving myself, or I thought I'm a bad mom, and because of that, I was like guilting myself into it. And, especially because I'm coming from my relationship with my ex was verbally abusive, and I bought into that story that I'm not good enough, I'm not this, I'm a bad wife, I'm a bad mom, I'm a bad businesswoman, all of those things. And you start believing in it to the core. And unless you forgive yourself, like you said, you cannot empty the space for love, because it's all filled up with, disrespect to your own self.
That's
and
right, yeah.
And hurting yourself. And I think that relationship with your own self is probably one of the most important relationships that we have, because until we heal this wound, until we start loving ourselves unconditionally, with all of our flaws, with all of our weaknesses, with all of our this and that, because I feel like, the society puts on us such a big, pressure of like how we need to look, how we need to talk, how we need to do, how we need to do everything. And because of that, we're trying to fit into that box that is next to impossible to fit in. And because of that, we're just beating ourselves up.
I will only disagree with one thing that you say, which is our relationship with ourselves is not one of the most important. It is the most important relationship you can have in your life. You wake up, you look at yourself in the mirror, you say, here we are, like, what are we gonna do today? I love you, I forgive you, let's do this.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I know your schedule is crazy busy. And the teenagers, and running the empire, and being a wife, and being everything. I really, really, really appreciate you for being here today.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
And thank you so much.
It's been
Thank you
great.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Pretty cool, huh? How many people have at least 7 pages of notes so far? 7 pages of notes. All right. Now, for those of you who are part of the MPW Breakthrough Experience and couldn't get into the welcome lunch, just know that we recorded it. We're going to send you the recording. Plus, we're going to do another welcome call in a week. We'll get you all the information. You're not left out in any way. We're just kind of moving and grooving as fast as we possibly can. Oh, Lord, you don't know what's about to happen to me. But it's going to happen to me. No. So has anybody ever seen the YouTube videos called Hot Ones? Anybody ever see Hot Ones? Where they sit down and they interview a celebrity and they eat diabolically hot wings. And it's just kind of a competition to see if they can get through it. So Marina got this in her head that we're going to have a conversation about relationships while she and I eat these progressively ridiculous wings. She's very good with spice. She's doing this as some sort of punishment. She's very good with spice. I am the worst with spice. Tabasco, too much. Sriracha, too much. So I'm about to go into 7 levels of pain. So here we go. Marina, come on out. Let's do this. Are we going to sit? Oh, we need 5 minutes? What? We'll just, hey, Pete. I guess she's going through some sort of wardrobe change after the Gwyneth thing. So let me provide you with a couple good ideas, okay? Anybody ready for a good idea? Raise your hands. Good idea. How do you decide who to spend time with on your team? How do you decide where to spend your time? Where is the best use of your time? How do you do that? You set expectations and you tell your team that in order for you to work with them, they need to show you 3 things. Write these 3 things down. Number 1, they need to be willing. You cannot force someone to be successful. They need to be willing to take a step, willing to follow instructions, willing to be a little uncomfortable, willing to try new things. So that's number 1, they need to be willing. Number 2, they need to be coachable. You can't help somebody if they're fighting you the whole way. If they won't listen, you can't afford to spend personal time. Spend group time with them, but not personal time. They will suck you dry just arguing with you about how to do something. It's like if there's a railroad track, if you imagine a railroad track, and you're on the railroad track, right? Go this way, you're on the railroad track, and somebody goes over in the ditch. And they say, hey, excuse me, I have a problem. If you go over to help that person in the ditch, where are you? In the ditch. You are off track. So you got to let them know, get on this train, and to be on this train, which is moving with or without you, you need to be willing and you need to be coachable. Okay? The third thing they must be is hungry. Hungry. You need to be, and here's the thing, you can't force somebody to be hungry. They're either hungry or they're not. So, and here's the trick. You have to have all 3 to spend personal time with somebody. They need to be willing, coachable, and hungry. If they're willing and hungry, but they're not coachable, you're going to waste time. If they're willing and coachable, but they're not hungry, you're going to waste time. So those 3 things are what you're looking for. And when you find it, when you find somebody that not only says it, but exhibits the fact that they're willing, coachable, and hungry, then you can't spend too much time with that kind of a person. You just can't do it. Okay? All right, are we ready? All right, please welcome back Marina Worry.
See, I never done this either, so that's gonna
terrifying.
This is gonna be interesting.
So
And
this
by the way, I didn't do it for punishments. They keep kidding me.
Well,
I just did it so kind of like
I know.
we can
I was
have
just
like an
teasing.
honest conversation.
I was just teasing. We do need water, though.
Oh yeah, where's?
We have milk, but milk is like a last resort, isn't it?
I guess so. I mean, it's like
And
I haven't
somebody
done
could
it
bring us
either.
some
So
water.
yeah,
Well, I
they
understand.
says like you don't even want the milk.
I do want water too.
Oh, I mean water.
They say that's a bad idea.
All
Really
right.
bad idea. And somebody said first person to drink milk it loses.
I don't care about, it's not about losing. It's
Okay.
not a competition.
All right.
It's just about to see, you know,
Oh,
how this conversation goes, and I was kind of like having fun.
All right, come over here. You
I'm
can
just
see the
kinda
first
like have
one.
to- so
on
I-
this side.
so,
The
I
first
mean,
one
the green one
banana
is-
Scoville.
Whatever.
No, banana pepper. It's a 300 Scoville rating.
Yeah, so that one is the easiest. So we're gonna start with that one.
Okay.
All right, I'm just kind
All
of
right,
like.
and you have
probably
questions
need,
that
like,
you're going to do when we talk about this stuff, or
Of
what?
course, we're gonna start having this thing,
Okay.
and don't put me like that whole spicy thing first. I want
No, 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 we're each-
that I'm
we're
starting
each
with the
grabbing
green
one
one.
from this
I know, but I just want to make sure that I'm starting with the right one. All right, so that's gonna be interesting. So guys, pray for both of us.
There's a lot in that. I'm terrified.
And by the way, he tried to get away from this thing, like, and you don't have to eat the whole thing because, like, see, you got it good. Because, like, if
Bring
I'm
it
gonna
on.
eat all of these chicken wings, I won't be able to even talk and breathe. So I'm just gonna have some bites in it.
Okay.
So
That was
this is
literally
how-
nothing.
That was actually really yummy. All right, actually, and I haven't eaten all day, so it's perfect.
Okay, so what's the first relationship question we're going to ask?
I don't know. What do you think?
What do you think is most important in a relationship?
What I think is most important in a relationship? Trust.
Trust.
If I have to pick one, for me, trust.
What if there's somebody in a relationship that they have trust issues from a previous relationship and they bring them in to a new relationship and they just pound their partner with trust issues when the person's being trustworthy?
And that's something definitely we need to work on because especially when people meet at an older age, not older, but like we didn't meet like when we were
Right.
old people, but we had the previous relationships and of course we had previous baggage, right, from those relationships or the habits or the things that were normal in that relationship or not normal. So either you thought whatever normal you can bring into the new relationship or those bad behaviors and bad habits you can bring into your relationship as well. So I think that it's all comes down to the communication afterwards. So that communication needs to
So
be
trust would be one, communication's another one, a big one.
right, because the communication is how you get to the trust. You know, so you have to, you have to be honest with each other. You have to talk. You have to, because I remember when you and I met, I had my previous psychic damage. You had your kind of like things that you remembered from the previous relationship that did not serve you, and bringing that into our marriage was interesting that we had to work on. So we probably need to kind of like go
All right,
on.
got it.
So which
this
one is
next
the
one
next?
is Hatch Valley Anaheim pepper.
'Cause, like, you keep-
1500 Scoville.
Because
I
like
think
you
it goes
keep
this way.
okay, because like I keep sitting like right next
Goes
to the
this way.
spiciest
So
one.
this one's 5 times hotter.
All right.
So go ahead.
All right, so this is 5 times.
5 times.
Wow, that's gonna be interesting. There's a very little kick to it.
Oh, I'm not
Not
afraid.
bad. Good. See? I'm not gonna kill you. I still like you and love you and I need you. It's like, why would you so be afraid? He was so petrified about this thing. It's like, you guys cannot
That's a
imagine.
lot.
I mean, it's like he told me, like, can we stop? Can we not do this exercise? We're running out of time with this, with that. So he was trying to find every excuse in the book.
True.
Seriously. So we're doing it.
All right. Another question. What are the biggest issues you see when we counsel people in network marketing that are having struggles with their relationships? You come up with one. You give one and I'll give one.
Okay. So the one I see all the time, and sorry guys, I'm chewing, but when people say my spouse doesn't support me, that's probably one of the biggest I hear all the time.
How many people have a spouse that isn't necessarily supportive?
Yeah, so show us in the chat because like there's
see
something
some
stuck in there. Yeah, I see the hands. So, okay, so you tell us, what do you think people, spouses are not supportive?
Here's what I would tell you, and I don't know which camera I'm looking. This one? Okay. Here's what I would tell you. If your spouse isn't supportive, mostly it's because they're tired of watching you crawl through your network marketing experience. You're giving all this time and energy, but you're not really doing it. So there's distraction away from the family, and at the same time, there's not much results. So what I would encourage you to do is push, really go hard, and show that spouse. You know how many $1 million women that came across the stage and they were the first one to do it in kind of not really a supportive environment, but as soon as they got their checkup, their husband got very supportive. So go on a run, ask your husband to say, look, negotiate a little bit. Give me till the end of the year. Let me really give this and be behind me till the end of this year. And let me see if I can build something. But I need your support. I need your push. I need your encouragement during that. And at the end of the year, if I haven't had some sort of breakthrough to make this worth it, then we'll sit down and have a conversation to start the new year. Does that sound fair? And most of them will say, yep, fine. And now it's on you to go do it. Now it's on you to bring that, get that checkup. Let's do one more wing, and then I've got another question. This one is a green serrano pepper, 17,000 Scoville. 17,000
Is that the one
Scoville.
that we're taking?
Which is like 10 times more than the last one, which wasn't that bad. Okay.
Holding into it?
That's getting hot.
It's getting there. And our crew backstage is making bets. Just so you know, I know a lot bet on me.
No way. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm
telling you.
One bite. I'll give you another thing that we see with couples. One of the two joins a network marketing business and starts building. And one of two things happens. Either they're just pounding on their spouse, join me, join me, join me, join me. They're pounding on them every minute of every day. Join me, we can be so much powerful together, join me. And it's not your spouse's thing. If it's not your spouse's thing, don't be recruiting them all day, every day. Don't be cracking jokes about, oh, if my husband would join me, then I'd really take off. But he doesn't understand any of this stuff. All those little chirpy things actually drive a wedge into your relationship. Give them space to be able to find a way into your business versus you trying to force them into your business with some sort of hard sell or some sort of guilt thing. So be careful of that. The other side is when they do join. Usually one of the two spouses starts it and the other one joins later. And if they join, the people who started it usually have a problem with this newcomer coming into their business and doing everything wrong. Like, oh, you're not doing it right. You're not doing it right. You're not doing it. Go over there. You're too loud. All this other kind of stuff. You're not doing it right. That's not how we onboard people. That's not how we help people get to the core rank. No. We don't use social media like that. So they're scolding their spouse all day because this is my business. Don't you come into my business. This is my rules, my sandbox. Don't mess with my stuff. So that's the second kind, which in order to do that, if they did join your business, some of the spouses that joined you pulled back out even though they wanted to build it, they pulled back out because they just wanted to keep the peace inside of the house. Third kind is sometimes there can be unhealthy competition and jealousy. You know, if one is succeeding more than the other, and it changes the dynamic, or the husband starts feeling like, some of your husbands feel like your network marketing business is an affair. Like you're in love with your network marketing business more than you're in love with them. Because, you know what I mean? They might not tell you that, but they think that. So it's back to trust, communication, and respect. Those are the big three. If you give your spouse respect, if you communicate like crazy, and respect if they join, and respect if they don't, respect if they perform, and respect if they don't. Always be respectful no matter what, and you communicate like crazy for what their needs actually are, then they're going to be okay. They'll find their place. Like when Marina and I got together, what, 13 years ago, 12 years ago?
13.
13 years ago. And she came into my world, it wasn't really clear where she was going to fit. You know, I was like the author, speaker, trainer guy.
Not author yet.
Not author yet. Speaker, trainer guy.
Let's keep the check right.
Yeah, exactly. And then, and it was a little, you know, she was super encouraging and couldn't have my back more and all that stuff. But then slowly, you know, she came in, started running the day-to-day business because she's much better organized than I am. You know, now studio's a bigger thing, and now, you know, what we're doing with this event is a bigger thing, and found her place, right? Together, loving, respectful. I never said stay out, know your role, stay in your lane. It's time to go do another one.
Yeah, just yeah.
I was.
I know you. Yeah, I know you're trying.
This is red cayenne pepper. This is 30,000 Scoville, and actually none of these have been shared.
I know, right? I would not do the bad to you. I just picked the
red
easiest
cayenne
ones.
pepper. Here we go. Not so bad.
See?
All right.
I should have gone bigger on you. You know, I should have was like, how many is that?
It's a piece of cake.
I know, like.
We're already through 4 of them. We only have 2 left. I can survive this.
30,000. Or they're gonna be like, this one and the next one is kind of like okay, but then there is a big daddy, big jump.
This one, or one after
Yeah,
this?
250.
250?
So we still have one more.
I thought we'd have at least 1 million. This is nothing.
All right, I can call the million. It's like if you ask me.
Do we
for
have
it-
1 million?
Oh yeah, we do.
Oh, go get 1 million.
All right, come on guys, can we?
Find 1 million.
Eric
I'll
is
try.
like, Eric
I'll
is
try
feeling,
1 million.
Eric is feeling cocky right now, so can we please get another one? So.
This is not a big deal.
See, you. Come on.
All right. Talk about relationships. I want to talk about relationships with the distributor and the company.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like you to talk about relationships between a mom and kids
Okay.
when it comes to their business.
Right.
You want to start or you want me to go?
I can go, whatever.
Go ahead.
So, I think what is really important for us as mom, or if you are not a mom yet, but you're gonna have somebody, already have somebody on your team who has kids, and you have to help them and coach them through the process, you know, because inside of our business, we travel a lot. We need to go to the company conventions. When we're growing our business, we need to go and support our team right now. Obviously, because of the COVID, it's not as much of the travel, but you know, when the travel gonna go back, you're gonna miss, you know, some important days in your kid's life. You're gonna miss some of those basketball practices. You're gonna miss some of those birthdays. And Eric and I, you know, we understand the importance of what we do, and of course we absolutely love our family, but we also had to have those conversations because both of our girls, when they got married, they had to run their wedding date by us. Seriously, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but they had to, if they wanted us to be there,
we had to find the time that we can be there because we already have commitments. It's not that we're just sitting on the couch and just like, oh, I'm not gonna show up because I don't feel like. Because we already had commitments, you know. Eric is speaking around the world and we had contracts. I cannot just tell people, it's like, oh, we don't feel like coming and, you know, to your event when you have 5, 10,000, 50,000 people participating. I cannot just leave the people hanging. So that responsibility that we have, we always have to be cautious and understand. It's the same thing if you know, if your mom or dad is a professional athlete, if your dad is playing football in a professional football team, you know, the football game is not changing because it's your birthday. They're not gonna change the date or they're not gonna stop the playoffs because you don't feel like going into it. So
this is number 9. 9, that's...
This is the hottest one. This is number 10.
All right.
Just so you have them both.
Okay.
So he has the 9 and a 10?
This is 9 and that's 10. Just put 10
Just
over
put
there.
it 10 over here. Perfect, thank you.
All right. Here, take the red Tabasco pepper. You want that?
Where's one? What? This
Red
one.
Tabasco pepper, 50,000 Scoville.
All right.
I'm feeling very confident.
Good, good. I'm happy you are. And I want to see, like, who you guys cheering for? Team Marina or Team Eric? Come on, put in the comments below.
I got a few votes.
All right, you got it.
A few.
It starts getting there.
That's hotter.
A little okay.
That's hotter. Okay.
So, let me finish the thought.
No, got it.
All right.
10, that's 9.
Let me finish the thought.
Great, go.
So with the kids,
I want water now. It's a bad idea, right?
yeah, have some milk. That's okay. There is no shame to have some milk.
Uh-huh.
But with the kids and our families, it's important to explain to them, you know, why are you doing what you're doing? You know, why are you building your business? Why is it important for the family? Why are you doing this? Because you need to engage them and bring them on board with you. Because once they become your biggest cheerleaders, they will understand the times that you have to miss those games. They will understand when they have to adjust their schedule. They will be cheering you on and they will actually be telling you, like, hey mama, come on, stop scrolling on Facebook. You need to do that Zoom. You need to go do that live. You need to talk to your team because especially if you show them what is there on the other side, you know, once they achieve, once they make those certain sacrifices, they're gonna tell them, it's like, hey, mama is doing the 90-day game run, or mama is building the team right now. Once we are done with this rank advancement or whatever goal you have, we're gonna do this, something fun that you would like to do with them, or something that they like to do now. They have a little bit of a skin in the game and excitement, and they're gonna be cheering you on. You wanted to go with the couples?
Let's do, I want to do the company, but let's do the Scotch bonnet pepper, which is a 250,000 Scoville.
No, we still, oh, yeah, is that where we are? Okay. All right,
Scotch
so now we're going to,
250,000.
now we're going to the big boys.
Now baby, get up with your nigga, take off all your clothes and light the roof on fire.
Are they making my face look that red, or is it really that red?
No, it's not.
Look at it in the monitor.
No, no.
You look like a lobster.
You're not.
Come on, that can't be real.
No, you're not. You look good. But do you need a little...
No, I'm good, I'm good.
You good? All right, all right.
So,
just checking.
let me give you some. How many of you plan on building a huge empire with your company? Raise your hands. Raise your hands, come on. Here's my strongest advice. Build a great relationship with your company. Build a great relationship with your owners, with your people on the management team, founders, CEOs, presidents. Build a great relationship with them. Invest in that relationship, because there will become times when maybe you're accused of something that you didn't do, or there's some big misunderstanding. And if you don't have a relationship with the company, you will not have been able to buy the benefit of the doubt. You won't have time even to defend yourself. So when this happens, raise your hands if it's ever happened to you. You've been accused of something you didn't do inside of your network marketing business. Raise your hands. If you haven't, give it time. It will happen. You have to build strong relationships. And if you do it right, if you do it the best, you become kind of, I'm retired from working in the field permanently, but if I was working in the field, my goal would be to get into the secret inner circle with the company owners and founders. That would be my goal. And I would accomplish that in a pretty short period of time. Like, well, you know, they don't really hang out with anybody. That's fine. They'd hang out with me. But I would find a way to bring enough value to build a great relationship. That relationship is so big and so important. Okay? So let's do number 9. What's the Scoville rating on that?
It's a Scorpion. 1400, I think.
What is this?
Oh, and 1.4 million.
That one's 1.4. What's this?
Yeah. Well, that's 1.4.
This is 1.4
And this
million?
is it doesn't say, just like Kenyan canoe.
This
No,
is the
no.
scorpion pepper.
Oh, this one is Carolina, 2,100,000.
The
So that's the
scorpion
next
pepper
one.
we're gonna do. All right. Here's a scorpion pepper. Go.
Go. So see, this is how it works. You know, man gives the woman kind of like, you go, you test this first, and I'll see how you do it.
Any of you,
And then
any of you ever
maybe if
had
you
a scorpion pepper?
If you survive, I'll do it.
Anybody? Oh, that's really hot. That is really hot. Oh, shit. Oh, come on, that's not hot for you.
It's good.
Oh,
Want some
God.
more?
Oh, man. Oh, boy. I'm going for the milk. Oh. Come on. Oh, that helps so much. Oh, it doesn't help for very long.
I have some here.
Nothing?
It's spicy, but come on.
Oh, it's just brutal.
You asked for it. I tried to
You
save
gave
you
me a
from
false
that.
sense of confidence. Oh, man.
So, by the way, don't touch your eyes.
John Brands, you come up here. I want you to have one of these, baby. Scorpion pepper.
Don't touch your hands with your eyes with your hands. All right, so what?
All right.
What are we talking next?
Another one to distract me from my face burning off. Relationships with your team. It's so bad.
Oh, God.
Don't be too familiar with your team. Don't be too familiar with your team. Yes, know, work with them, know their troubles, build relationship, but don't be too familiar. What I mean by that, familiarity breeds what? What's the saying? It breeds contempt. If you hang out too long, if they see you too many times on a bad day, they're going to lose respect for you. So there needs to be a reasonable distance, a respect distance, a leader to team distance between you and your team. The crew is laughing. They're laughing at me. They're so mean.
I think everybody's enjoying it too. It's like nobody's crying right now. They're all laughing.
I want you all to go take a scorpion pepper, every one of you, so you know my pain. Let's take this last one and get it over with.
Okay, you asked for it.
2.1 million?
Yes, 2.1 million.
Oh,
Called
God.
Carolina pepper.
Carolina pepper?
Carolina Reaper.
Reaper?
Reaper, yeah, whatever. Rapper, Reaper.
I'm not. Oh, boy. Why don't you have the camera on her? Oh, stop it. this away from me. So bad. Oh my God.
You did it, babe.
Why would anybody voluntarily do this? Oh yeah. You gotta keep it away from my eyes.
Don't touch your eyes.
I actually think the scorpion was worse than the Carolina.
I don't know. It's tasty though.
Stop it. All right. Yeah, exactly. Actually, that one wasn't as bad. It's sneaking up on me now. Okay, it's showing up. With your downline, don't be too familiar. You know, give assignments, be a leader, show them that you care. But if they see you too much not acting and being a leader, they're not going to treat you like a leader. So try not to be too familiar with your team. Okay, any other advice that you have while I try and drink milk?
With the team, yes, but I think with the team you covered. I wanted to actually switch gears a little bit and talk about weaknesses and strengths in a family.
Okay.
You know, because like you said, you and I have two amazing talents. I mean, not just two, but a lot of different amazing skills and talents that we have. And they're actually, luckily for us, are polar opposites. You know, so that's why we make a pretty good team. Because Eric is a very amazing visionary. You know, he sees things way before other people see, and he dreams so big and so hard. And it just kind of like, every time he comes up with an idea, I was like, wow, that's scary. That's a lot. And at the same time, he needs somebody like me who can actually go and execute it. So for the two of us, it actually worked out pretty amazing. But I think that a lot of people do not understand that instead of playing on each other's strength, people start beating each other for their weaknesses. You know, because like, we obviously not perfect, and each and every one of us has our own weaknesses. But instead of trying to kind of like, you do this better, you do that, you do this, you know, and pounding on somebody, first of all, I don't feel like you can change a person. I feel like you can influence the change if you have their trust and respect. But if you're just gonna force somebody to do something different and be somebody different, first of all, you fall in love with them for a reason, right? You like some of those qualities. So don't try to change people. And instead, just try to figure out what are the things that each and every one of you likes to do the best, and what you are really good at, and complement. And if neither one of you has all of the stuff that you need covered, then hire the help. There is nothing wrong with asking for help. You want to add something there?
Mm-hmm. We have something that we call beware of the joke ha-ha. Write that down. Beware of the joke ha-ha when it comes to relationships. Because we can be self-deprecating and joke ha-ha, I'm an idiot. Joke ha-ha, I just had a blonde moment. Joke ha-ha, something, you know, I'm a slow learner. Joke ha-ha. So just really putting yourself down, it can become self-destructive. Second thing is in relationship. Joke ha-ha, oh, my husband, he's always late. Joke ha-ha, you know, look at him, look what he's doing. You know, he couldn't fix something to save his life. Joke ha-ha, he has 2 left thumbs. Joke ha-ha, joke ha-ha, joke ha-ha. And same thing in reverse. Husband, oh, you know, joke ha-ha, check out the little business. Joke ha-ha, whatever. Be willing to confront the joke ha-has between you and your spouse, and let them know, hey, that hurt my feelings. I know it's a joke, and I know you didn't mean it to, but it hurt my feelings, and I would really love it if we didn't do that in the future. And try to short circuit all these joke ha-has that happen inside of relationship. Because if they keep going, resentment will keep building. Anybody ever felt resentment over a little joke, somebody you were in said and kept saying over and over and over again? And it seems like you're overreacting to say stop it. Because, yeah, it was just a joke. Oh, it was just a joke. Yeah, but it still hurt. So it's one of those things that between each other or with your kids or with your team, with anybody, a joke, ha-ha, with a little cut is a very dangerous thing. And also with yourself. A joke, ha-ha, with yourself is, it will put a ceiling on where you will go, because your own repeated habit of putting yourself down will keep you down. Your own criticisms of yourself, which are usually repeated from something somebody told you were an idiot when you were 8 years old. So now you call yourself an idiot. Somebody said that you're always late, so you call yourself always late. Somebody said that you're not too bright, so you tell the world you're not too bright. See what I mean? So you perpetuate what was a lie in the first place by repeating it to yourself. Be careful how you treat yourself. What I said before, be kind. Be kind to others, of course, but be kind to yourself. You need to be kind to yourself. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. For me, respect is a really big deal. Respect in a relationship, respect in not just inside of my family, that's where it starts, but respect with my kids, respect with my coworkers, respect with my business, because nobody wants to be treated like an amateur hour and disrespectfully, and especially inside of network marketing business, because like I said with an interview with Gwyneth, everybody is a volunteered army, right? They're not your employees. You cannot just tell them, it's like, oh, come down and drop 20 and give me 20 push-ups, You just cannot talk to people like that. And they can find it disrespectful, and they will totally turn out from you. And I think Stormy also told in her story that as a sponsor, she came out a little bit too rough, and offended some of her teammates. And that ended up hurting her business big time. So just remember, every time, and it's just like, it's a third grade or first grade principle, treat the people the way you want to be treated. It's just as simple as that.
Yep. And listen, it comes down to the golden three. The golden three things when it comes to relationships: communication, trust, and respect. If you bring communication, trust, and respect into your relationship, now if it's all out of whack right now, you don't have those three things, don't expect them to fix themselves in 5 minutes. Just understand, it took a while to build all these bad habits. It might take a while to deconstruct a bunch of these bad habits. And be big enough to start first. To be respectful first before you're being respected. To communicate first before they communicate back. One of the things I learned in my previous relationship is it was sometimes dangerous to express my true feelings. So I learned to keep them to myself. And then when Marina and I got into a relationship, she could tell that I wasn't being completely candid. I was keeping a little piece of myself inside of myself. So she very lovingly said, this is a safe place. You can tell me. It's fine. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to push you. And I had to learn. And it took me, how many, 2, 3, 4 years?
Yeah, it's about 3 years.
It took me about 3 years to finally realize, oh, I don't have to kind of have this inner dialogue. I can have it outer dialogue with her, and I'm not being punished for it. So it took some time. And she was willing to go first in that communication thing to get me to realize, oh, this is a safe place. So be willing to be first when it comes to respect. Be willing to be first when it comes to showing that you could be trusted. Be willing to go first when it comes to communication. And if you'll do those things, you can reverse what might have taken 10 years of bad habits, you can reverse in 10 months if you're loving in the process. If you want to do that, give yourselves a round of applause. Yes? Yes? All right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. we're going to go directly into a couples panel. So we're going to let these guys tear this off and we're going to bring up some of the cool couples.
Did he do well? Come on, give Eric a big round of applause.
I did all right. I want you to try it. Oh, man. That's number one.
Somebody call 911. Shawty fire burning on the dance floor. Whoa, I gotta cool her down. She won't bring the roof to ground on the dance floor. Whoa, she's fire burning on the dance floor. That little shorty's fire burning on the dance floor. She's fire burning on the dance floor. That little shorty's fire burning on the dance floor. That money is a masterpiece. The order is one in every 100 years. But ain't no doubt I'm taking it home. Oh, I'm afraid we'll go in lanes. Little mama game is about to change. She'll be on covers over the world. She get it poppin', lock and drop it, that birthday cake. Light a candle, need to blow that crazy flame away. I take my red, black card and my jewelry. Shawty is cool like the fire, cool like fire. Somebody call 911. Shawty fire burning on the dance floor. Whoa, I gotta cool her down. She won't bring the roof to ground on the dance floor. Whoa, she's fire burning on the dance floor.
All right. You got me? Can you hear me? Check. Okay, we've got 4 great couples that are going to come out and share some of the secrets that you can use to be able to improve the relationships in your life. All the relationships, whether it's boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, relationships with your organization, relationships with your kids. These guys are going to share some of their secrets. So please welcome to the stage Natalie Smith and Joel Simpson, Tom and Denise Chenault, Michelle and Sean Poe, and Janine Abumid and Gary Zambakjian. Hey guys. Look at Tom. That's so sexy.
Don't go yet.
All right. Can you make my mic a little bit hotter in here? I'm away from the monitors, I think. So welcome, everybody. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm just so excited that everybody showed up and dressed up and nice and ready. And I guess Tom Chenault didn't get the memo that it's not just your basic Zoom, that you will be
Tom brought
actually
his
singing
Zoom
on
outfit.
stage.
You said it was a Zoom. Why didn't you warn me?
Model it for us. Wow.
I am so sorry.
You have to live with that, Denise. Yeah. We'll start with Tom and Denise. First, introduce yourselves.
Tom and Denise Chenault. She is a very, very lucky woman. We live in Longmont, Colorado. Been married for 23 years, and we are happily married, Eric Warrior.
Wow.
Oh, we'll see how that's going to go after tonight.
As of right now, yes, that's true. Maybe.
My God.
In this business, they say you must be willing to do what others won't do. So there we go.
Yes. So let me ask you a first question. In your business, and these two are members of the $1 Million Hall of Fame, and they've been icons in the profession for a long time. Give them a round of applause. Well done. Do you build together? Do you build separately? Does one lead and the other support? What's the dynamic inside of this relationship?
So we build together, and it took many years to kind of figure out the secret ingredient to make it all work well. But I think that what we did was I realized that I could not be Tom Chenault, obviously, and with the SpongeBob pants. And so we really wrote down a list of what are you good at? What am I good at? How can we make this work together? And it was great because what we realized is that we each have different skills. And so it works perfectly together. And we don't try and beat each other.
Anytime I want the house cleaned, the dog run done, or anything, I just look up and say, hey, Denise, let's cold call today. And she's out there completely doing because she hates it so bad. So she does some things really well. So she's a coach and she's a trainer and she's good at 1,000 things I'm not good at. I want no part of it and she wants no part of what I do. And we figured it out. And then we hired a personal assistant. We made that what we both don't like to do, the job description. We put that up as the job description. This woman named Marianne Niehaus took the bait, and she does that full time with a smile on her face. So 3 people win. And Marianne likes to say that she's got the day shift, and Denise has the night shift. So that's pretty cool.
I think it's a really good advice if you're in a relationship and you both have an interest in building the business, whatever that style is, decide who's good at what one person is good at, what the other person is good at. You can kind of divide some responsibilities there. And like you did, the things that neither of you wanted to do, you found somebody else to help you do those things, to be able to be more productive. I will say that works some of the time, but some of the time it also, with the coaching I do with a lot of top earners, as you know, it can be a crutch. I'm a behind the scenes person. All that means is they're scared.
Right.
And at some point, if they don't face their fear, they end up living a smaller life. So there's sometimes, even if you're not, I recruit them, I bring them in, and I support them and I train them. Well, usually the people want to have a relationship with who recruited them, not hand it off to somebody else to do that unless they're really, really highly skilled at doing that. So yes, divide tasks, but also take a look at what are the, double down on your strengths, but also take a look at what are the places that where opportunities for me to grow and step into those opportunities.
No, you're absolutely right. And there was a point when I realized that I was getting resentful of him having the light. And at that point, I had to make a decision. You know, do I continue to kind of be behind the scenes, or do I step into my power and go to the next level? And that was a turning point for me. And that's what I did, yeah.
Love it, love it.
Hang on a second. I'll tell you, resentful. I'll never forget. The letter came in and it said, "We are so honored to have you speak at GoPro. It is a hang on a second." And I'm reading this letter and I'm going, oh, I know Eric finally recognized how good I am. And I read down a little bit and they were inviting her to speak at GoPro. And I was so resentful. It was unbelievable. So yeah, and I still ended up taking credit for it and said, well, I trained her too well.
Yeah. All right.
So Natalie and Joel, what about you guys? Tell us about your dynamic. How you guys managing the process of somebody's building, or are you leading, or how that works inside of your family?
So for us, it was kind of easy because she's one of the most powerful women in network marketing, in my opinion. And so I'm just learning this business. So I understand in order to ever be a leader, you need to know how to follow. So I follow her lead. Now, I did when I first got in. I thought that I would just bring them in, she would coach them. And she did that for about 2 months just to get me in there. But she said, in order for you to get you to your next level, you have to coach too. You have to lead too. I'm not running your business. So I didn't want no parts of that. I said, listen, I told you from the get, I'm gonna just bring them in. But one of my most exciting experiences about this is the impact that I'm having by coaching, by her not trying to say, listen, I'm gonna do this part for you. She put me out there, and I'm actually changing people's lives because of that.
Right. I think it's really important for everybody to understand that couples grow together or they grow apart. So she actually gave you an amazing gift by helping you to grow and become and open up your talents and become the man that one of the most powerful men in network marketing as well, you know. So to become one of them, you needed to step into that potential and into that role. So Natalie, what about you?
Wow. Well, one, thank you so much for allowing us to be on your platform today. You know, the interesting thing, you know, my amazing coach, Coach Stormy Wellington, she's been in my life for about 5 years now, right? And when you're growing as a young woman and you don't have stability, especially in your love life, you tend to be distracted sometimes, right? And if someone's not in your world and understands meetings and late night calls and just random traveling, you know, sometimes you can like not have the success that you desire. So I like to say, when I really locked in, she said, you know, Natalie, write down what you want in a man, for real, right? And, you know, continue to become that girl, that woman that you desire, and that person will come in your life. So Joel and I knew each other for over 7 years. And when we first tried to date, it didn't work. But then as I grew as a woman, as a leader, I believe that it was just really God's timing that I ended up recruiting my future husband, right?
Yeah.
And my check match. So, yeah, I hope y'all caught that, my check match, right? So the thing is, I would say it can be challenging because you have to make sure that you still remain a great leader, right? And you still can maintain a healthy relationship. And sometimes there are times where I'm like, okay, I'm not coaching him right. You know, okay, I'm doing this for him, but now he doesn't know how to do this. So we had a shift, like right in the middle of the pandemic, where, you know, it's first time in industry. And after seeing how amazing he is and he duplicates well, you know, his first year of network marketing, right? He was able to earn over $200,000, right, on a part-time basis, you know, being in the music industry. So it works out beautifully. We have a downline. Now that I'm maxed out in my binary, of course, I'm going to work with, of course, Joel, and our teams are blended. I add everybody I sponsor in his group chat. He's more of a team people person digitally than I am because I'm working on the phones a lot. So it works out beautifully.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask it of, I'm curious. Being that lady boss, being that, you know, badass, being almost, I wouldn't quite call it alpha, but being in charge. My intuition is a woman wants to be in charge in some areas, but in some areas she wants the man to be in charge. Is that accurate or is it not accurate?
I would say around computers, cars, and anything mechanical, tech stuff that I don't want to handle.
Right. So I mean, there's if your future husband's going to be in your downline, is that in the house too? Hey, downline, go do this stuff.
You know,
are you providing assignments, or is there's spaces for him to, you know, flex and be the man, not to put you in your place or anything.
Right.
But I'm just talking about. I'm curious with powerful women how the men fit in the ecosystem.
I think, well, for me, is my transparency. You know, I've had some moments as we are together. You know, we live together, and I had to say, Natalie, you are not independent 100% anymore, right? You have a man. He is a man. Let him be a man. Honor him. Respect him. Because there are days where I will forget a little bit that, okay, he's a grown man, right? He wants to be a man, Natalie. You're not his boss, right? And he's told me that before. And I'm like, okay, you know, and he'll check me. And I'm like, all right, I got to get this together. If we want to be together and if we're going to be better together, right? And I want this to work, I have to work on myself. So there are certain things that we have, you know, a cleaning service that comes in our home, you know, there's certain things that just he knows that I'm pretty busy, he's pretty busy, so he plays his part, I play my part, and it just works. But I think it was that moment where if you see there's some type of turbulence, you have to kind of look yourself in the mirror and say, okay, it's time to communicate, right? Because the communication part is where I believe, I don't know, that kind of changed it for us, because I saw my actions like kind of shifting a little bit, and I wasn't being my normal self. I lived in a condo in DC by myself. I did what I want. I traveled. Coach Slurmy would say, hey, meet me here. I'll pick up and I'll leave. So being in a relationship is like, okay, Natalie, you have a counterpart right now, right? You have a partner right now. This is a together thing. This is not a you thing. So that's how I look at it.
Hey, listen. Our differences are very minute, but a big part of them is because she is an alpha female, right? And that's one of the most beautiful things I love about her. But I've had to say it a number of times, listen, you're not my coach right now. In our business, you are. In this house, you're not. And it could be the smallest things. It could be whether it's me opening a door, whether it's me carrying things, whether it's taking out the trash. Like, she likes to do everything. She's like this. And so I have to really get her sometimes say, look, just relax. You're the coach in our business, but not in the household, you know? So that is our little issues is that, but we work on them daily.
But it's really important, you know, to have that open line of communication, because sometimes you just get carried away, you know, and it's when I was talking about the trust, for us, the trust is being able to be vulnerable, is being able to communicate openly. That's what trust means for me. It's not that I don't trust him, that he gonna do something crazy, even though he might. But but in truth, in honesty, having that ability to know that you can trust your partner in so many ways, in every absolute way, especially to us women, gives such a sense of comfort and such a sense of like, okay, I know he got my back. I know if I fall, I know he gonna be there and to support me and push me and lift me up and do and be everything for me that I need him to be. But it takes time to develop that relationship, that when those little tricky moments come into play, being able to have an open communication and not be offended by it. And be, you know, it's like, okay, like you said, you realize like, okay, I got a little too far, I got a little out of the line, and I need to realize that that is not serving our marriage. So we need to find that line of communication where we both feel respected, when we both can feel authentic and not being afraid to communicate clearly, because the last thing you want to do is kind of like kick the can down the road and ignore it and hope that it's going to solve by itself, which it will not. And that's when the whole couple separates.
So, Gary, can you introduce yourselves and both of you pronounce your names properly, because I'm going to mess them up.
Well, I always say whenever I have to work hard to become famous so that people pronounce my name.
Yes, it's like Schwarzenegger. It's just automatic.
Yeah, so right. Gary Zambakcian.
Zambakcian.
Yes, and Jinane Abu Murad.
Abu Murad. Abu Murad. Janine and Gary.
Yes.
So, you come from the Middle East.
Yes.
And in the Middle East, there are different customs and there are different cultures, and the male-female dynamic is, I would say, heavily male-dominated.
Yes.
Yes. But Janine, I know that you are a very strong woman in building your business.
That's what I'm going to give my.
Yeah. So I want to know how did you navigate that cultural stuff and create a space for both of you to be able to thrive in your business? I'm curious.
Yeah. Well, first, I would really want to thank both of you for this opportunity. And I know so many people on this call, sometimes they find themselves without an upline, without a company, without hope. And we've been through this. And this event, the most powerful women and the GoPro community and the GoPro event has been for us the upline and the friend and the coach. Even when we did not have an upline and a coach and a friend, it was enough to get us to this point, which is super incredible. So I would like to thank you and salute you for that. Wow. For the Middle East, I am from Lebanon, and I am super blessed with my family. because yes, we have some difference in the cultures where the women are a little bit oppressed, but I was super lucky to have a strong father and a strong mother. And both of them, they gave me the energy that, listen, you are a strong, independent woman. Go do what you need to do in the world. We got your back. If you fall, do not be afraid. We are here for you. And my dad always told me, listen, you are my child. And if any man hurts you or causes you any pain, I will shoot them in a minute. So, yeah.
Yeah,
And in the Middle East, they mean it.
Yes.
It's not just a threat, it's a promise.
Yeah, so I was lucky to be raised in such a house. It was a different, empowering for women culture, and I thank my parents for that. That made a huge difference with that.
Gary?
I came after three sisters. So I was born in a house where it was female dominant. So that's why I understand women more, and I understand they want their independence. I saw my sister fighting to show themselves they deserve this independence in the society where the cultures are different. Especially old sisters, they were this transition of having that freedom. Like even at their time, there wasn't boyfriend, girlfriend even. It was not allowed. So having that maybe helped me, and that's why I always wondered why my team is majority women and most of the leadership are women. Because I understand them, and that helped me maybe, that's why. But it was a challenge, of course, it was a challenge. We have challenges like, hey, sorry, we cannot go on Zoom and open the camera for cultural reasons. And trying to convince them, how you're gonna build a business if people don't see your face? It's a cultural problem. Sometimes most of their husbands don't want them to build this business. It's a challenge just that we always have, and we have to show them what's more priority in their life, in their only life.
And are you successful in convincing them or empowering them to sit down and have conversations with their husbands to get them to see the benefit long term?
Of course, we always say that we should negotiate, and whenever you're going to do a run, whenever you're going to do a 90 days game plan, you should always negotiate. But still, it's tough because the belief system is sometimes it's really
old.
Tough. Yeah, it's really old. It's funny, every time we do events, and maybe this event, Most Powerful Woman, I hear some woman say, oh, I learned from this event that I should divorce. I'm like, no, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that here, okay? Yeah. So, network marketing, the beautiful part in it, that there's no difference in gender, religion, races. You shine. You have to work on yourself, and this is what we are offering in the Middle East.
Yeah, but I want to add something. Even in the Middle East, in my country, in Lebanon, in so many other countries, we have teams in the Arab world. There is still women who are strong enough, independent enough, powerful enough, who are just waiting for a chance and a platform and a voice and somebody to say, come on board, I'm gonna help you. And there are so many, so many. Yes, we have so many women who are not able, but at the same time, we have so many powerful women. And this would be their first chance to do so.
Give them a round of applause. Well done.
The pose. So what about you guys? So
Sean and Michelle?
Yeah, tell us how that works and how the family dynamic works for you guys.
Yeah, Sean and Michelle Poe, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. First of all, thank you guys. You guys have been an important part of our development in this profession. And we went past being able to just learn from you to be able to really call you guys friends, and we appreciate that. Our journey got started where our upline referred to me initially as the angry guy with the hot wife. When I went to the meeting with Michelle, what I told her was, if you drag me to this meeting, I get to ask whatever questions that I want. And I guess I didn't realize that you're not supposed to interrupt the meeting. But I had serious questions, because anything that we want to do, our name's behind it, and that's important. You know, it can take decades to build up your name, but you can ruin it in an instant. And so that was my protective mechanism behind it. And we really quickly fell in love with this industry. I was working full-time, she was working full-time, 2 little kids at the house. We had an online business, a lady living with us from Spain. I mean, we were at capacity. But I was also in my mid-30s struggling with what I want to do with my life. I was a corporate guy, and it was crushing my soul. I was spending the best hours of my day with people that I didn't enjoy being around. And I'll sum up that story real quick with this. I missed the first 5 months of my youngest child's life because I was living out of a hotel room in Manhattan. And I would fly from LaGuardia back to Sioux Falls, South Dakota on a Friday night, hopefully make it home. You know, LaGuardia isn't easy to get out of on a Friday night, and if you miss one connection, I'm not getting back to South Dakota. And one weekend that I was there with both of our kids, Michelle's parents at the lake, my older daughter, as I was getting ready to leave, she pulled on my shorts and she looked up at me and she said, "Dad, don't go back." And what do you do? What do you do, right? You're not happy. You're not in the position that you look in the mirror and you're like, yeah, this is where I saw myself being, but what do I do? And so when this opportunity came into our life, even though I was skeptical about it, I was open-minded enough to see where it fit in with our life. And thank God we did.
So Sean always wanted to be a game show host. So we've known each other since we were 6th and 7th grade. And he was always the fun, just wacky, wild Kool-Aid style guy. And so I get emotional because, as we all know, we get these triggers that bring us right back to those moments, right? Network marketing, you guys, gives life. And I just want to thank you guys as well. As we were coming here today, I said, this is a world love mission. This is a world love mission, and watching everybody on the Zooms and everything going on this weekend and the hearts, I've got chills all over my body right now. Thank you, because that's what it is. We are bringing love to the world. Yes or yes, you guys, yes. So coming in and being at that meeting and us doing everything that we could to disprove the product and to disprove the business, we're like, oh my gosh, if we make $20, we'll go on a hot date, we'll get a red box movie and a bottle of wine, then we'll be doing this and be successful. But then we saw the people. The people wanted to help, and they were like, we're here to help you. We're like, okay, I don't even know who you are, but thank you, thank you, thank you. And going to the events and the meetings, and you guys always show up to this stuff. The programs that they are bringing to you, invest in yourself. That's the greatest gift that we could have given ourselves, is just continually doing that. But by doing that and seeing that this was real, I had that moment of, I don't know how the heck I'm going to do this, but I'm going to get my husband back. And then that was it. I didn't know how, and I plugged in and I said, teach me to whatever, and go, 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 go. And after I made that decision, it was 4 months later, 9 months total that we got in, and we got him out of the corporate world, and we just thank God for this profession.
Give him a round of applause, everybody. Well done. Okay, here's what we got. We have time for each of you to give 90 seconds of the best relationship advice you could offer to the world. We're going to start with Tom. We're going to go around. 90 seconds, that's what we got.
All right.
90 seconds, give us your best.
I'm not going to give you any advice. I'm going to talk to the men out there that need to be talked to. The toughest thing in the world is being a woman with a family, either broken family or married to a man that does not want to support a dream of a woman who wants to put more food on the table. This business is tough enough without men telling their wives it's for them. All the bullshit that they say to the women that minimize the absolute courage and effort it takes as a woman to hear that on that side and then go out there in the world and sell to people that are telling you the same thing and then coming home and having it get piled on again. Stop doing that, men. Take a look at who you're being for this woman that you said forever. I mean, it's just not right. This business is real. This income is real. This opportunity is real. You need to get real and acknowledge them for the great things they're doing for you and your family. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Well done, well done. All right, Denise.
I am grateful that he is my biggest cheerleader, you know, and I know that not everybody has that. I would say that, look, we've been doing this for 23 years together, and it hasn't always been easy, and life happens, and be brave enough to get help if you need it. You know, we've been through 3 marriage counselors, I think, and but it was worth
She
it.
picked all 3 of them.
They loved me. It worked out perfectly. But, you know, we all go through ups and downs, and just be brave enough to get help when you need it, because it's worth it. And what we're doing, like Michelle said, out in the world is life-changing, and people are looking for you.
Jill, Natalie.
For me, it's a few things. Our Coach Stormy, says this all the time. She said, are we better together or are we better apart? And I told her a long time ago when I first met her, I told her she was going to be my wife. And this was 7 years ago. We had to work through some things. So I know that we're better together than we are apart. Something else that I heard was that I had to learn and said, does this need to be said? Does this need to be said right now? And does this need to be said by me? And I had to learn that, because certain things that might bother me, I knew that she didn't mean any ill intent with it, so I had to understand those 3 things. And then last night when I was talking to your mother, the beautiful Miss Patty Worry, anytime somebody's been married 58 years, going on 59, and they give you advice, you have to take it. And she said, y'all have the cheat code, the 5 love languages, right? She said that's important. Learn her love language. And what's ironic is Coach Stormy was just talking about it. So for me, those are the things that I know that's going to take us to the next level.
I love it. Natalie.
Love it. You know, I want to speak to the women or the men that aren't married, right? Before you desire marriage or before you settle, become whole, right? I believe we were taught that 1 + 1 = 2 and all that good stuff. But before you attract that man of your dreams or that woman of your dreams, you need to work on yourself. So for me, for anyone that's listening, work on yourself. Go hard. Get to the top, right? I was able to earn multiple 7 figures in this industry after I started to love myself. Before I can love you properly, right, or even my team properly, and then before we can do life together, I have to feel good about myself. So it took a fight for me to feel good about myself, and I'm proud to say today, after just, you know, confidence and alignment and just really like obeying what God needed me to do for myself, I was able to attract a man, a king like Joel, and I'm happy. And that can happen for anybody that's listening right now.
Great.
Absolutely.
Janine and Gary.
Well, for me, it's a little bit different because obviously we went through our businesses, well, like not being together, then being together, then being engaged, then not being again, then just working in the business. So it's different, but what I would like to say for everybody, but especially for the women, and what I have learned to do, and I feel it's so important, it does not matter what is going on the relationship level, because what Natalie said so perfectly is just an opportunity to work on ourselves. And regardless of what's happening in the relationship, 2 things should never happen. Number 1, your relationship with yourself, that's a priority. This is the relationship you need to focus on as a top priority. And for me, number 2 is my relationship with my business, because I never allowed anything that's happening on a personal level to kill any part of the business. I have so much respect to the business. I have so much respect to my leaders. I have so much respect to everybody who believed in me. I have so much respect to all the years that we have worked so hard. I respected that too much to allow anything that is going on a personal level to even touch that. And I see so many women, especially women, but I see so many women going on a little bit bumps and problems in a relationship, and suddenly they want to take 10 weeks off from the business because they need to focus on something else. And I say both of them are possible. It has nothing to do with the other. The business is a relationship by itself. It should not get affected. You are a relationship by yourself. It should not get affected. And your personal relationship is a relationship by itself. These 3 do not come on top of each other. And learning to separate these 3 gives us the freedom to navigate any problem, any challenge that comes along without like having one problem multiplying and becoming 3 problems at the same time. So this for me is like the most important thing when dealing with any type of relationships.
Nice.
I don't know what to add on that. Well, My advice will be for man. I'm gonna talk to the man honestly. Understand that you are different. And the same time, what women want to achieve or what way they really want, okay, is totally different than what you want. But find a common ground that makes you like a goal, or personal development should be a common goal that you should work on. Maybe each one is working on a different way, but personal development is the most important thing that kept us working together. I remember very well when we, in August 2019, okay, after we broke up, we sat together and we were seeing how we're gonna separate the business. And we were like, after 2 hours, 3 hours, we were like, this is stupid. Okay, and it was from that time, it was the moment then each one of us was focusing on our personal growth. And that helped grow the business completely. 10 times. With all the challenges we faced, I don't know if you know, the country had a bomb, no dollars, no credit card, nothing, but we were focused on our goal and our personal development, and this is where we reach now, and thank you, really. I hear your voice every day.
Love it, love it.
Sorry, God.
All right, I'll go first here so you can wrap this up. I mean, you are the human embodiment of rainbows and butterflies. Like, you're the most powerful woman I know, and I love you. But, you know, my advice to you guys out there is you have a choice to make. You can be the unsupportive spouse, you can be the supportive spouse, or you can be the all-in spouse. And there's a big difference. And no matter what, I will have her back 100% of the time. And the easy path is to just agree as a man, because what's the saying? A happy wife is a happy life. But I will challenge you this, is there are appropriate times where as a spouse you need to challenge each other to elevate your game and to bring things up. And that's one thing that I really, really respect out of Michelle, is she allows us to have those conversations, and we don't always have to be in agreement. But 100% of the time, I will be her biggest fan.
Love you. So many thoughts in my head. Love is always the answer. Speak in love. Communicate. Communicate, that is one of the most fun things, that even when we disagree, we speak it, and we speak it again, but we speak it in love, and then we come to a great understanding in the end, and then we come to where we need to be, right? So that is a huge part. And I think, too, having fun. Like, bring in the fun all the time, you guys. Like, get up and dance while you're cooking, have some fun in your Zooms. Like, just do the fun. Do. Life is too short to not be having fun in literally everything. So I could just keep going, but
Awesome.
thank you.
Well, I'm going to give Marina the final word. My 2 cents are, if you have the foundation of communication, trust, and respect, everything good flows out of those 3 things. You can usually solve most of the things from that trio of concepts. And pay attention. You know, from look at the couples that you admire and pay attention to what they're doing. And watch for the little things. Watch for the little ways that they support. Watch for the little ways that they connect. Watch for the little hidden, holding hands. And watch for the little, the stuff, the little things. And create your own playbook. From these notes and from everything else, create your own list of, if I want to have a great relationship, I need to figure out these love languages. I got a list of this and this and this and this. And okay, I'm going to use this to build a life. And you'll find that all those principles, while they're vital, because who wants to be a billionaire and have all bad relationships? Exactly. Who wants to be financially free and not have any people close in their life? Or they become so socially, relationship stunted that they become a wealthy, toxic person. You don't want that. So when it starts with the relationship with yourself, all these things apply with a relationship with yourself, and we don't talk about that enough. Once you get a good relationship with yourself, then good relationship with your spouse or partner, then it trickles into your extended family. It drops into your kids. It even moves up to your parents. I mean, it moves all over the place from you being an example of what a good relationship can be, and you being secure enough in yourself to let the other get spotlight when they need to get spotlight and not have that be some competition. So pay attention to these things. A lot of good tips. You can use them to build a better life. So Marina, you can close this out.
Well, I think that for me is one of the things for me was like really important to realize that not dimming your light to make somebody feel comfortable. You know, especially if you're a strong and powerful woman, you might try to dim your light to feel your spouse a little bit better, to help him feel better. But you know, I love. There is a very good Russian song that the lyrics of that go that say goodbye like you would say that goodbye forever, because you don't know if they're going to be tomorrow. And for me to first of all understand that I'm not always need to be right, he's not always need to be right, but what if there is no tomorrow? You know, what if this kiss, what if this goodbye, what if this hug is last one? Would you say what you're about to say? Would you do what you're about to do? Would you argue? Would you kind of like give your frustration to the world if that was the last that person would remember? And I'm trying to constantly catch myself when I'm trying to be right, when I'm trying to be like, look at me, I'm so strong, I'm so powerful. And at the same time, you know, not necessarily dimming my light, but first of all, understanding that no strong man, no wise man will be able to or will ever put his wife or powerful woman down. You know, it takes a strong and wise man to be with a strong and powerful woman to begin with. And they will always, you know, lift you up. They will always push you forward. They will always help you get up and shine as bright as you can possibly shine. And if they feel that you are still playing beneath of your potential, they will keep pushing you, encourage you, and do all of that. But in all of that process, remember that, you know, you don't always have to win every single battle. You don't always have to be right. You don't always have to prove somebody wrong. That's not how the happy marriage goes. And like I said, you know, think it twice if those were the last words that person would remember. I think for me, it helped me tremendously just sometimes slow my horses down, and the same thing with my kids, the same thing with my family, and even in my business. So just be respectful in the relationship, create that foundation of trust where the communication is totally open, and remember, sometimes you're gonna disagree. Sometimes you're gonna be having a moment when, yeah, you see the same goal, but you have different ideas how you're gonna get there. And that's okay, we're all different human beings and we were raised differently. Eric and I could not be kind of like coming from more different backgrounds, but we found what is important to us. We negotiated and we kind of like dismissed what is the minor thing, and we concentrated on what is the most important stuff. And at the end of the day, love always wins.
Yep, love always wins. So let me just close out by giving some quick announcements, because I'm about to introduce a video from another billionaire. We had one billionaire speaking today, I think, or yesterday. And another billionaire couldn't be here, but recorded a video to African-American self-made billionaire from the United States. So you see if you can guess. You probably won't guess. But anyway, we're coming up to our final session, and we have 4 of the most unbelievable network marketing leaders. Jesse Gallant from Canada. We have Jessie Lee Ward. We have Angel Fletcher and Gloria Mayfield Banks to close us out. So when this recorded video is done, we're going to come right back to that. And also when we come back from that, we have a lot of prizes to give. So make sure that you're back right after this video. It's like 12 minutes right after this video. And for those that missed the welcome lunch because of any tech issues, 2 things. First, we recorded it and we'll email it to you. Those of you that are in the Breakthrough Experience program. We record it, we'll mail it to you, and we're also having a welcome call on May 25th. For those not in the program, remember the price of the program doesn't change yet, but the bonuses are going to go away. The bonuses go away at the end of this program. So if you want to get all those bonuses from Lisa Nichols and the Badass Panel and Elena Cardone and the Vision Board, all this stuff, you know, it's a boatload of stuff. We're good. We really are intent on helping you have a breakthrough. Make sure that you go to your dashboard and get yourself set up for that, okay? Or get your questions answered. Talk to somebody. And like I said, we announced a 6-pay option. I think it's, you know, first payment of under $600 to be able to start. Just get moving, okay? So check out this video from another billionaire with a message for everyone here.
Special guest speaker today, the first African-American woman to own a billion-dollar company.
She started the company in 1976 with just a few $100s. She's now ranked by Forbes as second wealthiest self-made African-American woman in America, behind only Ms. Oprah Winfrey.
Act One is one of the largest staffing companies in the United States. He's also the first African-American ever named by the Star Group as one of the 50 leading women entrepreneurs in the world.
Janice and I were recently both honored at the BET Honors Awards, and she is a true inspiration.
She spent almost 40 years helping others find work. She could fill a book with her words of wisdom.
Do you feel like the climate has changed for women, and especially for minority women?
Let's be clear, the climate has changed, but it's not sunny weather.
This journey is not one that I consider having reached success. Rather, I believe I'm on the road of success. Hello. What a wonderful opportunity everyone has today to be present to Marina Worry's awesome program. You know, network marketing is doing incredible things, and one of the things that I think it does is it allows many of us to get into business in a different way than we ever dreamed we could have beforehand. You know, when I started my company in 1978, I had a phone and a fax machine. And when I got the fax machine, let me tell you, I thought I was Judy Jetson. For those of you who don't know who Judy Jetson is, well, you go check her out. She was quite the lady. But
Special guest speaker today, the first African-American woman to own a billion-dollar company.
She started the company in 1976 with just a few $100s. She's now ranked by Forbes as second wealthiest self-made African-American woman in America, behind only Ms. Oprah Winfrey.
Act One is one of the largest staffing companies in the United States. He's also the first African-American ever named by the Star Group as one of the 50 leading women entrepreneurs in the world.
Janice and I were recently both honored at the BET Honors Awards, and she is a true inspiration.
She spent almost 40 years helping others find work. She could fill a book with her words of wisdom.
Do you feel like the climate has changed for women, and especially for minority women?
Let's be clear, the climate has changed, but it's not sunny weather.
this journey is not one that I consider having reached success. Rather, I believe I'm on the road of success. Hello. What a wonderful opportunity everyone has today to be present to Marina Worry's awesome program. You know, network marketing is doing incredible things, and one of the things that I think it does is it allows many of us to get into business in a different way than we ever dreamed we could have beforehand. You know, when I started my company in 1978, I had a phone and a fax machine. And when I got the fax machine, let me tell you, I thought I was Judy Jetson. For those of you who don't know who Judy Jetson is, well, you go check her out. She was quite the lady. But importantly, she and Marina have a lot of similarities. While they valued family, they also saw the important work that women do beyond the family, and I think for the families. And so I'm really excited that this network marketing opportunity addresses all of us toward our best potential, regardless of where we gender from. I thank you for attending today, not because I'm any formal part of your program, more importantly, because with your intentional investment of everything you learn from this exercise, whether you be inspired or taught or both by it, is going to just really fill us back to a much fuller world. And we all can use a little bit of that right now as we consider leaving COVID and walking out into airports, shopping malls, restaurants, homes of friends and families we've not visited before. We come, so I hope, with freshened eyes freshened to the potential that all of us have to impact one another. Never before has the world been completely focused on the same solution at the same time. And we got to experience that. Let's remember it. There may be a lot you want to forget about COVID, but let's remember the best lessons it taught us as we couple those with the lessons you're learning through this event. Now, I started my company, Act One Group, in 1978. I come to California on a vacation to visit my sister. Some might say I'm still on that vacation. Certainly I can say it was one of the greatest moves I made in my life, and not necessarily the geographic move of it as the mental move of it. I grew up a little nappy-headed colored girl in Tarboro, North Carolina, pre-civil rights. I lived through many experiences, even before coming to California, that suggested I should not be in business. I should not even dream of doing anything more than becoming a teacher or a social worker. And by the way, those are still highly worthwhile dreams that have elevation to them. I continue to aspire to do those things through how I work today. But what I learned along my journey is that I can do that and I can do more. I can give more. I believe in a philosophy of doing good while doing well. We can all do well and good at the same time. And the things we're learning today should show us how to do that. The other thing that I want to share with you, though, beyond the idea that a little nappy-headed colored girl from Tarboro, North Carolina could come on a vacation to California and through the advantage of technology and good protocols, build a global organization that does over $3 billion a year. And every day I have over 22 languages being spoken by just my employees alone before we touch clients who are applicants or clients who are companies. And I think that the important note for you from that is the advantage of technology coupled with an understanding of how to market the business forward is what really helped us to get here. The second message I want to leave you with is basically my ABCs for life. And they apply whether you're in business or whether you are experiencing a personal time. It's really important that you understand what those ABCs are. A, ask the right questions. Then listen for the right answers. You know, we can talk and boy, have we been having a lot of conversations in our heads. Many of us are blessed to be in circumstances where we're able to be with our family during quarantine and as we exit COVID. Some of us have had a few curses along the way. And my encouragement is don't let the blessing be cursed by circumstances. What do I mean by that? If you're having to do business out of your bathroom because the office is being bombarded by kids who never used to go in there before, fine, close the door, light a candle, do the work, okay? The B is about being where you say you'll be, when you say you'll be, how you say you'll be, being where you say you'll be, when you say you'll be there, and how you say you'll be there. How is most important? You know, all of us have these navigation systems that once we're back on the road can tell us how far we are from a destination, how to refigure getting there based on traffic or occurrences. We've just got technology abounding to support us to get where we say we'll be, when we say we'll be. but this is the navigator that teaches us how to get there, how we say will be. And I lean in on the how because even more important than it was pre-COVID, it is vital that now we all understand how we need to arrive. How do we show up mentally, physically, fundamentally ready to get the work done that we commit to? And our communication protocols are really important to that, which is the C of your ABCs. And that is circular communication, assuring that everyone who needs to know knows when they need to know. You know, I have a rule in my company that if you mention somebody who works in the company in an email to me, you have to copy them on it. Now, that can feel very uncomfortable if you're talking about sensitive circumstances. However, it just really teaches a culture of transparency and inclusion. And that's so important to how we build forward. Network marketing assures that we're able to be transparent and inclusive in how we work. We've got to assure that our personal and professional protocols follow those same lines. There's so much that you're going to be learning beyond my ABCs, which are, repeat after me, class. Ask the right questions, then listen for the right answers. B, where you say you're going to be, when you say you're going to be there, and importantly, how you say you're going to be there. And C, circular communication. Include everybody who's a part of the conversation. One other thing I do want to give you a clue on, and that is the importance of honoring the four corners of every contract. You know, we are anxious to bring value to our clients. We are excited to share our experiences with our friends and families, our community, and our world. It's vital that we understand that every contract we sign, regardless of whether it's an 800-page contract or a single service agreement, it is a contract. And legally, it is honored by the four corners that contain within those walls everything that you've agreed to for this circumstance, this opportunity, this new client. And so I really want you to make it a principle of yours that you visit your contracts completely and that you satisfy how you honor them and then apply those ABCs. Ask all the right questions about what is indicated in those contracts, particularly if you're not a lawyer nor have a lawyer available right away. It's smart to get a lawyer to review anything you sign, though. B, make sure you're able to honor that contract by your presence or your delivery as it asks and requires. And C, that you communicate fully all of the conditions of the contract to everyone on your team who's going to be engaged in delivery, and that you're asking the questions and assuring the communication with the clients and any third parties that may be engaged in you fulfilling to that contract. So, listen, it can all be very, very busy. It can all be very, very expertise requiring. It's also rewarding to start a company, to build a company, and to evolve yourself in the process. This is a thrilling day for everybody who's engaged in it. And I am delighted to be virtually with you from my office here at my home. I probably could have given you a more polished video to listen to and to watch today, but the one you are receiving being filmed from my iPad is just one more moment of how inclusive network marketing is and can teach you to be. So Marina and team, enjoy this product that you're delivering. Watch for the outcome from it. And my last mention for all of us is that we do something that my husband and I taught our kids pretty early on in life, and that is remember to call God. No matter who you call God every day, and then be quiet and listen. Thanks for inviting me to be a part of this. It's been a pleasure to join you. I wish you full success. Let's rock it, okay? Thanks.
All right. Pretty cool, huh? Okay. I have a very big announcement for you, so pay close attention. Make sure that you take good notes. You're the first in the world to hear about this, but a very, very big announcement and a very, very important offer for you to take advantage of. All right? You ready for this? I'm going to use my trusty Elmo, that everybody in the tech world laughs at me to use, but Virtual Go Pro. How many were at last year's Virtual Go Pro last December? Put into the comments. Put a 5 into the comments if you were there. Virtual Go Pro. Lots and lots of 5s. This is going to be held December 3rd through the 5th of this year. And it's going to be the biggest event in network marketing history. We are pulling out all the stops, the biggest names, the biggest celebrities, the most value you could ever squeeze in to 3 days of a network marketing explosion. Whoever gets the most people to this event is going to win, I promise you. Okay? Is going to win for sure. Now, a ticket for this event, by the time we get to the event ticket for just a general admission ticket is going to be $500, $497. But what we're doing today for you that are part of this MPW group, we're going to lower that price to $197. Okay? You can get as many tickets as you want at $197. But we're going to throw in a couple very, very powerful things. How many of you would like to have a full lifetime recording of the last 3 days? Raise your hands if you'd like to have a recording you could listen to anytime you want. Put in your car, put in your phone, listen all you'd like. Well, if you get a ticket to Go Pro today, or if you already have a ticket to Go Pro, you're going to get the MPW 2021 Lifetime Replay. It's only available to you. That is another $197 worth of value on top of the $497. Third thing I want to tell you is we're announcing one of the big celebrity speakers that's going to be at Go Pro today. He's an amazing gentleman. He's a global icon. He loves network marketing. He wants to help you. So he recorded a quick little video to describe let me figure out how I want to order this. Play the video, and I'll come back after a minute.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins. Listen, I was talking with Eric Worre and saying, my gosh, right now with everybody just coming out of COVID and the economy starting to open up, I said, why don't we do something for people now that we could do online, deep, where we could have an impact? And so Eric and I together decided that what we're going to do is put on a program for you that you'll be able to go to May 24th. May 24th, if you want to go, it's going to be Eric, my dear friend Dean Graziosi, one of the best marketing and sales guys I know in the world, and KK. KK is my national speaker who takes my tools and shows people the most important keys. Because, right now, network marketing is blowing up in such a good way. Time Magazine even talked about how it's really expanding because people are at home, they need something to do, they're looking for an answer. And also because with technology today, you and I both know you can do more than you could ever do before, more easily, if we can just get ourselves to get over our fears, get that hunger there, organize ourselves appropriately, and most importantly, learn the most important skills to influence people with integrity in ways that are fun and that are easy and that make people kind of influence themselves. That's really my skill. I'm sure you know for the last 44 years, I've been traveling the planet with this obsessive question, like, what makes the difference in people's lives? Why is it some people have these huge dreams and most people never even come close to them? And then there's that small group of people that somehow find their way through all the problems, all the challenges, and they succeed. And so when you study that for 44 years, at this point, I could be an idiot and I'd have to see there are patterns. Patterns that'll make you angry or sad or frustrated or scared or overwhelmed or stressed. Patterns that make you passionate, feel alive, driven, hungry, excited, grateful, and get you to follow through. And so I developed those patterns into a set of tools. So they're literally gonna do a 3-hour session with you. And again, it's gonna start with KK, who is my national speaker, teaching you these fundamental tools. There's no additional cost for this. We just wanna give you momentum right now. And then Dean Graziosi, who many of you I'm sure know, just a genius marketer, incredible sales guy. And then Eric Worre himself, who I know you all respect immensely. So, and this is only for those Marketing Pro ticket holders. No charge for you. We're just doing this as an added value for you so you can get started and not miss out. So click on the link below right away. Get yourself there. It's going to be May 24th at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 noon Pacific time. And get the tools that can take you to the next level. The tools of influence, of leadership, and the tools that really make people successful at the deepest level. I think you're going to have a great time. I know you will, but don't miss out. Click on the link below. Show up on that day. Put it on your calendar. Lock it down. And let's get you some momentum so you can crush the rest of the year. Thanks for taking a few minutes with me, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
How many people are excited about Tony Robbins joining us at GoPro? Come on. One of the best in the world. We are committed. We're committed to developing the best curriculum for you to have an end-of-year recap and make 2022 the best year of your lives. We've given you power to be able to make the rest of this year amazing, but at the end of the year, check this out. This is what I'm offering. Show the Elmo, please. Virtual GoPro, December 3rd through the 5th. You get an event ticket. Instead of $497, it's $197. You get a Most Powerful Women 2021 Lifetime Replay for free, zero cost. Master Your Market, a special live event with Tony, Dean, KK, and myself, Monday, May 24th for 3 hours. Plus, you'll have the recording of that event if you can't be there because of work or whatever. A 3-hour breakthrough for you. That's a $497 value. So this is a total of $1,200 that you would normally have to pay for this. The only way you can get into the Master Your Market event is if you have a GoPro ticket. So for MPW attendees, it's $197 per ticket. There's no limits. If you already have a GoPro ticket, we will send you these bonuses. So you're not missing out on anything. If you already have it. How many people already have it? Show me your hands if you already have a ticket. All right, well, you're going to get the replay automatic, and you're going to get an invitation to the Master Your Market event. For the rest of you, let me just give you a word of encouragement and maybe an assignment. There are more million-dollar earners that have come out of MPW and GoPro than any events ever in network marketing history. This is going to be the biggest event in world history for network marketing coming up this December 3rd through the 5th. You're going to be there anyway. What I would do if I was you, whatever you've got capacity to do, get that many tickets. If you can get 5 tickets for $1,000, do it. All those benefits, even if you don't have people to sell them to yet or to move them on to. For you top leaders, get 100 tickets. Use them as a contest. If you can get 10 tickets for the 10 people you're going to sign up with all this information that you got between now, you're going to sign those people up between now and December, you'll already have a $197 price point locked in, plus the lifetime replay of MPW, plus the Master Your Market event or recording if you move the ticket after that. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. Now, you can either go, throw up the site, please, that shows it in the dashboard. You can go to Virtual GoPro Special inside of your dashboard. Just click on that button. Or the website is what? What's the website? Somebody put that on the lower third? No, the website. That's MPW 2021. I need the website for Virtual GoPro for this special. Really? Oh, you can get it there at MPW 2021? Okay. So I guess it is MPW 2021. Or go into your dashboard. So what I would encourage you to do, let me give you a quick tip. At the end of this event, you're about to hear from 4 unbelievable leaders. Let your fingers do the walking between now and then, and let as many people know as possible. Hurry, 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 hurry. Get to mpw2021.com. You need the recordings to this event. You need to join me with this Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, KK, and Eric Master Your Market event. You need to be with me at GoPro. This is going to be amazing, but this price is going to go away. These bonuses are going to go away. Okay? Very, very short term. So go after it. You got, we're going to give you, what did we say we're going to give you on this offer? I think it's the next 72 hours. So I think it's from now till Wednesday evening. You have the ability to be able to promote this offer, okay, for the next 72 hours. This offer is available to you, okay? Got it? Makes sense? Raise your hands if you're going to take advantage of it, if you already got your ticket. Let me see. Let me see. All right, let's go. Let's go. I'm excited. Okay. So our first special trainer comes to us from Canada. There was COVID restrictions, so she couldn't get through the border to be able to be here. But she's a superstar. She's breaking records inside of her country. And she's here to bring you some great value to close out the year. So please welcome Jessie Gallant. Jessie, how are you? Take it from there, Jessie. You got it.
Hello, everyone. Oh, my God. So my name is Jessie Gallant, and I'll take 2 seconds to say thank you, Eric and Marina, for everything that you're showing us on a daily basis about what this industry is capable of, and that you're showing us that we're playing so small. We are capable to do even better. And it's an honor for me today to be virtual from Canada. And I just want to say a couple of things. Bonsoir à toutes les francophones qui écoutent ce soir. And I really want to start with how I had a very hard start in network marketing. I moved to another country with no family, no friends, no support. And I felt extremely isolated. I recruited what I thought was going to be my rock star team member, and because she had this huge following, and I was like dreaming, right? Until I realized early on in my business that she wasn't going to help either business of us. My upline was also very new and inexperienced, so that left me very alone, like lost. I felt stuck for many months, and I didn't know what was my next move or what it should be. I even questioned myself, is this for me? Every time I face a challenge, I continue to feel alone. Growing up, I somewhat felt independent until I was left on my own to figure things out. I wondered, what was my limit? What was I capable of? The truth is, I stumbled into network marketing by needing beauty products for walking down the aisle. From that moment, I wanted that product, but then I saw other things along with that, and I'm like, I want it all. And I want this sweet deals. And then without knowing, I had bought the distributor kit. And with all that, I realized I had joined the network marketing world. Fast forward to now, what I realize and learn is that network marketing is about a connection. We all need a connection every day. It's also the sense of belonging, the support of a team. When I started my journey, I was away from my network of friends, but I also needed any social activities. I was in need, like in depression, of needing any social. Just being able to have an adult conversation, I was the highlight of my day or the week even. I just needed to be involved somewhere. Little did I know, building my business, I realized I was still feeling isolated. I still had to make decision that was left on my shoulders because I am my own In the moments when we are left alone to figure things out, that's when the growth happened. Within my journey, I was put to the test being alone and being lost. But mainly now, virtually, like this year, everything's been virtual, and I cannot wait to have this in-person event because I know it fuels me. And type in the comments or show me your hands who is ready for in-person event, because I know I am. Even though connected by our device, we are the virtual meeting ends or we're in person and then it's done and then we're left on our side to make that decision. What are you gonna do after? I remember doing my first live ever. I was scared. I didn't know what I was gonna say, how many people was gonna hop on. And I remember I had sticky notes everywhere in front of my screen with everything I wanted to say because I wanted to be prepared. But I realized that I was making excuses out of my fear. And then once I started to grow a team, I realized that my team had similar challenges or excuses from my new recruits. And then now I was in a perfect position to help them because I learned that sometimes you have to be alone by yourself to rise above these excuses, to learn so much more about yourself that you need to get out of that comfort zone. And comfort zone is meaning you doing something that feels uncomfortable doing, not comfortable doing, pardon me. You need to believe and trust in the things that you do, that you're gonna take action in. I personally believe that I became more comfortable in everything I did and no matter what I did. Like example, my live, my whatever it was, like the technique or the way that I was talking about the opportunity. I'm sorry about my speaking. The better I was doing, the more I was doing. And then it's like a muscle. The workout that you were doing, the stronger it was. Now my team was in a position to watch me how I lead, pardon me. They were watching my example of how I was facing the different challenges in the business. I was also setting the example for my team to follow. My team witnessed me overcome many challenges. It's easy to blame your company for this or for that. There's one time when we went through having no inventory and from our best selling products for many months. Many quits from that. But I decided with my team that I was not gonna quit. I pivoted with my team. We refocused. We took what was for, what I wanna say, we took refocus and took pre-orders of the product that was selling out, and we put our attitude on a better scale. What was I capable of? Like, I realized that I was in charge here, and otherwise, what can I do about it? Can I change the stock? Can I change anything about this situation? What was I in control of? I was in control of the decision and the action to create continued excitement. In the preparation of this presentation, I realized that my teammate, I contacted some of my teammates to view me and my success. I was comparing myself with other leaders speaking at this event, and I know what you're thinking, but let's be real. I wondered what I could bring that was badass related to success that I could share with you. I have nothing special to me. I focused, I stayed on track, and I controlled what I could. 3 of them come back with the comments that I would like to share. The first one said, I led the team with after a bad situation with positivity and integrity. And at one point, I had a bad, very toxic leader in my team, and she was bringing the moral down. It was so hard to be surrounded by somebody like that. I decided to change the culture and surrounded with a daily basis positivity and always be surrounded by them. My second team member says I was very relatable and that I was showing by the example, I was doing it right for the right reason. And I've never said to my team something I've never done. To me, it's very important that you do the things before you tell your team. So like by example, when I did pre-launch or any recruiting blitz, I would share with my team what would work best, what would not work at all too. Because if I tell them what doesn't work, they're gonna go faster. And that's all that mattered for me. I want the growth faster than mine. And the third member says I was very accessible. I was showing up constantly and I was getting out of my comfort zone. And I remember this dream vacation that I was looking forward with my family and my husband. And I was looking to decompress a bit and take a little bit less time to work, although I would work. But at that same time, like the next day that I got there, the company made a huge change. Guess what? I had to work. I had to put my time in and be positive about it and show up. The words that my teammate came back to use as or define me as a leader was more relatable, accessible, positive, brave, supportive. The way I see myself in my business is different than my team sees me. It's not about freedom or financial freedom. It was about character. Isn't that interesting? This was a great reminder for me to see that everyone looks at their own success is a different view. And to be honest, I never dreamt to become a network marketing professional. It was accidental. Like I told you, I got the kit to me that I was thinking it was a collection, and then I actually jumped in. I had to figure myself out along the way. I had no mentoring, so I had to figure that on my own. I had no leadership abilities, so I had to figure that thing on my own. I had no tools because I decided to go in another language at the beginning of my career. So I had to figure or build that on my own. And I had no community. So I had to build that one on my own. I started this journey feeling alone, afraid, unsupported, inexperienced. And I see now these were just excuses. I was faced with challenge that give me the opportunity to rise, to make that decision to rise, and then pivot, because there's something that's going to happen. But I pivot, and then I deal with the fallout. The struggle, the struggle helped me become the person I am today. And it's the same for you. Network marketing sounds like a collaboration business, but really the growth comes from being independent. What I realize in this business is that we desperately need support and excitement from each other. We also need to help. We also need to help us going through those lonely moments. It started by showing up and be there for the others first. You can't expect people to help you all the time and continuously when you haven't started one thing on your own. I use my time wisely, and I know if I have struggled with one skill, I will reach to a success partner that have great skills in that domain. I want to say that if you remain stagnant in your skill chance that you defeat or quit will increase because the environment is always changing. I use free training for the longest time. I also invested in my own personal development many times. And when I realized that I was going to get asked to speak at more events, not in my native language, I reached out to get help to realize that my personal struggle is public speaking. I invested in training rather than push this opportunity to grow me further as a leader. I am still not where I want to be today, but you know what? I am moving forward and I'm facing my challenges. Thank you.
Way to go, Jesse. Appreciate you, Ms. Gallant. All right. Now, you know what the theme of these last 4 presenters is? Guess in the comments. What do you think the theme is? Here's the theme: how to be a badass. How to be a badass. And our next presenter is kind of personified by being a badass. She's going to really help you up your game. She's breaking every record inside of her company and blowing people away inside our entire profession. Please welcome to the stage, Miss Jessie Lee Ward.
If you are not sitting yet, I'm really excited about this for y'all. So hello everybody, what's going on? My name is Jessie Lee, and call me #BossLee. What's up, Maisha girl? Oh, I'm so excited to be here with you tonight. I know y'all are staying up super late around the world, and so thank you so much for being here. This has been an incredible event. The amount that I have learned over my last 5 years I've had a relationship with Eric and Marina is unbelievable. And I hope that you've seen this little snippet over the last 3 days that just shows you what is possible when you believe in yourself. And so, I mean, I kind of am a badass, okay? And I'm going to teach you today how to step into your own power, because this is not about me. This is about where you go, Charmin. This is about where you go, Electra, coolest name ever. This is about where you go, Scarlett. Like, where are we going to go after we leave this event? I'm interested in that for you. So here's me. My name's Jessie Lee. I'm the namesake of my Nana and my mom. And these are the words I thought of when I thought of what can make you just so strong. And these are some of the strongest characteristics that define me as the person I am. So write these down, take a photo, do what you need to do, but I am super disciplined. And discipline really encompasses so much stuff, because that's going to be the consistency. If you're not disciplined, you're not consistent. If you're not disciplined, you don't have grit. If you're not disciplined, when someone looks at you and goes, Sarah, I don't know, girl. I just don't know, girl. You're done. Like, you're already out of it, right? When somebody says, oh, well, let's just go out. And you're like, well, I know I didn't hit my recruiting goals yet, but that's okay. I can do whatever I want. You quit. Because you're not disciplined. If you want to be the best version of Jade, the best version of Sue, the best version of Kylie, the best version of Joyette, the best version of, I'm going to try to say your name because it's so cool. Sharada Zaid Jackson? Yeah, girl, come on now. All right, no one tried to say it. I'm going to be the one, all right? Because I'm determined, all right? Then you've got to be these things, and you don't have to be me. Some of you have never met me before. I'm freaking you out in the middle of the night because you're like, that woman is loud. That woman is hyperactive. What is she on? Man, I'm on that network marketing thing, you know? Like, it's good here, all right? Energy's good here, all right? So I am disciplined. And I will tell you, if you want to be a badass network marketer, you better be obsessed. This is not a game for me. And I'm going to show you why in a couple of slides. This is it. And the day I decided this is it. And if you decided at some point this weekend, this is it for me, this is it for my family, I'm done with a plan B, I'm over playing small, I want to be on that stage someday, then put a yes in the chat. Okay? I am obsessed with getting better. I am obsessed with pouring into you. I am obsessed with showing up every single day. I am obsessed with every single part of what we do. I don't always like network marketing, okay? But I'm always obsessed with it. I'm always obsessed with it. I'm relentless. I'm intuitive. I can tell when something feels gross. Can any of you relate to that? Maybe you, Jenny, maybe you, Joanne, like you're like, oh, no, I know the devil when I see it, girl. That's me, okay? I'm like, God speaks through me all the time, all right? It's just an intuitive thing. I don't know what to tell you. I will promise you, if you want whatever it is you want, whatever you declared you wanted, you better start being the hardest worker in the room. You gotta quit playing with yourself. You gotta quit going on trips you know you didn't earn. You gotta quit taking the time out of your day to do all these fun things. I know you wanna take your babies to every single thing, every single thing, every single thing. Don't you wanna take them to every single big thing? Like big trips around the world, like being there for the huge moments that really, really matter? You've gotta make those decisions. Empathy is my number one core value. I see you. You matter. If you're different than me, that's the beautiful thing. I don't need to look like you to understand what it's like to be you only by listening to your story. Not because I lived your life, not because I know what it's like to be black in America or gay or whatever it is, but because I hear you and your story matters to me. And that makes me a badass because a lot of people don't care. All right? And I am a visionary, y'all. I don't live in 2021. Let me tell you what. I do not live in these days. Y'all might live in 2021. I am way out there somewhere in the future. I'm kind of like I got these like strange tendencies sometimes where I say something, poof, it happens. Have you ever said you wanted to be on this stage? Like, how many of you were like, that stage someday is mine? Yeah? Okay, well, quit playing with your life. You got to step into this, all right? I saw this day way before this day happened. I saw my relationship before my relationship happened. I saw my team before our team ever happened. I saw all of it. And maybe it's because I'm authentic and I'm so me. I know I don't fit in everybody's box right now. I know I'm loud. I know some of you are a little shaken up right now with my energy. I get it. But baby, this is me. My mom said, Jessie Lee, she came out screaming and she just never stopped. Okay, that's me. And most importantly, I am all heart, and then I am worthy, and so are you. And so if you want to be a badass, that's what you got to be. All right, so who are you? Who are you? You want to build this thing? You want to attract people? Be boldly you. I'm not out here trying to be anybody else who is on this stage. I'm not trying to be Louisa. I'm not trying to be Diana. I'm not trying to be Mimi. I'm me. And people told me your heart is too big. Well, let me tell you something. My heart is my superpower. It's also my biggest weakness, and I don't care. It's not going anywhere. So when you need me, I'm there. And that makes me powerful. And I got no problem showing. I got no problem at 11 o'clock at night when people come to my house, like in this photo, taking off, like my shoes clearly aren't even on. I'm in pajamas, people. Doesn't matter. They needed me. I was there. I talked a little bit about this last night, but don't be so scared. You don't got to be a tough girl all the time. Some of you have so many wounds from your past, and you are still living in that like that's who you are, and it's not anymore. All that shame you're feeling, tell somebody how it makes you feel, and then throw it out. Throw out the shame. It's not serving you. And I promise you, I said it already, I'm gonna say it again, that big heart makes me so powerful because you can't tell me nothing. It's why I respond to DMs. It's why I go live every day. It's why I do all the tactics. Because I know that some of you need me to show up early in the morning on a live video. Some of you need me to be funny and goofy and loud and whatever on the internet. You need me to show up. That is the backbone. That is the backbone of what I do, and that's the baddest. All right, y'all trying to be bad? Let's go. So show people who you are. I like to do fun stuff with our team. We were axe throwing. Why? Why not? Okay, look, I like this. People told me you give too much. Jesse Lee, you give too much. I got a text message from my UPS man. His name's Roy. That's my dude. He came to Thanksgiving at my house. I was like, you got a family, Roy? He goes, well, no. I said, are you eating Thanksgiving alone? He goes, yeah, it's okay. I said, it's not okay. You coming right back to this address on Thanksgiving morning. What do I bring? I said, bring whatever you want. He brought Skittles and some grape soda. I said, all right, Roy. Okay. He texted me that day. And he goes, Jesse Lee, girl, I don't know what you're doing to this team. I don't know what's going on. I got 63 boxes. The whole truck's yours. And people told me I spent too much money on our team. I said, what are you talking about? I don't get to cash checks without them, so I don't know what you're talking about. This isn't mine. I didn't keep this. I was like the Eric Worre in Italy, okay? I went to Italy. I spent $25,000 at Louis Vuitton, gave it all away. People told me I was crazy. People told me I was crazy, racing around racetracks in Las Vegas, spending time with my Germans. I don't think it's crazy. I think that's me. I like fast cars. Those of you who know me know I like some fast cars. Let's go. That's me. Who are you? This is not about me. Who are you? What are the things that excite you? What are the things that make you feel good, LaToya? What's got you going at keeping you up in the middle of the night, Lauren? What? People think I'm crazy. Why are you buying your leaders shoes? Why are you taking photo shoots with them? Because I love them. Because that girl pays my bills. What you talking about? Yeah, she paying her bills. She paying my bills too. Let's be honest about it, right? This one's real important to me, y'all. Listen, I'm a dog mom. I'm the best dog mom ever. Those are my babies. Y'all dog moms, any dog parents? Go ahead. Throw it in the chat. Your dog's names, cats' names, llamas' names, whatever y'all got. This matters to me because this grounds me. This slows me down. This makes me stop for a minute, you know? Y'all, I just like to travel. I like to love on my people. I like to take trips around the world and show people they matter, buy them some swag, do whatever. Makes me cool. I like to help birth babies. You know that, did you? I like to help birth some babies. It's one of our biggest leaders. Giving birth to a baby. I said, what? What are we doing? What are we doing tonight? We're birthing a baby? Let's birth a baby. Let's go. Let's go. My heart came before closing the month. My heart came before I better put in some more sales. My heart came before anything because she needed me. She needed me. You want to build a big business? What matters to you? You heard it all weekend. I'm bringing it home, y'all. It's the people. It's the people. So I delivered another baby too. I just like the babies, man. Give me this, my godson, all right? I love it. I love it. It's the family. This is a network marketing family that you get to choose. You have shame around your childhood, how you were raised, how you were spoken to. Choose the people you work with. Choose the people that deserve your time. Choose the people that you want to spend all your time around because you get to. It's your choice. I chose to align with this woman. This woman changed my life almost 4 years ago. This one, she called me. And I said, yeah, I can learn from you. Eric's been talking about coaches, mentors, accelerator programs, masterminds, etc., events all weekend. I've learned so much from her. So much from her. She makes me better every day. Right? I love my company. You guys, you got to start loving your company. It is a tactic. You want to get further in network marketing, y'all better love your company. You better love on your CEO. Eric just told y'all. I was listening. He told you like 2 hours ago, you better have relationships with your CEO. I got relationships with that man. I love that man. He changed my life. And dude, this dude, come on now, y'all. You need tactics? No, you just need Eric Worre, okay? Okay, that's what you need right there. Now, I don't know why I did this to myself. Oh, I can't even look. That's my Nana, and she raised me. And she passed away in July of 2017. And because of this profession, I was with her. And I was in Nicaragua on an incentive trip that I was running for our team. And I got on the next flight to be with her because she, every day I just want to make her proud. She is the biggest badass I ever met. She told me every day in my life I could do it. And you have somebody in your life who is probably telling you you can do it, and you just have to start believing it. You have to take control of those 6 inches between your ears like I told you last night. Or it doesn't matter. But that woman has a living legacy because she believed in me and I chose to believe in myself. And now generations after generations after generations are never going to struggle the way that I did in my childhood. She only raised me because my parents were unable to. I sent my dad to jail when I was 9 years old. And she came in. No one in their 80s needs to raise 3 kids. And she did. So, how are you showing up? I'm a reckless optimist, y'all. Life is good, y'all, okay? If you have the internet connection to be tuned into most powerful women in network marketing, y'all better feel some type of way about how God has blessed you, okay? There are people around the world living on less than $1 a day, and we're really out here complaining. So ask yourself, did 2020 beat you, or did you win? Because let me tell you what, y'all, I won. Grand Slam 2020. Grand Slam 2020. Y'all, I was not playing in 2020. You wanna be better in your business? You can no longer react to things. Oh God, a pandemic. Oh God, what am I gonna do? Are you kidding me? No, I went, oh, little pandemic going on. Well, there's this thing called the internet. I'm going to be solution-oriented. I went crazy. I went all over the internet. I said, I'm going to be like, you don't like me? Too bad. I'm popping up on something on social media. I'm too loud for you? Well, then turn down your volume. I don't know what to tell you. All right, there's a button on the side of your phone. Boop, 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 boop. Just turn it down. I'm loud. I don't know what to tell you. I had siblings. You had to fight for attention, okay? Like, Nalani gets me. She's over there laughing the whole presentation. That's my girl right there, okay? Like, I was going to tell you. Some of you went, oh, God. Oh God. What is happening? And you shut down last year. You let life happen to you, and you didn't understand it was happening for you. I was able to build business in 28 countries around the world last year really fast because I went, when do you need me on a Zoom? When do you need me on a Zoom? When do you need me on a call? When do you need me what? Oh, I'm live. Like, I'm crazy. Ooh, TikTok. Ooh. I pivoted. How are you gonna pivot? Because that's what a badass does. All right, time to tap in. Let's go. We gotta get to work. Y'all are like, I want tactics. Here you go. All right, FIT. FIT stands for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Are you getting fit every day? I am. There's not a day that goes by I'm not getting fit. Okay? I'm scared of TikTok. I don't understand Instagram. Okay, Google. Google. It's a great website. You could also try YouTube, youtube.com. Go watch a 3-minute video on how to make a TikTok. I wanted to barf the first I was like, oh, I'm not good at this. Well, the results are in. It works. Okay? It works. 421 is a social media posting strategy. Start posting about you. All that stuff at the beginning that I talked about the babies, about the dogs, about my life, about my family, about all this stuff, it's all over my social media. How many of you, well before this event started, you felt like you knew me as a person? You can put like a yes in the chat or raise your hand. Like a lot of you. Look at this. Thanks, Vanessa. Thanks, Stephanie. Thanks, Carolina. You're like, that's my girl, Boss Lee in the house. Ah! Okay, you got all excited, okay? Have you ever met me in person? No, it's because I showed you my life. The amount of you invested in my romantic relationship right now, I feel like I'm on my own personal soap opera. I love it. nuts, okay? It's because 4 times out of 7 posts, 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 7, I'm showing Jessie Lee. I'm having fun with my life. I'm showing you my outfits. I'm showing you my day-to-day. 2 times it's like kind of network marketing, right? Like sort of network marketing. Like, ooh, look at the outfit. Look at this. Look at that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Love my life. Yeah, okay? And then every 7 posts, I just spank them, right? Join my team, drop info, do this. Directive, 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 directive. Follow me, drop info. Follow me, drop yes. Follow me, do this, do that. If you need this, drop me. Whatever it is. Give directives. Most of you are having a hard time converting people because you're not telling people what you want them to do. They don't call me Boss Lee for no reason, okay? I'm the boss, right? I'm like, come on now. This is what you need to do. You need to follow me. You need to drop info. You need to follow me. You need to drop yes if you're looking for a better way. What if all your posts, you started saying that? That'd be pretty badass. You might get some results. Most of you, your social media is like this cryptic, like, what does Marsha do? Oh, let's figure it out. They can't figure it out, okay? I was on Zooms all the time. Like I said, my podcast went crazy. Disease just means I became like the disease of network marketing. You don't like me, you block me on TikTok, I'm popping up on your Instagram. You don't like me, you block me on Instagram, I'm popping up on Facebook. You don't like me there, you're gonna find me on YouTube. You don't like me there, I'm on Clubhouse. You don't like me there, I'm popping up somewhere, okay? You can't get rid of me. You should be like that too. And ask yourself, why not you? Why can't it be you with the big house, the big cars, the big everything? Because it's not about you. Culturally speaking, you need to know your people. Why does she want to get to 100 grand a year? Why does the next person want to get to $1 million a year? And ask yourself what your goals are. 50 what ifs just means I want all of you to get pen and paper out and write down, what if my life was this? What if I was on the stage at GoPro? What if I was on the cover of Forbes? What if I had a #1 podcast? What if I was #1 in my company? What if I was top rank? What if I had my dream body? What if I drove a Lamborghini truck? What if I had a this, a that, a whatever, whatever, whatever? Because if you don't see it and visualize, like I said, badasses do when they live in the future, you're not gonna have it. That's how it works, Crystal. Because it's not about you. It's about people like this who do the what if exercise. And next thing you know, she goes from making $189 a month 2 years ago to making over 40 grand a month. Boom, boom. Because it's not about you. It's about helping these people connect with their goals. You gotta do more, you gotta get better. You gotta do more, you gotta get better. You gotta do more, you gotta get better. Those are your 2 options, DeShayla. Do more or get better, Judy. Do more or get better, Shane. Do more or get better, Jenny. It's how it works. Because what if you fly? What if you leave this event and you fly? What if you change everything for generations and generations and generations to come? Because that is the power that is inside every single one of you, but I can't do it for you. And Eric can't do it for you. And Marina can't do it for you. You have to do it for you. So what if you fly? I love y'all and I appreciate you. My name is Jessie Lee. You can call me #BossLee. And I know it's weird for some of you to hear that I love you, but there are people around the world who hate people for no reason. So I will choose to love you for no reason. God bless every single one of you. Good night.
All right. She brings the heat. If I told you how much money she was making, you would not even really truly believe it. It's just an enormous amount of money. And she brings that level of obsession and energy to everything she does. This next presenter is, I would say, equal in impact, but different energy. So you're gonna find, somebody to inspire you one way or the other, but this woman is one of the most innovative, creative, and she finds productivity hacks for everything. She's just unbelievable. And because of COVID restrictions, she wasn't able to be here either, but she's with us virtually. Please welcome Miss Angel Fletcher. Angel! Hey, 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 hey! Take it away.
Hello. Hello, Eric, Marina. Oh my gosh, I would have given my left arm to be able to be there with you. This event, I have cried, I have laughed, I have not wanted to get back on because some people kind of parked up in my garage. I hope you guys have felt the same. But I want to tell you something before I get started. I want you to know today I'm showing up from New Orleans, but I'm showing up for you. I'm not showing up for me. I got this. I know what I need to be doing, but I'm showing up today for you. This segment, when Marina told me that this segment was called Stepping into Your Badassness, right? I don't see me that way, you guys. I don't see me that way. You see this girl on the screen behind me? Do you see her? I still see that girl, the girl that has no smile, the girl that doesn't remember. I don't remember ever being happy my whole life. I remember joyous moments, the birth of my children, their walking the first time, their graduation, those moments. I remember feeling joy in moments. I don't remember ever being happy, like genuinely happy and content. That girl on that screen behind me, she was a product of 2 failed marriages because she didn't know how to build a relationship. That's not being a rock star. That's not being a badass. She failed 2 marriages. She had 4 children that were the product of those 2 failed marriages. She was broken. When she left that marriage, she was broke. She had no money. She was on welfare. She was living in a government apartment. She was feeding her children what the state told me that I could feed them. I couldn't buy snack cakes because that wasn't something that my food stamps would pay for. If one of my children wanted a soda, I couldn't pay for a soda because the state told me that I couldn't. I was sleeping in the beginning. We slept on the floor on blankets because we couldn't buy beds. People gave us furniture along the way. We were playing games, Monopoly for a dime that we bought at the Salvation Army. I was sad. I was lonely. I was so much overweight. I felt ugly. I felt like the happiest place to me would have been to find a world with no people. And then in one day, you guys, my life made sense. In one day, I found this group page and people were talking to each other and people were being nice and kind. And then I put a post in there and they ignored me. I felt less than what I'd ever felt before. I felt if strangers don't see any value in me, what am I doing? And I will tell you, had it not been for my daughter at that point in my life, I don't think I would have made very good decisions. I stayed on this planet and I stayed above the ground because I had a daughter that needed me. And so I threw myself into figuring this out. I didn't have any money. I felt like in the beginning, you guys, I was scrounging around like a homeless person in dumpsters looking for free stuff. I couldn't afford it. I couldn't even afford the first product. I borrowed that money from my kid who was in college to buy my product for my daughter and I. I will tell you, I've never been lower in my entire life. That girl up there, she wasn't a rock star. She wasn't confident. She didn't believe in herself. She didn't even know if somebody would have said to her, "What's your picture of success?" I wouldn't have even known how to answer that. And so I'm going to share a secret with you. The only difference between that girl and this girl is I was brave. You guys, I didn't have confidence. I didn't have a reason to be confident. I didn't believe in myself. I didn't have a reason. Everything along on this planet had kicked me and knocked me when I was down. And the love of my life of 20 years abused me every single day. I went to bed saying, dear Lord, please, 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 please let tomorrow be the day when I'm important enough and I matter enough that he won't have to drink, that my children won't have to live in a war zone tonight. Please, God, please let that be today. And it never happened. Now, the difference between that girl and this girl is brave. This girl goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm in. This girl goes, oh, you want to go to Costa Rica? You want me to come to Costa Rica? Absolutely. I'll go to Costa Rica, but I'm packing 3 suitcases full of product. Oh, wait, there's a such thing as customs? What the heck is customs? I've never been out of the country before. Oh, so what? I'll talk my way out of it. 3 suitcases right through customs. They never even checked it. I was brave. I opened that country. I was brave, you guys. Go to restaurants. Heck yeah, I'm going to talk to that waiter. Absolutely, because I was brave. I'm going to tell you something. There's a lot of things on this planet, a lot of things that I would have never done. I would have never spoken at an event like this. I would have never attended an event like this. If Eric or Marina would have walked up to me in a place before, you guys, I would have melted myself right into a wall. Wouldn't have even been seen. I'm telling you, that girl right there, in one day, she found her determination. She found her guts. She found her grit. While the rest of the world last year was moaning and complaining and going through 2020, I was fighting. I was fighting for my life. I was fighting for my daughter's life. And I'm going to tell you something. While the rest of the world was going, how can we do this? Oh my gosh, what's going to happen to my business? Oh my gosh. And they were counting their numbers. I was saying, we got this, guys. We got this. My organization grew 42% facing a pandemic. So this is what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you a couple of things, because 2 things that I learned, and I don't believe these are God-given. I believe these are skills that you guys can learn. And that is critical thinking and problem solving. You need to learn how to do those 2 things, because problems are going to come every single day. But it's how you handle them. It's how you jump over that hurdle to get to the other side determines the speed in which you get to that finish line. And every single one of you can be brave. Every single one of you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. And that is how I do it. But let me tell you how I make those decisions. There's a woman, her name's Donna Valdez. She taught me this thing. Draw a circle. Everybody right now, draw a circle on your paper. In the middle of that circle, I want you to write, what's holding you? What is your why? What's holding you? What are you running for? What is that goal? And why are you doing it? I want you to write it in the middle of that circle. And then I want you to take a line from the middle of that circle, and I want you to draw it out with an arrow that goes outside of that circle. And then on the other side, I want you to draw a line outside of that circle, going in and pointing at whatever that is, whatever that core thing is, that what's holding you, that why, that goal. And every single time you have to face a decision, this is how you build that bravery, that courage muscle. You say, is it taking me away from that goal, or is it taking me to it? Am I running to it? If I'm running to it, it's a good decision. That will help you with your critical thinking. That'll help you make decisions that are in direct alignment with where you're going. Because if you're focused on where you're going and the things that are getting you there, nothing else will be able to deter you. There won't be many roadblocks, you guys. There may be hurdles, but remember, jumping across those hurdles determines how quickly you get to that finish line. So you just keep popping them, just like this, one after another, after another, after another, because you're solving problems and you're doing your critical thinking and you're determining, is it taking me to or is it taking me out? Stop wasting your time on things that your life cannot depend on. Write that down. Stop wasting your time on things that your life cannot depend on. If you will work your business every single day and you will go down your list of activities every single day as if your life depends on it, I promise you, you'll be Jessie Lee one day and your life can depend on it. I will tell you guys, I stopped saying to myself, oh, I only need to talk to 7 people today. I only need to post 4 times today. I stopped with all that nonsense. You know what I do? I collect decisions. And every single day, I wake up and I say to myself, today, I will not go to sleep until I collect 5 decisions. Now, notice, I didn't say, I got to recruit 5 people. I didn't say I need to get 5 customers. I didn't say I have to recruit anybody. I didn't say I have to go hunt anybody down. I didn't have to chase anybody. I said, today, I'm going to collect 5 decisions. And this is what I'll tell you guys. If I collect 5 decisions every single day for the month of May, that's 155 decisions that I've collected. Even if I just do the law of averages, and I'm going to promise y'all, my average is way above average. But even if I did the law of averages and let's say 10%, do the math, you guys, that's 15 people I've brought into my business by just collecting 5 decisions. And I'm going to tell you something, because I'm walking around collecting decisions every single day, you know what happens? I get yeses. And every no, I'll go, whoa, whoa, oh, okay, by law of averages, I'm getting closer to my yes. That's what a badass does. And then I celebrate the heck out of them. I reward myself. Yes, yes. There was a very wise woman, Lisa Grossman, and she's taught me so many things, you guys. But the one thing that I'm going to leave you with that she taught me, and that is to be a collector of stories and a keeper of people. It doesn't matter if you're running through people and you're recruiting 80, 90, 100 people a month, you're not keeping them. You're discarding them. You got a swinging door going on in your business. Build genuine relationships. Love people. Right now, more than ever, people need to matter and people need to be cared about, and they need somebody to genuinely connect. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to come here. I'm so blessed. Eric and Marina have poured so much greatness into me over the past 9 years. You guys, it'll be 9 years in June. You have the opportunity for them to pour into you. And so this is what I'm going to ask you. You don't have to believe in yourself. That'll come. You don't have to have confidence. That will grow. But can you be brave? I'm going to tell you, yesterday, as Eric and Marina scanned the camera around the room, and I'm going to get emotional. They scanned the camera around the room. They fixed on this woman that I could see, and she had her little girl sitting in that chair. And it hit me like a ton of bricks, you guys. The amount of responsibility that I had coming here today. Because that little girl, the words that I used, the message that I came to deliver to you guys, that little girl was counting on me. She was counting on me to change her mama's ways. She was counting on me to get her mama to be brave and courageous and actually take action in her business. That little girl was looking at me. She didn't even know it. And I was looking into her soul. So this is what I'm going to leave you with, mamas. I held on through everything through the past 9 years because my WHY that I was holding on to me was my daughter and then my grandchildren. And if I can look into your children's eyes, and if I can make it so important to me, then why in the hell can't you? It is time for you to take action in your life. It is time for you to break those generational curses. And it is time for you to get busy about your business. If I can do it, if that girl can do it, so can you.
Angel Fletcher, everybody, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Come on. You've got this. Borrow her inspiration. You can make it happen. Did I tell you we were bringing the heat? We're bringing some people to teach you how to be a badass. She's an example of one in so many different ways. Before we close this all up, Marina and I have some important things to tell you at the very end. But before we do that, we have one more presenter. She's one of my favorite people. She's #1 earner in an iconic company, a legacy company. She is one of the most powerful women in network marketing. She's one of the most powerful women in the world. And she's here to bring you value. Please welcome to the stage Miss Gloria Mayfield Banks.
To meet all my brand new friends. Oh no, you can't lay down. Sit up. Sit up straight. Get close to the view. Get close to the view. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you. Get it. Oh, this. Okay, let's practice. Let's practice. Get ready. Get your neck ready. Because this has clearly been the most powerful. We're talking about the most powerful. Let me see you do it. I want to see you. I want to see Paula. Can I see you do it? Can I see you, Paula? Can I see Elizabeth? The most powerful women in network marketing. You got to throw your head back. This is for everybody. Living, caring, giving, sharing. Boy, oh boy, I love to work with the daring. A magic million, can you imagine such? Of course you can. We've got the touch. I'm small in stature only, but I'm heavy in belief. I'm leading by example, so you can count on me as I flash this $1 million smile. The world will know it's all worthwhile, because I'm banking on the magic, banking on success, and I'm banking on some people who simply want the best. I'm proud to be before you. I'm proud to be top rank. I'm elite executive, national sales director. My name is Gloria Mayfield Banks. I'm telling you right now, have they brought you everything? I am so proud of you. Staying clued in, staying dynamic, staying attentive, staying aware, being in this space, being ready to receive it all. I am telling you, the Warriors have brought it to you. I have been watching, clued in with all these teachers that have come for you to be the baddest you could ever be. Let me just explain it for you. Let me just break it down. We are all here. All of us are here to be super bad all day long. How many of you understand what I'm talking about? Put your hand in your air. Put your hand in the air. Put your hand in the air. Put your hand in your air. Put the hand in your air. Put the hand in your air. I need you. No, I don't hear you. 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 I need you to know. Here's my dream. Here's the deal. Here's what you need to know. We are not the only most powerful. You too are powerful. And I remember walking into the space and saying to myself, what? This is what's going on here? And I didn't know anything about it? Oh, when people say, Like, really? Gloria, you're number one? You're like the number one? Absolutely. I want you guys to breathe it in with me. Breathe it in. Breathe it in. Because I'm going to give you some thoughts on what it takes to go beyond where you are today. How many of you really want to go beyond? You have to have your hands up in the air because nobody would be in an event full of the most powerful people and not want to become powerful themselves. Nobody would clue in like this. You see, one of the things I tell you is, I love being number one, and I love everybody else being okay with being number two. That's my deal. And I want you to have more coming to you. You know, I've been doing this for a while, and this was not my calling, so I thought. I'm from Detroit, Michigan originally, third of four girls. I grew up dyslexic. They found out I was dyslexic when I was in the 7th grade. Let me tell you something. If you ever get an email from me and it has a phone number in it, don't believe it. Wait till you get the second one that's got the right number. I am seriously dyslexic, but that's okay because I'm going to teach you how to whatever you got going on, it doesn't have to stop you. And can I tell you this? Everybody's got something going on. Everybody. I like that. Nodding your head. Julie, thank you. Nodding your head. Stephanie, thanking you. Nodding your head. Yeah, I got something going on. Everybody's got something going on. But it doesn't matter unless you make it matter. And let me tell you how you steal the power from other people talking about your stuff, is that you claim it out loud. You talk about it out loud. Let me tell you something about secrets. Secrets, that's the heaviest piece of luggage you can carry, is a secret. One of the things I love about our industry is that we are out loud and very transparent. If you ever want to bring someone close to you, tell them about the truth. So anyway, I grew up in a phenomenal middle-class household, phenomenal. Left there to go to Howard University. Left there to start working for Polaroid Corporation. Left there to get a degree from Harvard Business School. I got my MBA from there and left there and started selling computers for IBM. The real, big computers. Write this down. Here's what I need you to know. This is what I need everybody to know. Show me your pen and paper. Show me your pen. Show me your pen. Show me your pen. Show me your hand. Just show me your hand. Show me your hand. Shake it, because you're going to take a lot of notes. You are getting ready to take some notes. You're getting ready to take some notes. Every last one of you is going to go ahead, put it in the chat. I'm ready to take notes. I'm ready to take notes. I'm ready to take notes. I'm ready to write it down. I'm ready to put it to work. Because if you put it to work, there's no way that you're not going to have a quantum leap. That is the major thing that I teach, is how to have a quantum leap. Because I left selling big computers for IBM. And then I went back and worked for Harvard Business School in admissions. Before that, I was a marketing manager. So let me just give you the legacy of corporate. I've lived it. I've had it. I don't know who can relate to me when I tell you I was a well-paid executive whose corporate dream from me did not match Gloria's dream for me. Anybody relate? Anybody relate to me? Anybody relate that what you think is for me is not necessarily for me? And lo and behold, without any thought of entrepreneurship, at all, I went to one of those amazing parties, and next thing you know, I'm in network marketing. And next thing you know, I'm blowing out of the water. And next thing you know, I'm learning how to win, how to win, how to win, how to win. Now, I want to tell you something. When I walked into my organization, I was leaving 10 years of domestic violence. And I know when you look at me, you see a very smart, strong, powerful woman who lived in domestic violence for 10 years, and no one knew it. And the reason I tell you this is because when you look at someone else, you don't know what you're looking at. And do you know how quickly we size people up, thinking we know their deal? You don't know their deal. 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 Say it with me. I don't know their deal. And let me tell you something. When they tell you their deal, they're not telling you everything. They're not telling you everything. So please be ready that they're not going to tell you, hey, they're not going to tell you everything. But you get what you can and you build it. And so I left there. I was a single parent for 7 years. But I was winning, and I was winning big, and I was winning a lot. And so what happened then is I went on a vacation that I could afford to go on because of network marketing. And I didn't go on 7 days. I went on an 8-day vacation. On that 8-day vacation, on the 8th day, I met that man. You know what man I'm talking about? That man. You know what I'm talking about? That man. That man. Yes, that man. I met that man. I met that man on the 8th day. On the 8th, y'all know what I'm talking about. That man. Now let me tell you something. You got to be super bad to get that man. You want a man? You got to be super bad to get that man. And it takes a super bad, strong, confident man to lift a super bad, strong, confident woman. And you want to get that man? He's out there looking for you. And we met, and he told me in the first 15 minutes, he said, Gloria, I don't ever want to get married again. I said, I got that. And I just want to let you know that if you talk to me, you're going to fall in love with me, and we will get married in 5 years. So we got married in 6 years because I said 5 years. You know what I'm talking about. He could not let that go. But I'm here to tell you, we blended a family, and now we have 4 grown adults and 5 grandkids. Yes. And if they call me grandma, they get no money. It's Gigi or nothing. You're with me, right? But let's talk for a second, because I want to tell you clearly. I wanted to give you an insight into my background, because here I am to talk about you. Here I am to support your ability to build your queendom. What I want to tell you, I want you to hear me when I say this. I want you to understand why they put this event together, why they are so passionate about what this industry can do for you, and why you're so passionate about what this can do for your life, and why it is okay if everybody doesn't understand what you do. Someone said to me, well, what did you do when they don't understand what you do? No one ever understands what you want to do until you've done it. And after you've done it, they say, I knew you would. Oh, I knew you would. I just knew you would. So let me just say this to you. My job today with you is to help you understand how you become an incredible badass, how you take this and build your queendom. Because if you build your queendom, you will be better for yourself, your family, your community, and therefore your career. Are you ready? Say yes. Say, I'm ready. I'm ready. I want the formula. I want the super bad formula. Are you ready? I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. Number 1, embrace your intensity. Embrace your intensity. Your intensity doesn't have to be my intensity, but you need to embrace your intensity. You need to really solidify who you be. Let me just give you an example. For me, my intensity is energy, and the lights don't come into the room. The lights don't come on in the room until I come into the room. How many understand what I'm talking about? When I come in the room, the lights come on. I want you to embrace your intensity because you have it inside of you. How many of you, let's just be friends here. Put it in the chat. I have been awakened at this event, and nothing is going to put me to sleep anymore. Nothing is going to put you to sleep. I want to see who is not going to sleep anymore. Heather, Alex, Cindy, Laura, I'm telling you right now, you're not going to sleep anymore. And if I were to tell you this has been something that's been in my head for a long time. I will eat when I'm old, and I will sleep when I'm dead. Because I got a lot of living to do right now. I want you to embrace it at 150%. Okay, number 2, ready? Confidence. Write it down. You've heard it a zillion times. Write down confidence. Write it down, write it down, write it down again, and write it down again. Why? Two things. Number one, at the same time, you've got to build your confidence and you've got to attract confidence. The way you build this, the way you blow it up, how many of you would just like to blow it up? Like, just blow it up. Like, this is what I want you to aspire to be, like this. What happened to you? Like, what happened to you? That's what you're talking about. You're talking about confident people who can blow that. You guys, you've heard from some of the best here, some of the best stories. How many of you already, during this time, have crafted your new story? How many of you crafted your new story? Because you do not want to live where you've been. And it starts with confidence. And it is, to me, after faith and integrity, it is the most important component. And I want you to know, how do you build confidence? Number one, it takes courage. Courage leads to confidence. Confidence leads to choices. I want you to think about your courage. Where has it lacked? And where are you going to discover it again? There is no reason for you to stay low. There's no reason for you to stay broke. There's no reason for you not to succeed. There's no reason for you not to hear what I'm telling you. When I say to you, build your confidence, write it down, and let no one steal it. Do not give it away. And women give it away all the time. And one of the things I know for sure is that we are such powerful beings. Why would God give you the ability to raise children and you let people take your confidence from you? And I'm talking to you because it happened to me. My confidence was stolen, ripped from me. Ripped from me. But I built it back. And the most successful thing I have done is I've taught other women how to build theirs. Build it again, build it again. And I will tell you this, you have to build it, you get to the next level. Then you build it, you get to the next level. You build it, and you get to the next level. To get to here, you've helped a lot of people build their confidence and not convince you that they've got enough. Enough is the enemy, you guys. You don't have enough when more is waiting for you. Write it down. Enough is the enemy. The third thing I want you to write down is how to embrace your personal gifts. Oh my goodness. First, I want you to walk in them. Then I want you to find them. Then I want you to give them away because they're your personal gifts. Here's what you do. First, I want to tell you this. Write down your 3 best gifts. Your 3 best gifts. Then add to 2 more. Then add to 3 more. Then get 2 more. Why? Because you've got to get to your 10 gifts. Here is the most important thing I want to tell you about your gifts. Your gifts are your gifts. He did not give you my gifts. I did not get her gifts. And I don't need to bang you over the head. I just need you to know that each one of you has your own gifts he gave to you, and stop spending your time comparing yourself to other people, because comparing leads to backwards. Are you with me? Comparing leads to backwards. What did he give me? He gave me energy. He gave me competition. He gave me hustle. He gave me charisma. Let me tell you how I know what I'm talking about here. I remember walking in the driveway and him explaining to me while I'm all in that head. Have you ever been in that headspace? And I was like, I'm comparing. He told me, God said, I opened up your lid and I poured inside of it charisma. I poured inside it strategy. I poured inside it people skills. I poured inside it belief. And I poured inside of you emotional management. And I did not give that to everybody. I gave it to you for you to use it special. You guys, we lose so much time comparing and thinking in that sappy place where nothing powerful happens. Are you with me? Emotional management. You want one tip? Here's a tip. Ready? Here's a tip. Emotional management. Number 1, it's the most expensive thing you can carry. It'll rip you from everything you know. Everything. Everything. Don't let it rip you from everything. Emotions are just crazy. But if you have to cry, because ambitious people cannot stay backwards. If you have to, you get in the shower, you take a shower, you just let it all run out. You cry like crazy. How many know what I'm talking about? Dina knows what I'm talking about. You just let it come out, right? You just let it all come out. Then you step out, you get redressed, you put on something colorful, and then you go into another room and turn on the lights. Because there's no time. There's no time. Here's my favorite one, number 4, your right now passionate goal. Let's just say you've decided, since you've been at this event, the most powerful women in network marketing, that you said, I am gonna be so bad, they won't even recognize me. Like, I don't have to tell you about all the incredible gifts that you're going to get when you blow up in this industry. I don't have to tell you because you've seen it for the last 3 days. But what I want to tell you is there's a difference between the why and the most powerful, passionate, right now goal. It's got to be now. If you want to have a quantum leap, to go from ordinary to extraordinary, this is what I need you to master. The next step on the passionate goal. And you are only in passion, for sure, if it's hard to go to sleep at night, and if you just can't wait to get out that bed in the morning to do more of what you need to do. Do more so you can have more, so you can attract people who want more. If you attract people who want more, they're going to be talking about you everywhere because of what you've created. I tell you what, one of the reasons that so many millionaires have come out of my organization is because I go in there and dig out their right now passionate goal. And when I tell you this, my goals have changed. Your goals will change. So write this down. There is no wrong goal. There's no wrong goal. But is it the right now passionate goal, or is it the future goal? Because if it's a future goal, that's going to be a problem. And the last one is teach yourself and teach people how to win. Teach people how to win, not how to work. Who wants to work? Everybody wants to win. Everybody needs to be a winner. You need to take the next step. Write it down, the next step. What's your next? What is your next? Your next is so important. What's my next after divorce? What's my next after being a single parent? What's my next after I increase my income? What's my next after I leave a house? What's my next when I want entrepreneurship? What's my next? What's your next? Takes you to understanding the STEM. Write it down, Gloria STEM, S-T-E-M. Write it down. S stands for skill management. T stands for time management. E stands for emotional management. And M stands for money management. Get you some money so you can manage it. And then you got the platform to crush it. Because what you're going to do now after being here at the most powerful women in network marketing is you're getting ready to crush it because time is low. Here's what I want to tell you. You ready? You ready? We are not coming out of this pandemic the way we came in. We are not coming out the way we came in. We are not coming out the way we came in. We are going to strut out of here, and you are going to be unrecognizable because your power and your passion and your winning and your excellence and your desire and your ambition and your hunger and your drive and your hustle is going to take you to a place that you haven't been to yet. Courage means I'm going to go someplace where I've never been before, and your time to crush it so you can be your best over and 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 over again. That's why you came. That's why you came. That's why you came to the most powerful women in network marketing. I'm so glad you came with me. My name is Gloria Mayfield Banks, and I'll watch you do stuff you've never done before. Love it. Yes. 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 Awesome. Thank you.
Gloria Mayfield Banks, everybody. How about that? All right, we've been through 3 amazing, unbelievable days. We just want to wrap up with a few words. I'm going to give you a few announcements, and Marina will give you some inspiration to wrap this up and go out there and change your life. First of all, for the people who purchased the MPW Breakthrough Experience yesterday and did not get a photo, if you purchased yesterday, did not get a photo with Marina, as soon as we wrap here, give us like 5 minutes, and then there'll be a button in your dashboard, or they sent you an email. Either one will get you where you need to go. And she'll be here for 45 minutes to take as many pictures as she can for 45 minutes after we close this, if you didn't get your photo, if you purchased yesterday. Second, if you are still thinking about this MPW Breakthrough Experience, go in there, get your questions answered, or click on the button and make a big commitment to yourself. You're going to be glad you did. We have our team is there. They're ready to answer your questions. They're experts at this. We figured out payment plans. Hopefully that'll help you in order to be able to do this. We really want to see you next week start this process with us and spend 8 weeks with us because we know the results that are going to happen because of it. We have a crew that just really worked around the clock. Even though this was a free event, they worked their butts off. We got a quick little video to thank the crew. Play the video, please.
I see the darkness in the light.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Amazing crew, virtually and in person. Thank you for your contribution. You made this special. For those in the MPW Breakthrough, I'm going to see you next week. For everybody else, if that was too big of a stretch, if the Breakthrough is too big a stretch right now, and you don't have a GoPro ticket, and you're not willing to get a GoPro ticket for $197, when you get the recordings of this event and the special event with Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi, myself, and KK next week, if you're not willing to do that, I don't know how much farther we can go. I mean, you gotta be willing to take that step. Go take advantage of this offer. Those bonuses are gonna go away. Take advantage of this offer. And anybody who has a GoPro ticket, no matter how you got it, if you already have it, we'll send you those bonuses, so don't worry about that. But really, take a step. By registering to that, you graduate from, I did the free event, now okay, now I'm gonna step in. I'm gonna take a step, and as the moment you register, you're now a different person, and you're gonna have a different trajectory between now and December 3rd. For sure, 100%. So we'll see you at GoPro with Tony Robbins, and look for some other big, big, big announcements coming very, very soon. We'll see you online everywhere. And I can say from my perspective, I'm unbelievably proud of you for sticking in, for sitting there, for motivating yourself, for staying present, for getting all the notes. You should be proud of you. Give yourselves a big round of applause. 3 days of greatness from you. You stepped up. You made it happen. And one more thing. I want to thank and honor a woman whose vision made this happen for all of you around the world. This woman, the most powerful woman in my life, and she is an amazing leader, entrepreneur. She did this from the heart. She did this for you. Do me a favor and give it up for Marina Warrick before she closes us out.
You know, what an amazing 3 days it's been. You know, I have been envisioning this moment probably my entire life. You know, how do you think that the girl coming from Ukraine, from the communist country when, you know, a lot of things were not even imaginable possible. And seeing all these amazing people like Lisa and Dr. Shefali and Marie Forleo, you know, changing lives of so many people around the world, and me watching them on tapes, on courses, and different cassettes, and reading their books, you know, I grew up because they poured in me the way I am, because those women poured their heart and soul in me. And, you know, for me, it's such a blessing, and you cannot imagine, you know, how honored I am to have them on my stage. You know, people who helped me shape myself, being part of my event. I remember multiple years ago, not multiple, but several years ago, Tony was speaking at our event, the GoPro Recruiting Mastery, Tony Robbins, and he was asking audience the question, what is the most proudest moment of your life? And at that time, I said, Tony, today. Today is the proudest day of my life because you, my mentor, speaking of on our stage, Sir Richard Branson, Magic Johnson, Robert and Kim Kiyosaki, and all Armando Pitbull, all of these amazing people who spoke on that stage at that time, I was so proud because a little nobody was able, with her husband, make that vision and make that dream come true. And today, I think it's another very important day in my life that I'm most proud of. You know, having every single woman on this stage, pouring their hearts and souls into this amazing community. You know, every single speaker was a top level speaker. There was nobody who was not delivering at the highest level. So, I mean, having these women as my friends, as my mentors, is such a big blessing, is such a huge emotional moment for me. So I'm absolutely honored and blessed to have all these powerful women by my side. But you know what is I'm even more excited? That they're by your side now too. Either through the program or through coming to the GoPro or through a bunch of different videos and things that we will be doing moving forward, they will be cheering up and boarding for you and fighting for you and making sure that you have your breakthrough. But I want to leave you with a couple thoughts. You've seen we've poured so much on this event. And, you know, I can only do so much. All these speakers can only do so much. You know, I can teach you how to cook, but I cannot make you hungry. I cannot make you hungry. So, you know, when you as a leader, once in a while, have you had a feeling when, you know, you're working so hard and you're hoping that people would see the, you know, the potential in them and work a little bit harder and come out of their comfort zone and actually do something because they have so much potential and they can change their life, right? You see that as a leader, you see that in them, and they don't do it. And you as a leader feel so frustrated and so sad. And what are you doing? You're actually beating yourself up and wondering, did I leave them behind or did they stay? With this event, my goal is to have all of you to come with me. But I can only do so much. So at some point, I will be asking myself a question. Did I leave them behind? And you know what I believe in my heart? Whoever did not choose to follow, they stayed. Whoever chose not to participate in their own rescue, they stayed. You know, I can only pour so much, but you have to be willing to participate in your own rescue. And I know all of you are willing to do that because I know you warriors. You stayed these entire 3 days. You participated. I know it's really late for some of you or really early for some of you. I see all of your beautiful faces. I know you played full out. And I'm absolutely honored and grateful to have such an amazing community. But let's make sure it does not die here. Yes, there were amazing transformational 3 days. Show me your hands. Who had a breakthrough moment during these 3 days? Who had the very powerful transformational aha or breakthrough during these 3 days? But make sure it doesn't die here. Make sure it doesn't stay here. Continue your education, continue to pour into yourself, continue to build your confidence, continue to deal and conquer overwhelm, continue to build the relationships that are important in your life, continue to become a badass. You know already, you have that inside of you. How many of you believe that you have that badass inside of you? That powerful, the most powerful woman, the most powerful man in network marketing. You already have it inside of you. So I want to challenge all of you. I want to challenge all of you to stop being a secret agent. Stop being a secret agent. Inside of network marketing, we have a gift. With our products, with our services, and with our financial opportunity, we have the gift. There are millions and millions of people going to bed every single night, praying for a solution, and you just have one. You might rescue all these people. And women, we are so powerful. We're so powerful when we come together. I was pouring into your heart and soul with all of my amazing instructors and trainers for all these 3 days. So I hope your cup is so full, so it's overflowing. And I hope you go out in the world, and I hope you start pouring all that knowledge, all that wisdom, all that inspiration, all the skills, all the ideas and the strategies that you learned through these 3 days, because you are capable for so much more. The world is not served by you playing small. The world is needing you coming out of your shell and showing what's possible, leading by example for your kids, for your families, for the generations to come. You are capable of all of this. And I love you so, so, so very much. And I wish you all the amazing success. And I cannot wait to see all of you who is coming to the program. I cannot wait to roll up their sleeves and go and help you to become your badass and build your ideal life. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been my great honor and pleasure to spend all these 3 days with you. I love you so much. All of my badass women, go out in the world, go pour your heart, go pour your soul, and let's make a huge ripple effect coming out of this event. I love you very much.
Take care, everybody. Love you.